Description: the galaxy is at war, but secret weapons can change the destiny of empires. When Jack March steals a sinister mind control machine from the ruthless Final Consciousness, he needs to get device to his superiors in the Silent Order. But the Final Consciousness will burn entire civilizations to get the machine back. Starting with Jack March. 1. Tamlin's World. Jack March's next assignment was simple. Naturally, he expected it to go bad, and he brooded about the possibilities for disaster as his ship traversed its hyperspace tunnel, powered by its dark matter reactor and protected from the macrobes by its resonator field. He presented a public face as the captain and owner of the Tiger, a Mercator Foundry Yards Class 9 light freighter, and he held letters of marque from the crown of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. That meant he was a privateer, free to trade and travel as he liked within the star systems under the kingdom's authority, and to make war upon any vessels opposed to the Kingdom of Kalaskar. In truth, March was an alpha operative of the Silent Order, the kingdom's intelligence and spy service. Alpha operatives received the most dangerous and vital tasks, and March was among the best operatives in the Order. He knew that without false pride or false modesty, and knew the range of his skills and capabilities the way a master craftsman knew his tools. Normally, a simple delivery would have been a waste of an alpha operative. But given the nature of the machine secured within the Tiger's strong room, March would have preferred to travel in the company of an entire battle group of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. He had no idea what the machine did, or even what it was called. But he did know that somehow the device could be used to suborn a human mind, to turn someone to the cause of the machinists and the revolution of the Final Consciousness against their will. March needed to get the device to the technicians of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, and hopefully, they could figure out how the damn thing worked, and more importantly, develop a defense against it. That part wasn't his concern. March's concern was getting the machine to the Navy. He suspected that might be a problem. On paper at least, the plan ought to work. March was heading for Tamlin's World, a semi-habitable planet beyond the boundaries of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. None of the major interstellar powers claimed Tamlin's World or its solar system, and multiple attempts to establish colonies on Tamlin's World had failed. There were a few settlements on the planet, most of them dens of pirates and criminals, and the planet had developed a reputation as a dangerous way station for those engaged in illegal behavior. The Royal Kalaskaran Navy and the fleets of other powers sometimes sent patrols past Tamlin's World, flying the flag to keep the troublemakers from making too much trouble. One of the Navy's patrols was heading past Tamlin's World, a heavy cruiser named the RCS Covenant. The Covenant was passing Tamlin's World, and March would rendezvous with the cruiser and dock. A group of officers led by someone named Commander Malcolm Caird would take possession of the machinist device in total secrecy. The Covenant would continue on its patrol, and March would proceed to Monzikert Station to receive his next assignment. March understood the logic behind the plan. If he headed to Kalaskaran space and docked at a naval station, undoubtedly someone would wonder why a privateer was running deliveries to an installation of the Kalaskaran Royal Navy. The space around Tamlin's World wasn't nearly as well monitored, and it was likely March could make the handover without observation. The Covenant could continue its patrol without anyone the wiser. Nevertheless, March did not like the plan. He understood the need for secrecy, but if he had been in charge, he would have chosen security over secrecy. The machinists knew March had the device, so secrecy had already been compromised. So many things could go wrong in an unclaimed system like Tamlin's World, and March would have preferred to head to a fortified naval installation somewhere within Kalaskaran space. But the orders had been given, and March would not disobey Censor, the head of the Silent Order. What was done, and if March had been dealt a bad hand, it was up to him to play it well. As the Tiger traversed its final hyperspace tunnel to the Tamlin system, March prepared. He first spent an hour in the cabin he had converted to a gym, starting with a run on the treadmill, and then switching to strength exercises with the barbell and the weights. For that part of the exercise, he turned the local gravity to 150%. His cybernetic left arm, his metal arm, could lift an astonishing amount of weight and strike with enough force to crush a man's skull. To counterbalance its strength, his arm of flesh and the rest of his body needed to be strong. March checked the form of his exercises in the room's narrow mirror. He detested the necessity of doing so. He did not like looking at himself, did not like seeing the scars upon his torso, or the scar tissue where the metal of his left arm merged with the flesh of his shoulders. Nor did he like looking into his own eyes. The cold blue eyes and the close-cropped yellow hair made him look like a killer. Which, to be fair, he was. When he had finished, he cleaned off in the sanitizer booth in his cabin, dressed in his jumpsuit and coat, gun belt going around his waist. By then the Tiger was 10 minutes from the exit point of its hyperspace tunnel, so he walked to the flight cabin. The Tiger's narrow flight cabin had 4 acceleration chairs, with stations for the pilot, co-pilot, engineer, and tactical officer, but March could control the entire ship from the pilot station. He dropped into the pilot's chair, the smart foam of the chair contouring itself to the shape of his body. His left shoulder hurt, but he ignored it. It always hurt. The console powered up, the displays glowing with diagrams and text, and holographic images swirled in front of him. "Good morning, Captain March," said Vigil, speaking with the cool voice of a Kalaskaran noblewoman. Vigil was the ship's pseudo-intelligent computer, capable of almost any task save independent thought. It was a necessary restriction, since throughout the history of humanity, any true artificial intelligence had invariably descended into homicidal madness. "Good morning," said March, looking at the displays. ETA. 9 minutes 32 seconds until our arrival at the Tamlin system, said Vigil. "All right," said March. "Start pre-check on the plasma cannons, the laser turrets, and the railgun. I want them running hot the minute we return to normal space. Do a pre-check on the capacitors for both the kinetic shields and the radiation shields. I want weapons and defenses ready as soon as possible once we leave the tunnel." "Acknowledged," said Vigil. "Do you anticipate encountering hostile craft, Captain March?" "Maybe," said March. "Best to be careful." Vigil started running through the pre-checks, but March followed along on the displays, checking the results himself. Before entering combat, or even the potential for combat, he always preferred to check his own equipment and his own weapons. Throughout his time as an Iron Hand and an Alpha operative of the Silent Order, caution had saved his life again and again. He had an intuition that such caution would save his life once again, and both the scientists of the Final Consciousness and the Kingdom of Kalaskar thought that intuition was the result of subconscious processing in the brain. March didn't know if that was true or not. He suspected he was about to find out. 5 minutes to the Tamlin system, said Vigil. Acknowledged, said March. He finished the checks on the weapons and the shield systems. Shift to tactical configuration as soon as we exit hyperspace. He watched the numbers on the displays count down, flexing the metal fingers of his left hand as his right hand grasped the levers controlling the hyperdrive, the dark matter reactor, and the resonator. 5 seconds, said Vigil at last. 4, 3, 2, 1. March pulled the levers, and the Tiger exited from its hyperspace tunnel and returned to real space. Dozens of minor things happened in the flight cabin. The sight of hyperspace could induce insanity in a normal human mind, so the exterior views had been blanked. The view screens lit up with views of Tamlin's world, a desolate-looking brown sphere orbiting an old dimming star. The dark matter reactor and the resonator shut down, and the Tiger's kinetic screens came online to block micrometeors and other debris. The fusion drive kicked on at low power, and the ion thrusters powered up. A dozen alarms flared across the displays. March had exited hyperspace on the edge of a battle. His sensors lit up with dozens of contact points and energy signatures, and a heartbeat after that, a warning warbled through the flight cabin as the Tiger was scanned. March turned his own sensors to maximum. Using the radar, ladder, particle detectors, and dark energy scanners at maximum power was like lighting a torch in a dark room. But whoever was fighting here had already detected the Tiger's arrival. "Multiple inbound hostile signatures detected," said Vigil. "Acknowledged," said March, staring at the sensor data scrolling across his screens. He spotted the Covenant. The Kalaskuran heavy cruiser was about 20 million kilometers away, further down the gravity well of Tamlin's world. The Covenant was a Cataphract-class heavy cruiser, over 2 kilometers long, a sleek, deadly-looking shape bristling with railguns and plasma cannons, and quad-particle batteries and point-defense lasers. A Cataphract-class heavy cruiser also carried 2 squadrons of starfighters and a full complement of battle drones, and a Kalaskuran heavy cruiser could fight an entire fleet of less capable starships on its own. And the Covenant was about to be destroyed. The cruiser's kinetic shields had collapsed, and its radiation shields were nearly gone. Massive hull breaches dotted its flanks, where bombardment had torn through the ship's heavy armor plating. Some of the plasma cannons and particle batteries were still firing sporadically, though to judge from the state of the ship, the computer was controlling the fire. The Covenant was shooting at a group of machinist warships. There were 3 of them, 2 destroyers and a fleet carrier. The Kingdom of Kalaskar liked to build ships that looked sleek and deadly, even beautiful. The final consciousness eschewed such archaic and regressive concepts as aesthetics. The 2 destroyers and the carrier were blocky masses of dark metal, studded with weapon emplacements. The Tiger's sensors picked up a large amount of battle debris floating around the ships. It looked like the Covenant had put up a hell of a fight. To judge from the wreckage, a machinist corvette and cruiser had been destroyed during the battle, and both of the remaining destroyers had taken heavy damage. But the battle was over, and the Covenant was finished. And some of the machinist carrier's fighters had survived the battle and were heading for the Tiger. "Multiple transmissions inbound," announced Vigil. A distress call from the Covenant. March tapped a key on the control board. A pre-recorded distress call crackled from the speakers, announcing an SOS from the RCS Covenant, urging any and all Kalaskuran vessels within range to render immediate assistance. There were a score of weaker transmissions coming from the hundreds of lifeboats that the Covenant had launched to get its crew to safety before the ship exploded. And there was a tight beam transmission aimed right at the Tiger, coming from the 4 machinist starfighters sweeping towards him. March's mouth pressed into a hard line, and he flipped the switch. "Attention, unidentified freighter," said a humanish voice with the distinctive metallic tone of someone modified with machinist cybernetic implants. "This system is under the control of the final consciousness. You will surrender yourself and your vessel to our control at once." "Hell with that," muttered March. He ran quick calculations in his mind. The Covenant had shot nearly 300 lifeboats into space. Most of them were making for Tamlin's world, but they were flying right into the hands of the machinists. The machinists would take the crew of the Covenant captive and forcibly convert some of them into drones of the final consciousness, while using those who were unable to join the hive mind as slave labor until they died, after which their bodies would be fed into the organic recyclers to extract valuable protein. March loathed the thought of leaving anyone to the final consciousness's tender mercies, but the Covenant and the machinist carrier were between him and the lifeboats, to say nothing of the damaged destroyers. Could he rescue any of them? He glanced at the scanner displays and blinked in surprise. Most of the lifeboats were trying and failing to reach Tamlin's world, but one was driving for deep space. Likely the pilot was hoping to buy a little time in hopes of escaping, though it was a long-shot hope. Its vector would take it close to the Tiger. Perhaps March could be that long-shot hope. Assuming, of course, the starfighters did not blast the Tiger to dust first. He hesitated for just an instant. The Silent Order and the Royal Kalaskuran Navy had to get their hands on the device in his cargo hold. Whatever it was dangerous, and it needed to be analyzed and understood. March could do nothing to save the Covenant. He could do nothing to save its doomed crew. He might be able to rescue that one errant lifeboat, but he could get himself killed in the process, and the Kingdom's only copy of the machinist's device would be destroyed with the Tiger. He could not allow that to happen. Perhaps his duty was to flee the Tamlin system and escape before the machinists destroyed the Tiger. The machinist starfighters are switching to an inbound attack vector, announced Vigil. They are locking onto the ship. Well, that settled it. The hyperdrive would not be ready for a jump before the starfighters came into range. March would have to fight them, and perhaps he would have time to grab that escaping lifeboat on his way out. Acknowledged, said March. Weapon and shield status. Ready, said Vigil, and the tactical display lit up green. Manual flight control, said March, grasping the piloting yoke. He spun the Tiger through a tight turn, whipping the freighter around to face the 4 oncoming starfighters. Configure laser turrets for point defense, get the flak launchers ready, and start calculating firing solutions. See if you can get a call to that lifeboat from the Covenant that's heading our way. Processing, said Vigil. March flipped a switch on the communications panel, opening a channel to the machinist starfighters. Attention unidentified freighter, said the voice. You will surrender. Turn around and fly back to your carrier, said March. Else I'm going to kill you all. There was an instant of hissing silence. March suspected that few people had ever addressed the pilots like that. If you do not surrender to us, you shall be destroyed, said the voice at last. Try, said March, and he terminated the connection. The starfighters continued their vector towards the Tiger, and March shifted to meet them. Data scrolled across the tactical display, and he saw that the fighters were light interceptors, fast and nimble, but armed only with a pair of plasma cannons and 4 missiles each. That was still enough firepower to take apart the Tiger, unless March was clever. The communication display pinged. March was close enough to the lifeboat that he could communicate. March flipped the switch, and the flight cabin crackled with static. Mayday, said a male voice, dry and calm despite the danger. Mayday. This is Lieutenant Commander Malcolm Caird of the Royal Kalaskuran Navy, calling unidentified freighter. I hear you, Commander, said March. I think I can pick up your lifeboat before any other fighters arrive from that machinist carrier, but only if I engage those interceptors first. Acknowledged, said Caird. We are heading towards you. I assume you'll have to pick us up at speed. Yes, said March, eyes on the tactical display. Warnings flared on the screen as the interceptors began to acquire missile locks on the Tiger. I'm already calculating hyperspace jumps out of here. We'll have to dump the lifeboat and flee at once, so get ready to move in a hurry and take any supplies with you. How many do you have on board? 7, said Caird. Myself and 6 others. The chime of the missile lock alert filled the flight cabin. Get ready, said March, and he ended the call. Flak launchers ready. Flak launchers are ready to fire, and firing solutions have been calculated, announced Vigil. Good, said March, and he gripped the yoke, fingers resting on the firing switches. The Tiger was close enough for the sensors to bring visual images of the interceptors. Like the machinist capital ships, the black fighters looked ugly, almost like insects with cybernetic enhancements. Nonetheless, the missiles mounted on the fighters' hardpoints were sleek and deadly. Based on the warhead size, 2 hits from the missiles would be enough to collapse the Tiger's kinetic shielding, and 2 or 3 more hits would be enough to destroy the freighter. And the 4 interceptors between them had 16 missiles. The fighters are launching missiles, said Vigil, a shrill alarm going through the flight cabin. March saw it before she finished speaking. Each interceptor had fired 2 missiles. The tactical display reported that all 8 missiles were standard fighter-to-fighter fragmentation missiles. The tactical board lit up with firing solutions, and March selected one and increased the power to the fusion drive, pushing the Tiger to greater speed. The missiles homed in on the ship, and the Tiger's laser turrets came to life. The ship had a ventral turret and a dorsal turret armed with dual high-wattage lasers, and the lasers began firing. The turrets sent their invisible beams at the missiles, melting through their ion thrusters. It did not take too much damage to destroy the missile's maneuverability, and March began to weave and bob the Tiger as it hurtled across the void. The damaged missiles were unable to compensate, their vectors set to carry them deep into interstellar space. The laser turrets disabled 2 missiles, then 3. Another notification flashed on the tactical display. There were still thousands of kilometers to go before the starfighters and the Tiger were within range of their plasma cannons, but they had entered the range of the Tiger's most powerful weapon, the keel-mounted railgun. The railgun's coils fired 5-meter-long tungsten rods at a significant fraction of the speed of light. That generated a tremendous amount of kinetic energy over a small space, usually enough to collapse the kinetic shields of a small craft like a starfighter. March squeezed the trigger. A faint shudder went through the Tiger, the lights flickering a little, as the railgun sucked up a tremendous percentage of the ship's available power, and the railgun spat tungsten rods at the approaching interceptors every 2.5 seconds. None of the rods hit at first, but the stream of fire forced the interceptors to take evasive maneuvers, keeping them from establishing a new missile lock on the Tiger. Meanwhile, the laser turrets continued their barrage, disabling more of the missiles. One of the interceptors made a mistake and blundered into a rod, and the impact collapsed its kinetic shields. March seized the opportunity and fired at once, and the next tungsten rod punched through the fighter, ripping it apart. 1 down, 3 to go. Then it was March's turn to take evasive action. He put the Tiger into a steep portside turn, banking away as the remaining missiles turned to track him, ion thrusters flaring. The Tiger's laser turrets turned with the movement, and the beams disabled another missile, but 3 surviving missiles homed in on the ship. "Impact imminent," announced Vigil. "Firing flak," said March, and he hit another switch on the tactical board. The Tiger shuddered as the twin tubes mounted above the nozzles of the fusion drive sprayed out a cloud of jagged sensor-reflecting particles. The debris was designed to confuse missile locks, and it worked well. 2 of the missiles hit the chaff cloud and exploded. Some of their fragments bounced off the Tiger's kinetic deflector, draining its power. The final missile slammed into the ship. The Tiger heaved, and March was thrown forward, the straps of the acceleration chair digging into his shoulders and chest. An alarm blared as the kinetic deflector collapsed, and the screech of strained metal hit his ears as some of the missile fragments slammed into the hull. Damage reports lit up some of the displays, but March could take no time to look at them. The weapons were still functional, and the Tiger's radiation shield was still up. A few volleys from the remaining 3 fighters' plasma cannons would collapse that shield, so he needed to move now. He pushed the yoke and spun the Tiger around, and squeezed the firing triggers as the ship hurtled towards the interceptors. Plasma bolts volleyed from the 4 cannons. Some of the bolts missed, but most of them found their target, and the volley punched through the nearest interceptor's radiation shields and chewed into the fighter's armor plating. The engine nozzles went dark, and the fighter ripped apart as the plasma devoured it. The remaining 2 fighters circled around the Tiger, trying to line up for a clear shot. They were more maneuverable than the freighter, but unlike the interceptors, the Tiger had turrets. The dorsal laser turret remained fixed on one of the interceptors, the beam eroding its radiation shield, and March came out of his turn and fired another volley from the plasma cannons. The bolts punched through the weakened shield and drilled through the pilot's canopy. The pilotless interceptor spiraled away into deep space. The final interceptor turned to flee towards the machinist carrier, but March anticipated the maneuver, following the interceptor's vector and firing the railgun. The first tungsten rod collapsed the fighter's kinetic deflector, and the second shot right through the heart of the interceptor. The starfighter broke apart in a spray of debris. March leaned back in the acceleration chair, catching his breath. He didn't dare hesitate, though. The battle wasn't over, and he had only a few minutes to act. First, he had to match vectors with the lifeboat and pick up the survivors. Multiple alerts scrolled across his displays. The first was that the machinist carrier had launched 6 more interceptors, and they were heading right towards the Tiger. The second was a damage report. Several of the missile fragments had penetrated the hull and reached the engines. The fusion drive and the ion thrusters were unaffected, but the dark matter reactor that powered the Tiger's hyperdrive had been hit. Diagnostics were ongoing, and Vigil had not yet determined the extent of the damage. There were other alerts. The Tiger's sensors had detected a massive surge of dark energy near the machinist ships. That kind of surge of dark energy usually indicated an impending hyperspace jump. At first, March thought the machinist ships were about to jump away, but that didn't make sense. They hadn't even finished off the Covenant or collected all the lifeboats yet, and they wouldn't have launched a half-squadron of interceptors at March if they intended to leave. Machinist reinforcements had to be inbound. "Hell," muttered March, hitting the communication switch. "Commander Caird, you there?" "We are," said Caird. "What's your status, Tiger? We saw you take a hit." "Missile got through my defenses," said March. "Not sure what kind of damage we took, but diagnostics are underway. I'm heading for you now." He glanced at one of the holographic images. "We've got about 11 minutes before those interceptors get into missile range. We need to have you aboard by then. My ship's calculating a hyperspace jump, and if all goes well, we'll be gone before they shoot us down." "Acknowledged," said Caird. "We're..." An alarm trilled in the flight cabin, and March heard the same alarm in Caird's lifeboat over the communications channel. "Multiple craft inbound from hyperspace," said Vigil. March looked at the sensor displays, expecting to see more machinist capital ships arriving. But they weren't machinist starships. The machinist ships were insect-like assemblages of black metal. These new ships looked like stylized claws, their armored hulls the color of human blood. The sensors reported 5 capital starships, a carrier, a heavy cruiser, and 3 destroyers. Vigil completed her analysis, and tactical data flashed across the displays, but March recognized the ships before the analysis finished. "Nineveh," he said. "Correct," said Vigil. There were hundreds of alien races scattered around the tens of thousands of solar systems known to the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Some were completely indifferent to humanity and rarely interacted with any of the starfaring human nations. A race that breathed sulfur dioxide, for instance, had no reason to fight with humans. Their biology was incompatible, and they wanted different planets than humans. There were creatures the size of small asteroids that lived in the upper atmosphere layers of gas giants and had no interest whatsoever in humans. Other races, though, breathed oxygen and needed the same kind of worlds that supported human life. Sometimes the human nations fought wars with those races, and sometimes they traded. The Nineveh were one such race. The Nineveh Empire ruled several systems on the outer edges of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and several other starfaring nations, and they were a warlike race. They had apparently descended from predatory saurian creatures and kept their aggressive and territorial instincts in their spaceward expansion. Like most predators, they respected only strength and took whatever they could from those unable to defend themselves. They had subjugated and eaten several other races, and the Kingdom of Kalaskar had fought a few wars with them. March had no idea what they were doing here. Bad luck. Maybe it was just coincidence. On the other hand, given that he had a dangerous mind control device in the hold, maybe it wasn't just coincidence. "Human vessels," rasped a gravelly mewling voice over the speakers as the Nineveh carrier began broadcasting. "This is Hunt Lord Tresmalzak commanding the NIS Pride of Victory. All human vessels are required to surrender themselves and submit to inspection. Both unaltered humans and cybernetic augmented humans must surrender. If you fail to submit, we shall destroy your ships. March grunted, scowling at the displays. The intentions of the Nineveh didn't concern him. Already the machinist force was turning to face the Nineveh, leaving the burning wreck of the Covenant to its fate. By the time the machinists and the Nineveh finished slugging it out, the Tiger would be long gone. Assuming, of course, the hyperdrive still worked. Captain March. Caird's voice came over the speakers again. Are you getting that? I am, said March. I think we'll be gone by the time the Nineveh can get to us. Unless I'm very mistaken, said Caird. I think they might be here for your ship. My ship, said March, baffled, and then he saw it. The Nineveh had arrayed themselves for battle, a stream of heavy fighters and bombers ranging themselves before the capital ships, while the destroyers and the cruiser fell back to flank the carrier and cover the fighters with their point defense guns. Yet the carrier had also launched a squadron of interceptors and 3 attack shuttles, and those ships were headed right for the Tiger. The Nineveh wanted to board and capture March's ship. Or, more likely, they wanted the machinist device in the hold. Your ship, said Caird. I doubt they're here to capture us. No, said March. Briefly, he wondered if he could use the distraction of the Nineveh to rescue more lifeboats from the machinists, but that would have been suicidal. There was no way the Tiger could take on a dozen Nineveh interceptors and survive, and for all he knew, the machinists would win against the alien ships. No, this mission had gone bad. Better to rescue whomever he could and escape before it was too late. Dying alongside the survivors of the Covenant would achieve nothing at all. I'm matching velocity. Those interceptors are 7 minutes away yet, but I should reach you in 2. As soon as we get your men and all your gear off the lifeboat, we're getting the hell out of here. Acknowledged, said Caird. We'll hold our vector until you arrive. March nodded and kept the Tiger on course to reach the lifeboat. He drew close enough for the sensors to pick up the image of the lifeboat, a boxy little gray craft with 1 small fusion drive and a bank of ion thrusters for maneuvering. As Caird had said, the sensors picked up 7 human life signatures on the lifeboat. The Tiger's engine display flashed red. Diagnostic completed, said Vigil. Preliminary assessment indicates damage to the dark matter reactor. March looked at the display and let out a sulfurous curse. The missile impact had done moderate damage to the hull armor, and some of the fragments had penetrated to the actual hull itself. That had caused a power surge into the dark matter reactor, and the reaction chamber itself had cracked. The resonator and the hyperdrive themselves were intact, but without the dark matter reactor, they couldn't be recharged. And that meant the Tiger had enough power left for exactly 1 hyperspace jump. That was very bad. Tamlin's world was in the middle of nowhere, far from any properly inhabited system, and on the periphery of a dozen great starfaring powers. March's original plan had been to do a short hyperjump into deep space to escape, and then to jump to another star system once Vigil had time to work out the navigational calculations. But if the hyperdrive only had enough charge for 1 more jump, he had to make that jump count. March scanned the navigational data as he maneuvered the Tiger towards the lifeboat. From this position in the Tamlin system, he could jump to nearly 20 nearby systems, but most of them were uninhabited or had only a light presence. Few of those systems would not have the means to repair a cracked dark matter reaction chamber, nor would he be likely to find a ship capable of giving the Tiger a lift to Kalaskaran space. Of all the available options, the only one that was even remotely viable was... Damn it, muttered March. Vigil, start calculating a hyperjump to the Eschaton system. Acknowledged, said Vigil. Be advised that the Eschaton system is known to be highly dangerous. Yup, said March. The proximity alert sounded as he drew the Tiger close to the lifeboat. Start the automated docking procedure. Ventral cargo hatch. Use the airlock attachment. He flipped a series of switches, firing up the dark energy resonator and hyperdrive. As soon as I get our guests on board, we're leaving for the Eschaton system. Docking procedure underway, said Vigil. March let the pseudo-intelligence take control of the ship, unstrapped from his acceleration chair, and sprinted down the dorsal corridor. At the end was a ladder leading to the Tiger's cargo hold, and he slid down it, the metal squealing in his grasp. The hold was currently empty, which annoyed March since he had hoped to pick up a paying cargo at Rust Belt Station, but he had much larger problems just now. A clanging noise came from the cargo hatch as the lifeboat connected. March paused long enough to check the door to the cargo hold strong room. The machinist device he had taken from Simon Laurie was secured in the strong room, and he didn't want the men from the lifeboat getting their hands on it. Tampering with the device might be harmless. Or tampering with the device might blow up the ship. Either way, March didn't want to find out. He crossed to the cargo hatch and authorized the airlock to release. More clanging sounds came to his ears, and then the doors cycled open and the survivors came into the hold. "Move," shouted March. "We need to be in hyperspace in another 90 seconds." The survivors obliged. The first man through was in his middle 30s, wearing the blue uniform of the Kalaskuran Royal Navy, with the gold oak leaf of a lieutenant commander on his collar. He had sharp features, cold blue eyes, and thick black hair already going gray at the temples. The man looked so much like the popular image of a heroic pilot that March wondered at his competence. "Commander Malcolm Caird," said March. "I am," said Caird. "Captain March." "Yes," said March. "Get your men and gear into the cargo hold, and then dump the lifeboat. We're almost out of time." "You heard the captain," called Caird back into the lifeboat. "Let's go." March heard the faint whine of servos, and 6 Kalaskuran Royal Marines in full battle armor clambered into the cargo hold, carrying metal cases of supplies. The battle armor had been painted blue, the heavy suits making the Marines look like broad humanoid robots. March had both worn such suits and fought against men wearing battle armor like that in its past, and he knew the suits would give their owners augmented strength, an array of sensors, and an arsenal of built-in weaponry. "All right," said March. "Can you handle getting the lifeboat undocked? We need to enter hyperspace." "Yes," said Caird. "Then we had better figure out what we're going to do next." He offered March a tight smile. "See, I knew about our real mission, and I think your ship was the one that was making the delivery, wasn't it?" "We can talk about it once we're in hyperspace," said March, turning towards the ladder. He froze. A woman emerged from the lifeboat and walked to Caird's side. She was pretty, somewhere in her 20s, and wore the uniform of the Kalaskuran Royal Navy, though with no insignia of rank. The woman stopped next to Caird and considered March, her head tilted to the side. March blinked in surprise and looked at the Marine stacking the supply cases. The Tiger had detected 7 humans on the lifeboat. Caird and the 6 Marines made 7. Yet there was the woman, and the Marines had not even glanced at her as she passed. The woman saw March staring, and then she smiled. "He's a smart one, Mal," said the woman. March blinked, the realization blurring through his mind, and he saw Caird frown. He was looking at March's gloved left hand, and then a realization went over Caird's own expression. Lieutenant Commander Malcolm Caird was considerably more than a Kalaskuran naval officer. He was, in fact, one of the Kingdom of Kalaskur's most important secrets. He was one of the navigators. Which meant that the woman standing next to Caird wasn't human. And that also meant Caird realized that March had once been an Iron Hand. "We really do need to talk," said Caird. "Hyperspace first," said March. "Get that lifeboat undocked." Caird nodded, and March raced across the cargo bay and scrambled back up the ladder. He sprinted down the dorsal corridor and went back to the flight cabin, dropping into the pilot's acceleration chair, and glanced over the displays. The Nunavik were engaging the machinist ships, clouds of fighters and drones rushing to attack each other. The Nunavik fighters and attack shuttles were still heading for the Tiger, but he had a few minutes before they were in range. The hyperdrive was ready, as was the dark energy resonator. Beneath the ready light was a long list of damage to the dark matter reactor. The hyperdrive had just enough power left for one jump, and then the dark matter reactor would need repair. March knew that could find that repair in the Eschaton system. Assuming, of course, they were not all killed first. He pulled the levers, and a thrum went through the ship as the hyperdrive ripped open a tunnel to hyperspace, the Tiger leaving behind normal space and entering its tunnel with a surge of dark energy. March glanced at the displays, checked the status until he was satisfied that the hyperdrive was working and that the resonator's field was covering the ship. If the resonator failed, that would be very, very bad. Especially since his guests would have no protection against the macrobes that dwelled in hyperspace. Well, Malcolm Caird would be protected, but there was a very good reason for that. March nodded to himself and stood up. It was time to deal with his guests. 2. Survivors. Before he left the flight cabin, March took precautions. Caird and the Marines were men of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and March would not abandon them to die. Nevertheless, he would not relax his vigilance. It was possible that none of the Marines would know about the Covenant's true mission, and they might try to take over the ship. That could be disastrous, especially if Laurie's device fell back into the hands of the final consciousness before the Navy could examine it. As if the loss of the Covenant and its crew was not already disaster enough. March ordered Vigil to lock down the ship's systems, granting access only to him and him alone. He locked the door to the flight cabin, the armory, and the engine room as he passed. Of course, with their battle armor, the Marines could batter through the doors, but Vigil would not let them access any systems. He would have to persuade Caird and the Marines not to make any trouble. That could be a problem. March was good at a lot of things, but talking was not one of them, and he might not be able to convince Caird and the Marines to see reason. There was also a possibility that one of the 7 men was a traitor. Of all the Covenant's lifeboats, only Caird's had been able to get away. All the other lifeboats had tried to make for Tamlin's world and been captured. Only Caird's lifeboat had headed for deep space. For that matter, the Covenant looked as if it had been ambushed. How had the machinists known where to find the heavy cruiser? Had someone tipped them off about the ship's mission? March checked his gun in its holster, nodded to himself, and headed to the cargo bay. When he slid down the ladder, he saw that the Marines had set up camp in the corner. They had also taken off their helmets, which was a good sign. If they had intended to take over the ship, they would have kept their armor on and powered up. The faces March saw looked slack with shock and anger. Their ship had just been blasted out of the sky beneath them, and out of a crew of thousands, they had been the only ones to escape. Caird stood talking with the oldest of the Marines, gesturing, while the Marine nodded, grim-faced. The woman stood next to Caird, watching March approach with an odd little smile. He put her out of his mind as best he could. All 7 men looked at March as he approached. "Gentlemen," said March, "we have some things to discuss." "That we do," said Caird. "Let's start with introductions," said March. "My name is Captain Jack March, and this is the Tiger, a privateer vessel with letters of marque from the Kingdom of Kalaskar." Caird nodded. "Lieutenant Commander Malcolm Caird, Royal Kalaskaran Navy." We spoke over the communications channel. "Captain Nicholas Vasquez, Royal Kalaskaran Marines," said the oldest of the Marines. He was in his mid-30s, but his face was prematurely lined, and his brown hair had gray at the temples. Evidently, he had seen some things. In the rank structures of the Kalaskaran Armed Forces, a Navy lieutenant commander outranked a captain of Marines. Maybe that was a good sign. That meant March would only have to convince Caird. On the other hand, since Caird was a navigator, that might be a problem. "Sergeant Jeffrey Perry," said the next Marine, a vigorous-looking man with brown eyes and close-cropped red hair that looked like a layer of rust against his scalp. One by one, the other Marines gave their name and rank. No one introduced the dark-haired woman. March wasn't surprised. "Here's the situation," said March. "I arrived at the Tamlin system and ran right into an outer patrol of machinist interceptors. I fought them off, but one of their missiles got through and damaged my ship's dark matter reactor." Caird frowned. "Is your dark energy resonator still up?" The Marines shifted with unease. "Seeing as how none of us have been possessed by macrobes and mutated into monsters," said Vasquez, "that's a safe assumption." "It is," said March. "The dark matter reactor had only enough energy left to power the hyperdrive for one jump. We are en route to the Eschaton system." As he expected, that drew a chorus of reaction from the Marines. Several of the men cursed, and a few crossed themselves. Vasquez and Perry scowled and shared a look, while Caird did not react. The woman smiled and tapped one finger against her lips. "Are you insane, man?" said Vasquez. "The Eschaton system is not friendly territory." "It's not hostile territory either," said Caird. "The Custodian has stayed neutral in every war we know about, and it hasn't sent ships out of the Eschaton system. The only time it's ever engaged in hostile action has been in self-defense." "It's a demon," said one of the Marines. "It's an artificial intelligence," said Caird. "That's not exactly the same thing." "It turns out to be the same thing in the end," said Vasquez. "Every single true AI ever built in human history, every single one, inevitably goes insane and homicidal. And you're taking us into the reach of an AI." "Every single human-built AI went insane," said Caird. "That's why our computers are limited to pseudo-intelligences, not true AIs. But humans didn't build the Custodian. Some alien race or another did. It's been in the Eschaton system long before humans ever came to this part of space, long before we ever left primeval Earth 100,000 years ago, and so long as it's left alone, it doesn't make trouble for anyone." "But we're not leaving it alone," said Perry. "We're flying into its solar system." "We are," said March, "but as Commander Caird said, the Custodian has acted as a neutral power and doesn't attack unless provoked. There is a station there called Monastery Station. The Custodian permits trade and commerce on the station and enforces neutrality." "Well and good," said Vasquez, "but once the machinists and the Nineveh track our vector and figure out where we're going, what's to stop them from following us?" "Nothing," said March, "but if they start a fight at Eschaton, they'll regret it. The Custodian does not permit fighting in its solar system. If the machinists or the Nineveh take a shot at us, the Custodian will kill them all, so long as we don't fire back." He looked at the others. "Once we arrive at Monastery Station, I will either find a way of repairing the dark matter reactor, or hire a ship capable of carrying the Tiger back to Kalaskran space. Then we can drop you off at the nearest base." And March could hopefully hand over the machinist device to someone in the Navy. "It is risky," said Vasquez. "Yes," said March. "It is. But our options were limited. The hyperdrive had power left for one jump, and the Eschaton system was the only place where we could hope to either repair the reactor or find a ride to friendly territory. Best of our limited options." Vasquez shrugged at last. "A reasonable explanation." "Thank you," said March. "Though I think I deserve an explanation as well." Vasquez frowned. "For what?" "When I exited hyperspace, the Covenant was finished," said March. "The lifeboats had all launched and were heading towards Tamlin's world, and the machinists were scooping them up one by one. All except yours, which was heading towards deep space." "Ah," said Caird. That was my doing. The machinists like to take prisoners, and I knew they would try to capture as many of our lifeboats as they could manage. I piloted ours for deep space. I figured we would take our chances with the unknown instead of the machinists. We might have starved to death, said Perry. Caird offered a humorless smile. Better that than what the machinists do to their prisoners. He was right about that. I also knew the chances were good that we might encounter another ship, said Caird. He grimaced. I tried to convince the other lifeboats to head this way, but they refused. Seems like they should have listened, said Vasquez. Yeah, said Caird. What I want to know is why the Nunavik showed up, said Vasquez. Tamlin's world is a long way from their territory. Why show up in the middle of a battle and demand the surrender of both our side and the machinists? I doubt they were showing up to help us, said March. He suspected the Nunavik had arrived to try and capture the device in the Tiger's Hole. Most likely Vasquez and the Marines had not known of the Covenant's real mission. Captain March, said Caird, I think it is time that you and I and Captain Vasquez had a discussion. That seems wise, said March. We can use the galley. Very well, said Vasquez. Perry, you're in charge until I get back. Set up a camp down here. It looks like we'll be Captain March's guests for at least few days. It should be 53 hours to the Eschaton system, said March. Run checks on the systems in your armor as well, said Vasquez. I suspect we might have trouble when we arrive at Monastery Station. March agreed with that assessment. This way, please, he said, and led the way up the ladder to the dorsal corridor. Caird and Vasquez followed, Vasquez's armor clanking, and March opened the door to the galley. Like the rest of the Tiger, the galley was sparse, with a metal table and a pair of metal benches. The woman followed them, silent as ever, but she smiled at March. I would sit, said Vasquez, but it might destroy your bench in this armor. I appreciate that, said March. He looked at Caird. Perhaps it's time to be blunt. I agree, said Caird. Things have gone badly. Obviously, said Vasquez, looking back and forth between them. But what do you mean? It wasn't just a gamble, said Caird. Flying out into deep space, I mean. I was pretty sure that a ship would be exiting hyperspace somewhere in that area. Why, said Vasquez. Caird took a deep breath. What I'm about to tell you is way beyond top secret. It's beyond your clearance level, and frankly, it's probably beyond mine. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, at best, you'll go to prison for treason. At worst, you'll be executed and your body dumped into space. Am I clear, Captain? Vasquez didn't blink or look away. I understand. All right, said Caird. Our primary mission was to do an extended patrol of the Tamlin solar system. Our secret mission was to rendezvous with Captain March and the Tiger. Why, said Vasquez. No offense to Captain March, but privateers are common. Why come all this way to meet the Tiger? It's not because of me or the Tiger, said March, but because of what the ship is carrying. Captain March happened to come across a dangerous machinist weapon, said Caird. Our real reason for coming to the Tamlin system was to take possession of the weapon and get it to the Admiralty and their scientists. Vasquez frowned. How does a privateer get a hold of a dangerous machinist weapon? Ah, hell. You're silent order, aren't you? I can neither confirm nor deny that, said March. He knew that was a useless answer, and both Vasquez and Caird knew it. Vasquez was still frowning. I've been on a few operations that had silent order involvement. Messy, all of them. Though none as bad as losing a heavy cruiser and 2,000 good men. How did that happen, said March. Bad luck, said Vasquez. We exited hyperspace an hour ago, was it? God, it feels longer. Anyway, said Caird. He seemed to be keeping his head better than Vasquez. March suspected that the naval officer had been through a few more disasters. The woman standing behind him was proof of that. Those machinist ships were waiting for us in orbit around Tamlin's world. The Covenant and its crew put up a hell of a fight. Took down a few of the capital ships and most of the carrier's fighters. But in the end, we were overwhelmed. The Covenant and its crew, said March. You weren't part of the regular crew. No, said Vasquez. He wasn't. He came aboard at Monzicurt Station before we left on our patrol. Captain Vasquez is correct, said Caird. I joined the crew as the senior navigator. Appropriate for a navigator, said March, wanting to see how Caird would react. The woman smiled, but Caird only nodded. My real mission was to ensure that we took delivery of the machinist weapon from you, and that we brought it back to Monzicurt. This weapon, said Vasquez. What does it do? I don't know, said March. He looked at Caird. I don't suppose you happen to know. Caird shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. Think it's some kind of brainwashing device, said March. The machinist sympathizer I took it from implied he could use it to convert someone into a machinist agent. They can do that already, said Vasquez. Take people and turn them into drones. It's obvious, though, said March. The fingers of his left hand twitched. If someone is turned into part of the machinist hive mind, their blood is replaced with nanobots, and large portions of their bodies are replaced with cybernetic implants. That can't be hidden, which is why the final consciousness recruits fully human agents for spies and covert operations. The machinist's sympathizer implied that the device could turn someone into an agent without their knowledge. Is that possible? Said Vasquez. Damned if I know, said March. That's why I wanted to get it to the Navy's scientists. How did the machinists know we were coming? Said Vasquez. The machinist agent who had the device escaped, said March. The machine must be important enough to the final consciousness that it sent capital ships to recapture or destroy it. And to kill 2,000 men of the Royal Kalaskuran Navy, said Vasquez, his temper flaring. Just to get this damn toy of theirs. Yes, said March. That is what the final consciousness is. That is what we are fighting. The machinists killed billions of people on Martel's world to keep them from joining the kingdom of Kalaskar. Killing 2,000 crewers is nothing to them. They think they're going to remake humanity and transform us into galaxies-spanning cybernetic gods. A few trillion dead here and there won't make much difference to them. He realized that he had said more than he intended, and he forced himself back to calm. Vasquez was staring at him, but the Marine captain looked impressed. Perhaps he thought the same way. What I would like to know, said Caird, is what the Nunavik were doing there. Vasquez shrugged. Maybe that was just bad luck. Their last transmission demanded the surrender of all human forces in the system, and I doubt they distinguish between the final consciousness and other human nations. Maybe they were after the machinist device as well, said Caird. I can't imagine why, said March. It wouldn't work on them. Their biochemistry is similar enough to ours that they can eat humans. Which they do enthusiastically, said Caird. Vasquez shuddered. But a machine configured to work on a human neurological system wouldn't work on a Nunavik brain, said March. Maybe the Nunavik were just on a hunt. They do that sometimes when they think they can get away with it. Maybe, said Caird. That's something for the Silent Order to sort out once we get the machine to them. He smiled. You'll have your work cut out for you, Captain March. You've been to Monastery Station before? Said Vasquez. Several times, said March. He had been there as a privateer and an operative of the Silent Order, but he had also been there when he had still been an Iron Hand and joined to the final consciousness. None of the visits were pleasant. Preferably, we can get the reactor repaired. If we can't, we can get a ride on a container freighter back to Kalaskran space. Is there really that much traffic through Monastery Station? Said Vasquez. I would think a sane man would not want to trade under the guns of an insane AI. There's a great deal of trade through the Eschaton system, said March. Not much of it from the kingdom of Kalaskar, but many ships from other powers. The custodian may be insane, but it enforces peace on Monastery Station, and on the frontiers, peace is rare enough that many think visiting Eschaton worth the risk. Well, the plan seems sound to me, said Vasquez. Not that we have much choice. No, said March. We do not. He looked at Caird, considering how to best raise the topic. Captain Vasquez, said Caird, I think Captain March wants a word alone with me. Why don't you make sure that your men are settled in? I will join you in a few moments. The woman leaned against the wall and smiled, her face shadowed beneath her long dark hair. Are you sure, sir? Said Vasquez. I'm quite sure, said Caird. We're all loyal men of the kingdom of Kalaskar here. And if I plan treachery, said March, I won't be able to do much against 6 Marines in power armor. I suppose not, said Vasquez. He got to his feet. Very well, sir. Call if you need assistance. I'll do that, said Caird. Vasquez left, the galley door clanging shut behind him. For a moment, March and Caird stared at each other. The only sound came from the rasp of the air circulators and the vibration of the hyperdrive through the ship. Well, said Caird with a smile. What shall we talk about? You introduced everyone, said March, looking at the woman, but not your girlfriend. Caird's smile widened. I don't presently have a girlfriend, Captain March. She's not your girlfriend then, said March, looking at the woman. She only smirked at him. I don't know what you're talking about, said Caird, watching him with amusement. If she's not your girlfriend, said March, getting to his feet, you won't mind if I do this, will you? He walked across the galley, stopped before the woman, and reached out his right hand to flick her forehead. And as he expected, his hand passed right through her as if she was not there. The woman's smirk sharpened. Out of curiosity, March lowered his right hand. His hand of flesh had passed through her without any sensation. He raised his metal left hand and passed one finger through her forehead, and this time he did feel something. His left arm felt neither pain nor pleasure, but the cybernetic interface reported the sensations to his brain. The sensation felt sort of like a cold buzzing, as if a faint electric current had gone through his fingers. The woman's smirk turned into a puzzled frown, and then she nodded. He has machinist components in him, Mal, said the woman. Yes, said Caird. I rather thought he might. Well, Captain March, shall we be honest? He smiled. We can share our conclusions about one another, and see if we are correct. You're a navigator, said March. I can hear the capital letter in that title, said Caird. Do you happen to know what a navigator is? A secret corps within the Kalaskran Royal Navy, said March. The navigators can fly faster, and more importantly, calculate hyperspace more accurately than even the most powerful navigational computer. The reason for that, March pointed at the woman, is her. Behind every good man is a woman, is that it? Said Caird. No, said March. She's not a woman. She's not even human. She's a macrobe, a dark energy-based entity from hyperspace. He is perceptive, observed the woman to Caird. Do you know what that means? Said Caird. Any human traveling through hyperspace is susceptible to possession from the macrobes, said March. Usually, macro possession results in drastic physical mutation and homicidal insanity. Dark energy resonators generate a field that protects a ship traveling through hyperspace from macrobes. He looked at the woman. Though not you, apparently. She smiled. I'm special. But in the case of navigators, March continued, the macro possession results in something different. You don't turn into a monster. Instead, it's more like a symbiosis. You get a measure of precognition and some control over dark energy currents, which lets you calculate hyperspace jumps of incredible accuracy. He looked at the woman. And your macrobe manifests in a human image. She prefers to be called Elizabeth, said Caird. I do, said Elizabeth. Do you happen to know how navigators are made, said Caird. I have no idea, said March. That's good, said Caird. If you did, I would probably have to shoot you in the head. Navigators are one of the Kingdom of Kalaskar's biggest tactical and strategic advantages against enemy powers, especially the machinists. You're only allowed to know how navigators are created if you're in the Admiralty, you're a navigator, or if you happen to be an eyewitness to the creation of one. The king might know too, but I haven't asked him. I know, said March, remembering. That was how the Kalaskaran Royal Navy won the battle at Martell's World. The navigator guiding the Kalaskaran fleet managed to calculate a jump right into the middle of the machinist capital ships. They never saw it coming, said Caird with a smile. Blew the hell out of their carriers before they even realized that they were screwed. Broke the back of their main battle fleet, and they haven't been able to launch an offensive against the core Kalaskaran worlds ever since. That was you, said March. Yes, that was me, said Caird. It was a hell of a battle. What are you doing out here, said March. A navigator shouldn't be picking up deliveries. The Admiralty takes the threat of this machine of yours that seriously, said Caird. It would be helpful if we knew what it did. Damned if I know, said March. There was a computer inside it, unlike anything I've ever seen before. I think it might be an alien device. I would like to see it, said Caird. Yeah, said March. Maybe that macrobe of yours can sense something about it. Before we do, said Caird. It's my turn. Your guesses about me were right. Let's see if I'm right about you. All right, said March. You used to be part of the machinist hive mind, said Caird. You must have broken away, else you would have visible cybernetic implants. Other than the hand, that is. But you must have some left beneath the skin, and you almost certainly have some machinist nanotech left in your blood and nervous system. That's how you can see Elizabeth and communicate with her. The nanotech must let you detect some dark energy. Yes, said March. And since you wear that glove and bracer on your left hand, said Caird, that makes me guess your entire left arm is cybernetic, which in turn means you used to be an iron hand. Elizabeth raised her eyebrows. Yes, said March again. Well, I'll be damned. Caird drummed his fingers on the table. A former iron hand in the silent order. Guess I don't know everything. Does anyone, said March. So how does a former iron hand wind up in the silent order, said Caird. You don't have to tell me, but I am curious. Martell's World, said March. I was wounded there. Ended up in the slums. I thought they would kill me. Instead, they took care of me. Then the final consciousness bombed Martell's World to keep it from joining the kingdom. I saw it happen, said Caird in a quiet voice. They fired thermonuclear missiles at the planet as they fled the system, hundreds of them. An entire civilization gone in minutes. After that, March stared at the wall for a moment. After that, I was finished. Breaking away from the final consciousness is difficult, but I did it. I thought it would get me killed, but I didn't care, and as it happens, I got away before they could kill me. The silent order found me, and I've been doing this ever since. Hell of a story, said Caird. From Iron Hand to Alpha Operative, is it? It was, said March. I lived it. He's telling the truth, said Elizabeth. She can read minds, is that it? Said March. I don't actually know. Caird stood up, boots clanging against the deck as he caught his balance. Macrobes aren't native to this dimension, and the physical universe is as alien to them as hyperspace is to us. Everything she knows about this level of reality is filtered through my perceptions. He shrugged. So either she knows you're not lying, or my subconscious thinks you're not lying and she's repeating what she picked up from my subconscious. Well, said March to Elizabeth. Which is it? She smiled. You're not lying. March grunted and looked at Caird. The Macrobes are enigmatic like that, said Caird. Well, whatever the reason, I do believe you, Captain March. I think it is necessary that we cooperate to get that device into the hands of Admiralty. You're confident we can find transport from Monastery Station? Yes, said March. Everything is for sale on Monastery Station. Weapons, drugs, anything. Except slaves. The custodian forbids that. But if you wanted to sell your soul, you could probably find a buyer. Well. Caird grinned and looked at Elizabeth. In my case, that would be 2 for the price of 1. She didn't laugh, but she did look amused. March wondered if Macrobes had a sense of humor. Given that when they possessed humans, they usually went on murderous rampages, he found the thought odd. You should probably have a look at the machine, said March. That way, if I'm killed, at least someone else will know what is going on. Yeah, said Caird. Do you want to bring Captain Vasquez in on this? Said March. Caird hesitated and then shook his head. Not yet. Not unless we have to. Vasquez is a solid man, and so is Perry and the other Marines. That said, those damned machinists were waiting for us over Tamlin's world. They knew right where to find us. You think there was a traitor on the Covenant, said March. Might have been, said Caird. If there was, the machinists probably picked him up from the lifeboats. And out of 2,000 crewers on the ship, it's unlikely that one of the 7 on our lifeboat was the traitor. But better safe than sorry. Agreed, said March, thinking of the Covenant burning in space over Tamlin's world. We've had too much sorry already today. This way. He led the way through the dorsal corridor and back down the ladder to the cargo bay. Vasquez and Perry and the Marines had already set up a camp by the hatch and were in the process of running maintenance and diagnostics on their suits of power armor. Power armor was highly effective in combat, but it required a lot of maintenance. Captain Sergeant called Caird. A moment of your time, please. Vasquez and Perry joined them at the base of the ladder as Elizabeth climbed down, which March thought odd, since she was incorporeal, and then put it out of his mind. Vasquez was frowning, and Perry looked attentive. He put March in mind of a puppy awaiting attention. Of course, that puppy had probably killed quite a few enemies in combat. Sir, said Vasquez. I'm going to inspect our cargo, said Caird. Make sure we're not interrupted. Sir, said Vasquez. March led the way to the far side of the cargo hold, to the door that secured the strong room. The Tiger's strong room wasn't large, but it was a solid vault of metal, sealed by a massive door. March unlocked the heavy door and swung it open, and stepped with Caird into the room. The machinist device that March had taken from Laurie occupied the center of the vault. At Rustbelt Station, the device had been strapped to an unremarkable reclining chair that looked as if it had been taken from a dentist's office. March had left the chair, but he had taken the machinery that had been attached to it. The core of the machine was a metal visor, adjustable to the size of the victim's head. Electrodes ringed the visor, a bundle of wires connecting it to a small cylindrical computer, about the size of a can of soup. The computer was connected to a bundle of alien-looking electronics, about the diameter of a human head. The machine was powered off, but it still glowed with an odd green light. At the heart of the alien electronics was something that looked vaguely like a metallic green beetle, and March had no idea what it did or even what it was. All this trouble for that little thing, said Caird. Elizabeth stepped past him and squatted next to the machine, gazing at it with fascination. Any idea what it does? Said Caird. None, said March. I knew that the victim was going to be strapped into a chair, with that visor attached to her head. After that, well, I wasn't going to test the machine. This component, said Elizabeth, pointing at the thing that looked like a green beetle. What about it? Said Caird. It is giving off a small amount of dark energy, said Elizabeth. Are you sure about that? Said March. An unregulated source of dark energy on a ship was dangerous. The resonator was working, but if it faltered, that dark energy would draw microbes like moths to a candle flame. Entirely, said Elizabeth. The component is giving off dark energy. Also, she waved a hand at the beetle-like object. This portion of the device is not of human manufacture. It's machinists then, said March. The machinists and the drones of the final consciousness are just modified humans, said Caird. Heavily modified, true, but still human. He looked at Elizabeth. Do you know what alien race built this thing? I do not, said Elizabeth. But I do know it is old. Very old. Certainly, it was already old before humans even came to this region of space. Then the machinists dug up some ancient alien technology and wired it into this machine, said March. Elizabeth shrugged. Yeah, said Caird. I see why you wanted to keep this thing from the Marines, Captain March. At all costs, we have to get this device to the Admiralty. Agreed, said March, grimacing. 2,000 men had already died aboard the Covenant, or been taken captive to be enslaved by the final consciousness. He wondered how many other men would die because of this machine. 3. Monastery Station. The hours of transit to the Eschaton system passed swiftly. Vasquez kept his men busy with training and maintenance on their power armor. March could see the tactic for what it was. Every one of the Marines had lost friends and comrades in the destruction of the Covenant, men who, if they had survived, were now at the tender mercies of the machinists. Keeping the Marines busy would keep them from brooding upon the disaster. Given that trouble almost certainly awaited them on Monastery Station, March appreciated Vasquez's efforts to keep the fighting edge of his men sharp. The Tiger's gym got more use than it had in years, and Perry established a schedule for the men to take turns exercising. March reserved a shift for himself at the end of the rotation and made sure to lock the door while he exercised. Caird might have realized that March was once an Iron Hand, but he did not feel the need to share that information with the Marines. If one of the Marines saw his metal arm, they might conclude he was a machinist agent and shoot him dead. When not exercising, March took Caird into the engine room and let Elizabeth look at the dark matter reactor. The microbe could perceive dark energy in a way that humans could not, and she peered at the heavy mass of the dark matter reactor, circling around it and tilting her head back and forth. Your computer's diagnosis was correct, said Elizabeth. There was a power surge, and the reaction chamber developed a hairline crack. Could you patch it? March shook his head. It would hold for a few minutes, but the stress of the reaction would erode the patch, and when it failed, the reactor would shut down. It wouldn't generate enough power for a hyperspace jump, and the stress on the components from the power surge would probably fry the hyperdrive. Wouldn't want that, said Caird, looking at the diagnostics on the master system panel on the far wall. New reaction chamber alone is going to be expensive. The cost of a new hyperdrive on top of that would be ghastly. March shrugged. Fortunately, I'm returning 7 stranded men of the King's Navy to Kalaskroon space. There's a substantial bounty for privateers who do so. Caird snorted. You're a spy. Doesn't the Silent Order give you the money to live in luxury, to maintain a cover story? You know, tuxedos, casinos, wine, women, that kind of thing. You haven't met many of us, have you? Said March. March also spent some time alone in the flight cabin, sorting through records in the computer's databases. March had been to Monastery Station several times before, but he read everything Vigil had on the Eschaton system and the station. Few Kalaskaran ships went to the Eschaton system, but what information the Royal Navy had on the system was included in the standard navigational data. March wanted to know as much as possible before he arrived. Which was just as well, because Vasquez asked March to give a briefing to his men about the dangers they faced on Monastery Station. The Marines, too, believed in preparedness. This is everything I know about Monastery Station and the Eschaton system, said March. They had gathered in the galley. The Marines had removed their power armor, which was just as well because fitting that many large men in the Tiger's cramped galley was a bit of a challenge. March stood at the head of the table, Caird leaning on the wall next to him, while the Marine sat at the table. At some point in the extremely distant past, there was a technologically advanced alien race that lived on the 5th planet of the Eschaton system, said March. They built an artificial intelligence that calls itself the Custodian, and programmed it to watch over their planet. After that, the alien race died out. No one knows what happened. There are differing theories. Some people think a plague finished them off. Other people think that the Custodian went berserk and killed them all. Seems likely, sir, said Perry. Historically, artificial intelligences always go insane. Human-built artificial intelligences anyway, said March. Alien ones might work differently, but we have no way of knowing. Anyway, the alien race died out, for whatever reason, but the Custodian remained in control of the planet. It has access to weaponry and technology beyond anything possessed by any human civilization or any known alien race, and it could close access to the Eschaton system if it wanted. The planet is completely shielded with kinetic and radiation deflectors, impervious to any weapons. The planet also has 3 moons about 2,000 kilometers in diameter, and each one of those moons hosts hundreds of railguns that can fire projectiles at something like half the speed of light. If anyone tries to attack the Custodian, or if people bring their fights to the Eschaton system, the Custodian can shut them down. It could close the system, sir, said one of the Marines, but since we're going there, it's safe to assume that it did not. That is correct, said March, tapping the screen on the wall. The screen displayed an image of the planet wrapped in the haze of its shields and the 3 moons. He tapped the screen again, and a space station appeared, a huge thing made of interlocking rings fashioned of gleaming silver metal. Monastery Station, said Caird. For reasons known only to itself, said March, the Custodian opened a trading post beyond the orbit of its planet's 3rd moon. It permits all powers and races to come and trade at Monastery Station, so long as they abide by the rules the Custodian has imposed. And what rules are those, sir? Said Perry. There are 4 rules on Monastery Station, said March. First, space combat of any kind is forbidden. Any ships caught fighting are destroyed, all of them. Second, murder is not permitted on Monastery Station, enforced by the Custodian security drones. Third, contracts of all kind are enforceable, except for slavery, because the Custodian forbids it and kills any slavers who come to the Eschaton system. Finally, anyone on Monastery Station can appeal to the Custodian's judgment at any time, for any reason, but the Custodian's decisions are final and cannot be appealed. Perry shuddered. Why would anyone come here? Why would anyone submit themselves to an artificial intelligence? Because it's a secure trading post, said March. Monastery Station is simultaneously the most secure trading station in the galaxy and the most dangerous. If you're coming here to do honest business, there's no safer place. But the Custodian is heavy-handed, ruthless, and invincible. It's possible to make a fortune here or die between 2 heartbeats. Fortunately, said Caird, we're all honest men here. A murmur of uneasy laughter went up from the Marines, and Elizabeth smiled. Our business is simple, said March. We need a new reaction chamber for the dark matter reactor, or to find a ship capable of carrying the Tiger back to Kalaskran space. Captain Vasquez, said Caird. Your job will be to make sure Captain March remains alive long enough to purchase repair for the ship or obtain transit. Will there be machinist agents on the station, sir? Said one of the Marines. Yes, said March. Unfortunately, as far as he knew, there was no branch of the Silent Order on Monastery Station, which meant March and the others were on their own. Stay on your guard, but don't start any fights, and if you're attacked, try to use non-lethal force. The custodian security drones tend to use proportional responses. Start a fistfight and you'll get stunned. Draw a gun and you'll be vaporized. Our armor gives us an array of options, said Vasquez. Some of them are non-lethal. Above all, said Caird, listen to Captain March while we are on the station. He has the most experience of the place, and following his lead is the best way of getting home. Any questions? There were many, all of them pertinent and to the point. The Royal Kalaskran Marines did not waste time with extraneous questions. March talked for another 2 hours, filling in what details he could about Monastery Station. Once they were finished, the Marines went back to their training and maintenance, and March returned to the flight cabin. He had told them all that he could. Tomorrow, they would reach Monastery Station and put that knowledge to the test. 30 minutes out from Monastery Station, the others gathered in the Tiger's flight cabin. March took the pilot's acceleration chair, but since he had extra hands on the ship, he put them to use. Caird took the navigator's station, which seemed appropriate, and he put Vasquez at the tactical station. Elizabeth stood by the door, arms folded over her chest as she looked at the displays. March had no doubt that Caird could fly the ship if necessary, and Vasquez had proven competent at handling ship-class weaponry. Caird also proved useful at running down the checklist, making sure the ship's systems and weapons were prepared for when they exited hyperspace. Both the radiation and kinetic shields were ready to come up the minute they returned to normal space, and the weapons were ready to be charged, their capacitors free from the crystallization that the stress of battle sometimes caused. The Tiger was as ready as she could be. Captain March, said Vasquez. I would like to use the ship's intercom. All our chaplains were killed or captured at Tamlin's World, but the men of the Kalaskran Armed Forces always say a prayer before going into battle. Given that we are entering an unknown situation, it seems wise to seek divine guidance and aid. March couldn't argue with that. Very well. Switch on the left side of your panel. Vasquez hit the switch. He gave his men a short pep talk, reminding them of their duty and praising them for their devotion to it. After that, he led his men through the Royal Kalaskran Church's prayer before battle, calling on God and Christ to lend soldiers protection and courage. March had been baptized in the Royal Kalaskran Church after he had joined the Silent Order, though his own level of religious faith waxed and waned. If he was honest with himself, he was too angry at God to believe in God, which made no sense, but emotions never did. Nevertheless, March hoped that God favored their mission. The machine in the strong room might mean that countless lives were at stake. March hoped he could get the device to the Navy, and he hoped he could get Caird and Vasquez and Perry and the others home. No one else from the Covenant would return home. Once Vasquez finished his prayer, March put all such thoughts out of his head. Perhaps God would help them, but after years as an Iron Hand and an Alpha operative of the Silent Order, March had realized that God most often looked after those who were careful and thought things through. He suspected there would be trouble once they arrived at the Eschaton system. 90 seconds out, announced Caird. Prepare to power down the resonator and put the hyperdrive on standby, said March. Not that the hyperdrive could do anything useful without the dark matter reactor to recharge it. Captain Vasquez, get the weapons and the shields up as soon as you can. Acknowledged, said Vasquez. Caird started the final countdown, and March gripped the hyperdrive power levers. As Caird counted over to 0, March pulled the levers, cutting power to the hyperdrive and exiting their hyperspace tunnel. Red notifications scrolled across March's displays, informing him of the damage to the dark matter reactor and their inability to re-enter hyperspace until the reactor was repaired. "Bringing weapons and shields to ready," said Vasquez in a calm voice. "Shields powering up and plasma cannons, railgun, and laser turrets charging." Then he looked at the sensor display and his calm cracked. "Dear God." "Welcome to Monastery Station in the Eschaton system," said Caird in a grim voice. The fifth planet of the Eschaton system floated before them, wrapped in the blue haze of its invincible shields. 2 of its 3 moons were visible, their surfaces covered in huge geometric patterns, visible even from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Beneath the haze of the shield, March glimpsed the surface of the planet, saw it covered in computer processors the size of cities, computer processors so large that it took an entire ocean to cool them. The energy readings were off the charts. The shield surrounding the planet could deflect any known weapon, and the shields on the 3 moons were only a little weaker. The Tiger reported enormous amounts of energy radiating from both the planet and the moons. Right now, though, both the moons and the planet were secondary concerns. Monastery Station held March's attention. It had the shape of a sphere about 100 kilometers across, built of 6 interlocking rings twisting around each other, and a massive reactor core in the center. The rings had been constructed of some strange silvery metal, so polished that March saw the reflections of the nearby stars and the ship's drive plumes. Any laser beam that hit that metal would have most of its energy dissipated by reflection, assuming a laser actually existed that was powerful enough to punch through the station's radiation shielding. The Tiger's sensors picked up multiple power signatures radiating from the station, and enough weapon emplacements to annihilate an entire fleet, in the unlikely event a fleet could survive the railguns on the moons long enough to engage the station. "Lot of ships in the neighborhood," said Vasquez, recovering his calm and returning his attention to the tactical display. The Tiger picked up over 350 ships within 1,000,000 kilometers of Monastery Station. Some were docked at the station, and others were arriving or departing for deep space. March saw ships from a dozen different alien races. Some were light freighters like the Tiger, and others were the huge kilometers-long and weapon-studded container freighters used by the Stromboli Consortium and other interstellar trading cartels. The presence of the Stromboli freighters was a good sign. One of March's potential plans involved the Stromboli Consortium, though he hoped he would not be forced to turn to them. "Incoming transmission," said Caird. "They're requesting a video link." March nodded and hit the appropriate control. One of his displays flickered to life. To his surprise, he found himself looking at a beautiful human woman. She sat in a black command chair, blue holographic displays shimmering in the air around her. The woman wore a crisp white uniform that fit her body well, and she had thick black hair and shadowed black eyes in a pale face. Her dark gaze fell on March, and her red mouth curled in something that almost resembled a smile before her face returned to a cool mask. "Incoming light freighter," said the woman. "Please identify yourself." "The freighter Tiger," said March. "Registered Kalaskuran privateer vessel, Jack March commanding." "Thank you," said the woman. "My name is Sophia Logos, and I serve as emissary." "Emissary," said March, puzzled. This hadn't happened the last time he had been here. "Recently, the custodian has decided to hire emissaries to speak to incoming vessels of their own race," said Logos. "As I am human, I have the privilege of speaking to those of the human race who come to Monastery Station to trade and to rest. Which brings us to our next topic of conversation, Captain March." Her eyes flicked over one of the holographic displays. "What brings you to Monastery Station?" "An emergency," said March. "I was attacked by machinists, and my dark matter reactor was damaged. My hyperdrive had enough power for one jump, and this was the nearest repair facility I could reach." "Ah," said Logos. She tapped a command into one of the displays. "There are many qualified starship mechanics on Monastery Station. Be aware that all contracts are enforceable by death, save for the solicitation of violence and hiring assassinations. I am familiar with the custodian's rules, said March. Excellent, said Logos. Tiger, you are cleared for docking at Bay 997. One of the displays lit up with vector information. You may land there when ready. A representative of the custodian shall meet you there when you disembark. A representative, said March. Why? Have we earned the custodian's suspicion? Logos raised a black eyebrow. It made her look striking, and March pushed such thoughts out of his mind. They were a distraction from the mission. Not at all, said Logos. Just as you and I are beings of flesh and blood, and so have needs of the flesh, the custodian is a being of information and data, and consequently has insatiable curiosity. Something about you has piqued the custodian's curiosity, that is all. A few questions and you shall be on your way. Very well, said March. It wasn't as if he had a choice. Excellent, said Logos. Welcome to Monastery Station, Captain March. The call ended and the screen went black. I think, said Caird, she may have been flirting with you. Elizabeth nodded. What gave you that idea, said March. Needs of the flesh, said Caird. I don't think she was talking about dinner. You ought to get married, Commander, said Vasquez, half amused, half disapproving. You pilots have far looser morals than the Marines. Well, said Caird with a smile. I have some baggage. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. For an incorporeal alien intelligence, she had a dry sense of humor. Or maybe she had absorbed it from Caird. I think it's more important to know why we have piqued the custodian's interest, said March. Does it know about our mission, said Vasquez. Possibly, said March. I don't know why the custodian would care. It has never taken sides in interstellar wars before. Maybe it is simple curiosity like Logos said Caird. I once heard a scientist say that AIs crave new information the way that organic creatures crave food and water, and sex. Maybe that's why the custodian allows trade on Monastery Station at all. It gets an endless supply of new information from the ships coming here. Maybe, said March. Unless it impacts our mission, it. The sensors reported an alert. Dark energy surge, said Caird, checking his displays. A big one. Multiple ships inbound from hyperspace, and I think they were following our vector. The machinists, said Vasquez. Maybe, said Caird. Or the Nineveh. Whoever won that fight over Tamlin's world. Tactical status, said March. Shields and weapons fully charged, said Vasquez. March threw more power to the sublight drive, sending the Tiger towards Monastery Station. If it is the machinist, do not fire the first shot. Again, do not fire the first shot under any circumstances. If there's a battle, and the custodian decides to intervene, it will probably attack whoever fires the first shot. The sensors beeped, and then an alarm trilled through the cabin. 3 of them, said Caird, as March looked at the sensor display. 2 machinist destroyers escorting a carrier. The same ones we fought at Tamlin's world. They are heading right towards us, and powering up their weapons and shields. Fighters, said March, ready to take the Tiger evasive. None yet, said Caird. They won't need fighters, said Vasquez. The destroyer is close enough to hit us. Another alarm beeped. They're targeting us. Looks like missiles and plasma cannons. The Tiger could avoid the plasma cannon shots. The missiles would be harder. Missiles launched from a capital ship would be faster and stronger than the weapons the interceptors had fired at the Tiger, and March might not be able to evade them in time. They're calling us, said Caird. March hit the switch, and the machine-augmented voice of a human joined to the final consciousness crackled over the speakers. Attention, Tiger, said the voice. So much for pretending that the Tiger was an unidentified freighter. You will surrender yourself to us immediately. March cut the transmission and sent a call to Monastery Station. What are you doing? Said Vasquez. Getting help, said March. The nearest destroyer's closing on us, said Caird. We are within its firing range. The screen flickered, and Sophia Logos appeared again. Captain March, said Logos. I did not expect to enjoy the pleasure of your communication again, quite so soon. There's a machinist destroyer targeting my ship, said March. I want it clear that I did nothing to provoke this attack, and did not fire the first shot. The quarrels of interstellar powers are of no concern to the custodian, said Logos, glancing at one of her holographic displays. No, said March, but interstellar powers bringing their wars to the Eschaton system. They're firing, said Caird. Multiple missiles inbound. March reacted on pure instinct, throwing the Tiger into an evasive pattern and firing the flak launchers. He looked at his tactical display as he did, and saw a dozen missiles inbound. Each missile was the size of one of the interceptors March had destroyed over Tamlin's world. The weapons had a high thrust-to-mass ratio, and they would be far faster than the Tiger once they accelerated. Just one of the warheads would be enough to collapse the Tiger's kinetic shields and turn the ship to scrap. Emissary Logos, said March, pushing the Tiger towards Monastery Station. The machinist destroyer has fired on us without provocation. Your own sensors will report. Machinist vessel, said Logos, looking at another display. You have fired unprovoked on another craft. This violates the rules of the custodian. Disable your missiles and disarm your weapons immediately. March fired another cloud of flak from the rear tubes. The missile's vectors wavered briefly, but then they re-established their lock, veering towards the Tiger. 20 seconds to impact, said Vasquez. Machinist vessel, said Logo. This is your final warning. The missiles continued their course, and March's display flashed a warning as the machinist destroyer locked on with its plasma cannons. So be it, said Logos. You were warned. A lot of things happened at once. The sensors reported a surge of dark energy near the machinist capital ships. Another group of large starships was about to exit hyperspace, and to judge from the signature of the dark energy, it was likely the Nineveh force from Tamlin's world. At the same time, the sensors detected a massive surge of power from the outer moon, accompanied by a huge spike of radiation, so powerful that it was almost as if the moon's magnetic field had altered. A few seconds after that, both the missiles and the machinist destroyer vanished. In their place tumbled a rapidly expanding debris field and an expanding cloud of superheated gas. What the hell? Said Vasquez, shocked. The railguns on the outer moon, said Caird in a quiet voice. 2 of them fired. The first shot took out the missiles. The second one killed the destroyer. Drilled through it from bow to stern and breached the reactor. Good God, said Vasquez. The outer moon is 150,000 kilometers away. The amount of energy required to throw a railgun shot that quickly is astronomical, said March. Looks like the machinists got the message, said Caird. The remaining ships are powering down their weapons. And we have more company arriving. March looked at the tactical display as the Nineveh carrier and its escorts arrived from hyperspace. Unlike the machinists, the Nineveh ships made no hostile moves and kept their shields and weapons offline. Evidently, they knew how to deal with the custodian, or were less desperate to claim the device in the Tiger's hold. The machinist capital ships are holding back, said Vasquez. I'm seeing some activity in the carrier's hangar. I think they're getting ready to launch a shuttle. To dock at Monastery Station, no doubt, said March with a grimace. Will they attack us on the station? Said Vasquez. March and Caird shared a look. They might, said Caird, but I think they have something else in mind. They're going to watch us, said March. If they see a chance to take the ship, they'll do it, but they might not be that stupid. Instead, they're going to see where we go, and they're going to follow us. Once we're clear of the eschaton system, they will try to kill us again. He looked back at the communications display and turned the microphone back on. Emissary Logos, thank you for your assistance. It was very well timed. Logos' face had returned to its cool mask. It wasn't for your assistance, Captain March. The custodian does not permit space combat within the eschaton system. Sometimes, a salutary lesson is necessary. The cold mask cracked into a white smile for a moment. Nonetheless, I am pleased you found the lesson useful. It was, said March. Perhaps we shall have an opportunity to discuss it further, said Logos, and she ended the transmission. She does like you, said Elizabeth, who had watched the battle in silence. March drew breath to shoot a rejoinder at her, remembered that Vasquez couldn't see her, and turned his attention back to his instruments. I'm taking the ship in. Captain Vasquez, I suggest you have Perry stay in command here. I would like you, Commander Caird, and 2 Marines to accompany me to the station. What are we going to do? Said Vasquez. The machinists will be watching us, said Caird, and the Nineveh will as well, I suspect. We'll need to do something clever. Yes, said March as Monastery Station drew closer. Something very clever. You have a clever idea, Captain March, said Vasquez. We're going to find out, said March. 4. Merchant Prince. March eased the Tiger towards Bay 997, turning the ship with the ion thrusters and guiding it towards the docking lights. He noted the various point defense turrets rotating to follow him. Vigil was uncertain of the nature of the weapons, but suspected that they were a combination of a laser and some sort of accelerated particle beam. With sufficient power, the beam would slice through the Tiger like a knife through soft butter. It was just as well that the custodian had no interest in conquest. Human-built AIs had shown no similar restraint and had gone on rampages until the combined forces of several starfaring nations had driven them back and destroyed them. Though if the custodian had no interest in conquest, March wondered what the ancient AI did want. Perhaps its title was accurate. Maybe the custodian wanted nothing more than to preserve the eschaton system until its long-dead alien masters returned. He put the thought out of his mind and maneuvered the ship to a smooth landing in the bay. Landing complete, announced Vigil. Atmosphere seal secure. It is safe to disembark. Nicely done, said Caird. Thank you, said March, unbuckling from his restraints. Are we going to resupply here as well? Said Vasquez, standing up. March shook his head. With the supplies you brought on the lifeboat, we should be set for a while. He had suspected this mission might go sour, and so had made sure the Tiger was well stocked with provisions. No, our main priority is to get the dark matter reactor repaired, and to get out of here alive. We should bring 2 men to watch our backs. Rogan and Ulm are my 2 most experienced men, said Vasquez. Have them suit up, said March. You 2. We'll all meet at the cargo hold airlock in a few minutes and head on to the station. Vasquez nodded and left the flight cabin, the door hissing shut behind him as he headed down the dorsal corridor. He walked right through Elizabeth without noticing the Macrobee's presence. You do have a plan, I hope, said Caird. Of course he does, said Elizabeth. Yes, said March. A main one and a fallback one. The main one is to get the reactor repaired. The backup plan is to call in a favor from the Stromboli Consortium. Caird winced. The Stromboli Consortium has a bad reputation. A deserved one, said March. But they keep their word, and they owe me a favor. Really, said Caird. How did you manage that? I saved the lives of one of their princes from pirates, said March. And that particular prince is in charge of the consortium's branch on Monastery Station. He scratched his chin. Better arm yourself. I thought the custodian doesn't permit violence on Monastery Station, said Caird. It doesn't, said March. But when it comes to self-defense, the custodian isn't always consistent, and a big enough gun can discourage trouble. True enough, said Caird, and he headed towards the cargo hold. March put all the systems on standby and set Vigil to run through the standard diagnostics, though he did keep the laser turrets charged and ready. If the machinists tried to send a boarding party to the ship, the turrets might help ward them off. Assuming the station's point defense turrets did not kill them all first. March stopped by the armory to equip himself with weapons. A plasma pistol went in the holster on his right hip, and he took a smaller gun and put it in a shoulder holster. Spare power packs for both weapons went on his gun belt, and he concealed a pair of knives in the sleeves of his leather coat and tucked 4 grenades into his pockets. He did not want to start a fight, and he did not know how far the machinists would be willing to push. The custodian had a very low tolerance for mayhem on Monastery Station. Nevertheless, if there was going to be trouble, then March would be ready for it. He tucked an earpiece into his left ear and paired it to his phone. Vigil. Captain March. If there is any anomalous activity near the ship, inform me at once, said March. Anything that could even remotely indicate hostile intent. Understood, Captain March, said Vigil. March hesitated, and then added another instruction. Also, keep an eye on Sergeant Perry and his Marines. If they try to access the flight cabin, the engine room, the armory, the strong room, or any critical systems, let me know. He remembered Caird's suspicion that there had been a traitor aboard the Covenant. Of the 2,000 men on the Covenant, the odds were low that the traitor was among the 7 who had escaped to the Tiger. But just in case. Understood, Captain March, said Vigil. They shall be monitored. Thank you, said March, and he left the armory and headed for the cargo bay. Caird waited for him there, a pistol on his hip, Elizabeth leaning against the wall as she watched the Marines. Vasquez and the other Marines had donned their power armor, blue and polished in the harsh lights of the cargo bay. If the machinists or the Nineveh tried to assault the ship, Perry and the others would have a better chance of defending the Tiger in their powered armor. All right, said March. Listen to me, all of you. Commander Caird, Captain Vasquez, Rogan, Ulm, and I are heading to the station. Sergeant Perry and the rest of you will remain on board the Tiger. He looked at Perry. It is possible the machinists or the Nineveh may try to board the ship. If they do, do not fire the first shot if possible. Call the custodian and report the attack, and let its drones dispatch the attackers. Defend yourselves if you must, but do not fire the first shot. If you do, the custodian may decide to kill everyone on both sides of the battle. Do you think they will risk an attack, Captain March? Said Perry. March couldn't see his expression beneath the helmet, but the young man sounded concerned. They might, said March. The custodian won't let them blow the ship up, but they'll attack if they think they can get away with it. My ship's pseudo-intelligence will warn you of any attackers, but remain vigilant. Your ship is in good hands, Captain March, said Perry. Since it's our ride home, I hope so, said Caird, and the Marines laughed. You have your orders, men, said Vasquez. Captain March. March supposed he should have made an inspiring speech, but he couldn't think of anything. Let's go. He cycled the airlock, and both the inner and the outer door hissed open. His ears popped as the air pressure equalized, and he stepped through the airlock, crossed the landing bay, and entered the docking concourse, Caird and Elizabeth following him, and Vasquez, Rogan, and Ulm bringing up the back. The corridor was wide and roughly circular, and made of the same reflective metal of the rest of Monastery Station, pale lights gleaming in the apex of the ceiling 10 meters overhead. March saw his reflection in the walls, distorted and curved. The corridor was deserted, save for a slender woman in a white uniform who awaited them outside the airlock. "Welcome to Monastery Station, Captain March," said Sophia Logos. Behind them, the Tiger's airlock hissed closed and locked itself. "Thank you," said March. He had thought her attractive over the communications link, but in person, she was striking. Her dark eyes seemed to glitter as she regarded him. March shoved the attraction out of his mind. Attractive or not, he had his duty, and he could afford no distractions. And he wondered what kind of woman would choose to work for the custodian. "Your companions seem well armed," said Logos. "I hope they are aware of the custodian's rules." "I made them abundantly clear," said March. "I wasn't aware that we rated a personal visit from one of the custodian's emissaries." Logos raised a single dark eyebrow. It was a good look on her. Not all visitors arrive with fleets of capital warships on their tail. "Hopefully not," said March. "Nor do all visitors have capital warships willing to fire on them within range of the railguns," said Logos. She stepped closer, studying him. "You must have offended them a great deal." "I have an offensive personality," said March. "Perhaps," said Logos. She smiled at that for some reason. "I bid you welcome to Monastery Station, Captain March. Should you wish to speak further, you can contact me at your convenience." "Thank you," said March. Logos inclined her head and walked away down the corridor. A few seconds later, 3 white spheres about the size of a man's head floated after her, green light glowing around their equators. They were some of the custodian's security drones, capable of firing a particle weapon that vaporized organic material. "Wonder what all that was about," said Caird. "Damned if I know," said March. He wondered if the custodian knew about the machinist device, and if the ancient AI had an interest in it. Vasquez snorted. "Maybe you were right, Commander." "Eh," said Caird. "Perhaps Emissary Logos is lonely," said Vasquez. "For God's sake," said March. "This way." He turned right and headed down the corridor. "Perhaps there are no other human men on Monastery Station," said Caird. "For God's sake," said March again. He held up a hand, and the others stopped as a drone rolled up to them. It was a flat drone that rolled on tank treads, designed to move cargo and passengers throughout the station. He climbed aboard, and the others followed suit. "Commercial Concourse 7, Tanner's Tavern, please." "Certainly, human guests," said the drone in a smooth voice, and it rolled forward, its treads accelerating. "Tanner's Tavern," said Caird. "Owned and operated by Marcus Tanner," said March. "A human establishment. He was a businessman who started out on Kalaskar and then got caught selling illegal drugs to various members of the nobility. He managed to get away and set up in business out here." "I see," said Vasquez, his distaste plain. "We are to deal with a criminal. Is he trustworthy?" "No," said March, "but the presence of the custodian limits what he can do, just as it protects him from people who might want him dead. I've dealt with him before, and he's our best chance of getting the dark matter reactor repaired." "And if he can't," said Vasquez. "Then Tanner's Tavern is where we will find a backup plan," said March. He looked back at the Marines. "I should warn you. We may have to deal with some unsavory individuals to get home. Keep your hands to yourselves unless you are attacked, and for God's sake don't start any fights." Vasquez's armored helmet nodded. "My men are reliable. We will do what is necessary to fulfill our mission." March nodded back, and a few moments later, the drone took them to Commercial Concourse 7. In many ways, the concourse looked little different than the hundreds of other concourses March had seen on space stations throughout his travels. It was a wide cylindrical tube, the ceiling transparent to show Eschaton V in the distance and the stars around it. 3 levels of balconies rose on either side of the tube. There were dozens of shops and businesses, most of them dealing with starship repair and upgrades, and the rest selling food and drink and luxury items. There were also several brothels that catered to a variety of starfaring races, and numerous other establishments that sold substances of various addictiveness. There was no slave market, though only because the custodian did not permit the sale or purchase of sapient beings on Monastery Station. Of course, if those sapient beings wanted to fill their bodies with addictive drugs or purchase sex from other sapient beings, the custodian had no problem with that. Commercial Concourse 7 human guests, announced the drone, rolling to a stop. Thank you, said March, stepping off the drone, and the others followed suit. Tanner's Tavern was one of the largest establishments on the concourse, and the low beat of music came from inside. Despite its size, the door was small, guarded by a pair of large bouncers who had obvious surgical strength enhancements. They gave March and his armored companions a dubious look, but made no move to stop them as they entered the tavern. March stepped onto a vast open space filled with round tables, humans and a few alien races eating and drinking. A faint haze of smoke filled the air, permitting the rows of green lasers sweeping back and forth across the ceiling to appear to the naked eye. It was Tanner's idea of decoration. Waitresses walked back and forth, carrying trays of food and drink. Some were android drones fashioned in the shape of human women, impossibly beautiful and sleek, their bodies clad in translucent clothing. Others were actual human women who wore identical costumes. Both Rogan and Ulm stared at them, until a sharp word from Vasquez prompted them back to vigilance. March wondered if Vasquez planned to let his men visit one of the station's brothels. If so, he would have to talk the Marine captain out of it. The machinists might try to kidnap one of the Marines, and visiting one of the station's brothels was an excellent way to get entangled in a whole new set of problems, given the number of criminal syndicates and trading cartels that had branches on the station. He crossed the floor and came to the bar at the far end of the establishment. A dozen bartenders labored there, all of them women in scanty clothing, while a pair of grimacing bouncers watched for trouble. A broad, low balcony rose behind the bar, providing wealthier patrons with a view of the rest of the establishment. Men in suits sat there, or women in sleek dresses, drinking from crystal glasses and smoking expensive-smelling cigarettes. Real tobacco was rare this far from any human habitable worlds, and the cigarettes must have cost a fortune. Marcus Tanner stood against the back wall, flanked by a pair of his bouncers. Tanner wore a suit that had cost more than a small starship, and his cufflinks glinted with jewels, but no amount of money could disguise the fact that the man looked like a rat. Maybe it was his beady black eyes or weak chin. Or maybe it was because he always wore his thick black hair slicked back from his forehead, giving him a prominent widow's peak. His appearance suited his nature. Tanner owned the tavern, and he had his fingers in a dozen other interests on Monastery Station, most of which would have been illegal anywhere else. Tanner straightened up as March approached, his eyes narrowing, and then a crooked grin spread over his thin features. "Well, well, well," said Tanner, dropping his hands into his coat pockets and stepping forward. His two bodyguards followed him like muscular shadows. "If it isn't the cleverest privateer of them all, Captain Jack March." He looked at the Marines and raised his eyebrows. "You here to arrest me?" The bodyguards laughed. "Why bother?" said March. "This is the custodian's station. If the custodian has a problem with you, you're going to find out about it." "That is God's own truth," said Tanner. He looked at Caird. "And who's this?" "An officer going AWOL from the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. I thought the stalwart men of the King's armed forces would never desert their posts." The Marines bristled, but Caird only smiled. "I'm March's new co-pilot. The pay's worse and the benefits are terrible, but you get to see the galaxy." "My sympathies on your new position," said Tanner. His attention turned back to March. "If you're not here to arrest me, I assume you're here on business. Or do you wish to relax? My establishment offers a wide array of intoxicants and narcotics, all for very reasonable prices. One of the waitresses walked past, and despite her 3-inch heels, she managed a smooth glide of a walk. The high heels did excellent things to the muscles of her legs and backside. Or if you wish a different kind of relaxation, I would be more than happy to arrange something, whatever your tastes. No, said March, and Tanner's lips thinned a little. I have a problem, and I hope you can help me with it. Other than your appalling manners, I'm not sure what your current problems are, said Tanner. I'll level with you, lied March. I passed through the Tamlin system on my way back to the Constantinople system. While I was there, I stumbled across a battle between a machinist task force and a Kalaskaran heavy cruiser. Just as I showed up, the Navy men had to abandon ship. Since my letters of marque are from the King of Kalaskar, I picked up any survivors and got out of there as fast as I could. The machinists took exception to that and shot a few missiles at me. One of them fried my dark matter reactor. I had enough dark energy left in the hyperdrive for one jump, and I went here. Just as well the missile didn't destroy your resonator coil, said Tanner. You might not have realized it. If it had, you would now be insane with tentacles and an extra head or two, as the hyperspace demons mutated you. It didn't work out that way, said March. My dark matter reaction chamber is cracked. I'm going to need a new one. Know anyone who has a spare chamber? Said Tanner, thinking. Are you still flying that Class 9 Mercator Yards freighter? Yup, said March. Heavily modified, I'm sure, said Tanner. Extra weapons and armor, and an increased thrust-to-mass ratio. March didn't bother to contradict him. You will need a heavier reaction chamber to deal with the increased mass. A moment. He produced a phone and tapped the screen a few times, nodding to himself once or twice, and then he returned the phone to his coat pocket. I know a starship dealer who has an appropriate reaction chamber in stock, said Tanner, and a mechanic who is available to install it today. March frowned. Any chance that he is a machinist agent? Not likely, said Tanner. Any machinist agents on Monastery Station tend to get themselves killed. They can't stop themselves from making trouble, and then the security drones come to visit. He gestured at a pair of the floating spheres that drifted through the crowd, their equators pulsing with green light. Of course, I suppose the final consciousness doesn't care how many drones and agents it loses. They're replaceable. He turned a sunny smile in March's direction. He knew what March had once been. March couldn't help but think that Tanner's teeth made him look even more like a rodent. Undoubtedly, said March. How much? Tanner named an outrageous price, with an additional 10% finder's fee on top. March spent the next 10 minutes negotiating with Tanner, exchanging offers, counteroffers, and polite insults. Finally, they agreed on a price. It would soak up about 2/3 of the cash that March had on hand, but he didn't have a choice. He needed a functional dark matter reactor to get the Tiger back to Kalaskaran space. Maybe he could get the Silent Order to reimburse him, though the Order was stingy with its funds. Very well, said Tanner. I believe we have an agreement. The mechanic shall be dispatched at once. Call Perry, said March to Vasquez. Let him know that company is coming. Vasquez nodded and turned away. March looked back at Tanner. You might want to ask the custodian or one of the emissaries to send some security drones with the mechanic. There are machinist capital ships out there, and I think they're going to send men aboard the station to make trouble for me. Of course, said Tanner. Naturally, I will require payment up front. He offered a greasy smile. If you and your machinist friends get yourselves vaporized by the custodian, I still need to be compensated for my time. A quarter up front, said March, and the rest when I make sure I can power on that dark matter reactor with blowing up my ship. An outrageous offer, said Tanner. I am willing to compromise at 2/3 up front, and the rest upon completion of the work. Further haggling went on for a tedious 10 minutes. Tanner might have found this kind of thing enjoyable, but March did not. Nevertheless, there was absolutely no way March was going to hand over that much money to a man like Tanner until the work was finished. In the end, they settled for a third up front and the rest upon completion. Tanner called over one of the security drones to witness the transaction and asked the custodian for enforcement, a common procedure on Monastery Station. Once that was done, March handed over a secure thumb drive with credit information. "Splendid," said Tanner, tucking the drive into his coat. "I am pleased we were able to reach a mutually satisfying arrangement. The mechanic will arrive with your new reaction chamber within the hour." "Yes," said March. "One last question. Does Horgan still rent a private room here?" Tanner smiled. "The merchant Prince Horgan of the Stromboli Consortium likes to hold court in one of my private dining rooms. The same one as before. You want to deal with him? You'll wind up owing him every credit you have, and every credit your grandchildren and great-grandchildren will make over the course of their lifetimes." "I have to live long enough to have children and grandchildren," said March, which was unlikely. "Thank you, Tanner. If you wish to embark upon folly, far be it from me to stop you," said Tanner. He gestured at the far side of the room, where a set of spiral stairs rose to the second level. "Good luck." "Thanks," said March. Tanner offered a mocking little bow and departed, his bodyguards trailing after him. No doubt he was going to deposit March's payment as soon as possible. "This Horgan," said Caird at last. "Why are we talking to him?" "He's our backup plan for getting out of here," said March. "In case the dark matter reactor doesn't work. Or if the machinists get clever. We." "Captain March." "Captain Vasquez, sir." Perry's voice came over the earpiece. "We're here, Sergeant," said Vasquez. "Captain March's ship notified us, sir," said Perry. "The machinist carrier launched a shuttle, and it's heading for the station. One of the Nunavut capital ships launched a shuttle, and it's coming to the station as well." "Looks like we'll have visitors soon," said Vasquez. "Don't let them on the ship for any reason," said March. "If they try to break in, call the custodian or emissary logos, and let the security drones deal with them." "Yes, sir," said Perry. "Ah, your computer is also reporting that the machinist capital ships are maintaining a weapons lock on the Tiger." "Even when docked," said Caird. "If they destroy the Tiger, they'll damage the station in the process. The custodian will kill them all in retaliation." "Depending on how badly they want to stop our mission," said March, "the final consciousness might decide that is an acceptable exchange. Losing a fleet carrier would be a heavy blow for the final consciousness, but if the machinists wanted to ensure that their captured machine did not fall into the hands of the Kalaskaran Royal Navy, they might gladly accept the loss." "Just what the hell did that machine do?" A thought occurred to March. "Are the Nunavut ships keeping a weapons lock on the Tiger?" said March. "Ah, no, sir," said Perry. "As far as your ship sensors can tell, they're keeping a weapons lock on the machinists." "The enemy of my enemy," said Vasquez. "Doubtful," said Caird. "Or the machinists are the more dangerous threat. With respect to Captain March, one light freighter would not last long against those Nunavut capital ships." "No," said March. "Let's not put it to the test. Sergeant Perry, please keep an eye out for the mechanic and for any trouble. We'll be back as soon as we can." "Do as he says, Sergeant," said Vasquez. "Yes, sir," said Perry, and he ended the call. "Maybe we should go back to the Tiger at once," said Caird. March considered that. If the machinists tried to force their way into the ship, Perry would need help holding them off until the custodian security drones vaporized the attackers. But he wondered if the machinists would be that stupid. The custodian would have an eye on them after the destroyer's ill-advised attack on the Tiger, and any further provocation would likely earn a deadly response. No, if the machinists intended to stop them, they would have to do it once the Tiger left the Eschaton system. It was time to think about what they would do once they left the station. "Not yet," said March. "It won't do any good to repair the dark matter reactor, only for the machinist to blow us up the minute we leave the system. I need a backup plan, and Prince Horgan is that backup plan." "The Stromboli Consortium," said Vasquez. "I don't know much about them, but they have a bad reputation. They're a merchant group based in the Stromboli system, a long distance outside Kalaskran space," said March. "Long way from anywhere, really. The place wouldn't be significant, but it sits on the only viable hyperspace route through the Gloom Nebula, which extends for tens of thousands of light years in every direction. They make most of their money by charging tolls for passage through the nebula." "They are," said Caird without rancor, "scum-sucking bottom feeders." "Unquestionably," said March. "The Stromboli Consortium will deal in anything. Weapons of mass destruction, biological weapons, drugs, slaves, anything that will turn a profit. They observe local laws, but if they find a world willing to buy what they sell, they'll be there in a heartbeat." "And we're going to deal with these people," said Vasquez. March couldn't see his face through the armored helmet, but he heard the disgust in the captain's voice. "One of them," said March, "owes me a favor. And it's time to cash in. Let me do the talking." He hesitated. "And don't touch anything. Don't drink or eat anything, unless it is specifically offered to you without a price." Vasquez tapped his faceplate. "We couldn't if we wanted to." "Good to know," said March, and he led the way across the room to the spiral staircase. They climbed to the second level. More tables and chairs stood scattered here, where the wealthier guests could look down upon the poorer ones. Large archways opened into the private dining rooms, and March headed for the one where Horgan held court. 4 human soldiers, in the gray uniforms of the Stromboli Consortium Security Division, stood guard outside the archway, each soldier wearing a headset with an earpiece and a holographic targeting lens and scanner. One of the soldiers stepped forward, his expression calm, a hand resting on the butt of the gun at his waist. "Good day, Sapiens," said the soldier. "Might I inquire as to your business here?" "My name's Jack March," said March. "I'm here to discuss business with Prince Horgan." The soldier was silent for a moment, no doubt listening to instructions over his earpiece. "You may proceed. Please be aware that the prince's safety is our primary responsibility at all times. In other words, if they threatened the prince, bad things would happen." "I will keep that in mind," said March. "Thank you." The soldier gestured to the archway, and March walked past him and into the prince's private dining room. It was just as opulent as he remembered. Horgan had paved the floor in pale marble from some distant world, and it had been polished to a mirror sheen. The walls had been paneled in rare woods, and a long table ran the length of the dining room, holding expensive food and drink. Scented smoke rose from a dozen braziers on the table. A group of musicians sat in the corner, quietly playing a soothing, gentle tune. At the far end of the table rose a dais, supporting an enormous cushioned throne carved from more pale marble. The first thing March noticed about the dais were the human women. There were 3 women, and they were remarkably beautiful. March could tell they were remarkably beautiful because they each wore a garment that looked like a 2-piece swimsuit, albeit a swimsuit fashioned from translucent red silk. For all the modesty the outfit provided, they might as well have been naked. Jewels glittered on their fingers and toes and in their ears, and they wore stiletto heels that would have made an effective improvised weapon. Each woman also wore a bronze collar linked to a bronze chain, and the bronze chains were connected to the enormous cushioned throne. Horgan, merchant prince of the Stromboli Consortium, slouched in the chair, watching March with enormous heavy-lidded eyes. The merchant prince was part of an alien race that called themselves the Lithobati, and March had always thought that the Lithobati looked like giant humanoid frogs. At his full height, Horgan would have stood nearly 7.5 feet tall. His head was enormous, his skin a glistening yellow-green. Horgan wore an ornate robe of red and black, a jeweled pendant hanging from his thick neck, and the hands and feet that protruded from the robe were webbed, the fingers and toes tipped with small claws. Even by the standards of the lithobati, Horgan was fat, so fat that the huge throne strained to contain his rubbery bulk. March stopped before the dais and offered a polite bow, gesturing for the others to do so. After a moment they followed suit, the servos in the marine's armor whining as they bent. The three women moved with languid, liquid grace. One arranged herself at the base of the throne, massaging Horgan's feet. Another lifted a goblet the size of a punch bowl that held a pungent green liquor. The third held a large bowl filled with dead flies the size of Mach's thumb. Horgan's tongue darted out from his mouth, landed in the bowl and snapped back, carrying a few of the flies into his enormous mouth. Then he smiled, and his rumbling laughter rang through the dining room. "Captain Jack March of the Tiger," said Horgan. His deep, croaking voice sounded as if it came from the bottom of a pond. "Lord Prince," said March. "And in the company of 3 Marines and an officer of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy," said Horgan. "You are a long way from home, men of Kalaskar." "So are you," said March. True." He held out a hand, and the woman with the goblet passed it to him. "But profit drives me ever farther from the glorious swamps of Lithobator. I assume some other motive than profit has driven you to Monastery Station and the watchful eye of the custodian." "I imagine you have learned the whole story by now," said March. "A version of it, anyway," said Horgan. "But the details are always interesting and potentially lucrative." He took a drink from his goblet and passed it back to the collared woman. "The naval officer, for instance, is Lieutenant Commander Malcolm Caird." Caird raised his eyebrows, and Elizabeth smiled. "I wasn't aware my fame had spread this far." "To informed individuals," said Horgan. "The hero of Martel's world himself." "If I had been a hero, I would have gotten the fleet to Martel's world in time to stop the bombing," said Caird. "That bombing was a waste," said Horgan. "Why kill your enemies? Better instead to turn them into paying customers." But the machinists think of themselves as revolutionaries, and revolutionaries are always fools. And it seems that some of the revolutionaries have followed you to Monastery Station. The custodian does not often need to shoot capital ships out of the sky." "Yes," said March. "Here is our side of the story. I was passing through the Tamlin system when I came across a Kalaskaran heavy cruiser under attack by a machinist task force. Since I am a Kalaskaran privateer, I managed to grab one of the lifeboats before the machinist starfighters caught up to me. During the escape, my ship took a missile hit and cracked my dark matter reaction chamber. The hyperdrive had enough charge left for one jump, and I came here to find repair." "A bold rescue, Captain March," said Horgan. "Before we escaped," said March, "several Nineveh ships arrived and started attacking the machinists. The machinists followed us here, and the Nineveh followed the machinists. Now they're all sitting outside the station waiting for us to leave." "An interesting account," said Horgan, "but the machinists would not have pursued you simply over the matter of one lifeboat. You have left out details." March smiled. "Giving away everything at once wouldn't be good business, would it?" "Ha! No," said Horgan. His tongue darted out to consume more dead insects. "But then, I'm sure this isn't a social call." "No," said March. "I know the consortium has super-container freighters coming in and out of Monastery Station on a regular basis. One of them must be headed in the direction of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, or at least away from the machinist-controlled worlds. I simply want to load my ship on one of the freighters." "A shipping request," said Horgan. "That's all." "I'm a simple man," said March. "A clear lie that," said Horgan with a rumbled laugh. He snapped his fingers, and the woman massaging his feet straightened up. She produced a tablet from somewhere, God only knew where she had been hiding it, and passed it to Horgan. The merchant prince tapped it a few times, rumbling to himself in the Lithobati tongue, and then gave the tablet back to the woman. It seems you are already contracted with a reliable mechanic. He is on his way to your ship with a new reaction chamber even now. Yeah, said March. But I need to get the men I rescued back to Kalaskaran space. The machinists want them dead for some reason. Yes, said Horgan with a chuckle. Some mysterious, completely unknowable reason that will elude us until the end of our days, I'm sure. And if we fly out from Monastery Station with a repaired dark matter reactor, continued March, they might shoot us down. The custodian will take exception with them if they do that, said Horgan. Violent exception. It is possible, said March. They might consider the loss of the capital ships out there an acceptable exchange for our deaths. Revolutionaries, said Horgan with disdain. They cannot do math properly. A simple profit-loss calculation eludes them. They'll kill us all, so their absurd vision of utopia can come to pass. He sighed, and the woman who had given him the tablet dropped to her haunches and began massaging his feet again. Really, we in the Stromboli Consortium take a more reasonable view of such matters. It is my hope we both can take a reasonable view, said March. The next time one of your supercontainer freighters leaves Monastery Station, I would like to load the Tiger onto the ship at the next hyperspace stop. I very much doubt the machinists would try to take your freighter. A Stromboli Consortium supercontainer ship has enough firepower to match the entire machinist task force out there. They wouldn't dare to attack until we return to Kalaskaran space. Said Horgan. You ask for a substantial risk. The machinists would undoubtedly take offense. The machinists do not trade with the consortium anyway, said March. In fact, I happen to know that they have recently seized several supercontainer freighters that ventured into their systems, claimed the cargoes, and joined the crews to the final consciousness. Horgan's enormous eyes narrowed. That is not general knowledge. I am very well informed, said March, glad that Sensor had shared that information with him. Plainly, said Horgan. Well, the final consciousness is no friend of the consortium. We are much too bourgeoisie for the machinists. He spat the archaic word with contempt. Much too profit-minded. Sapients like us will be swept aside in the glorious dawn of the final consciousness's righteous new order. Once the final consciousness has conquered the cosmos, there will be no further need for merchants, blah blah blah. Then I am pleased to present you with an opportunity to repay the machinists for the loss of your freighters, said March. Let the Tiger ride with one of your supercontainer ships back to Kalaskaran space. The final consciousness wants these rescued crewers dead, so let us return them to the kingdom of Kalaskar. If the machinists protest, you can remind them of your lost ships. Hey, said Horgan. Hey. His tongue darted out and claimed more dead insects. Yes, I like your thinking, Captain March. Very reasonable. He held out a hand, and the woman who had been massaging his feet produced the tablet again. March still could not figure out where she had been hiding it. Horgan took the tablet and spent a few moments tapping it. Yes, it can be done. The Honest Prophet is departing Monastery Station tomorrow, and its course will take it through the Constantinople system, which is under the control of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Very well, said March. I agree to your terms. Agree, said Horgan with a rumbling grunt. We have not yet to discuss price. But we have, said March. I am giving you the opportunity to put a thumb in the eye of the machinists, and at absolutely no cost to yourself. The Honest Prophet can carry millions more tons of weight than the Tiger's mass will add. We'll even stay on board the Tiger if you like, and we won't breathe your air or drink your water. Horgan laughed. A fine bargain, Captain March. On behalf of the Stromboli Consortium, I accept your proposal. The Honest Prophet leaves the system at 0800 tomorrow, and her next stop is NB0099C, an uninhabited system on the way to the Constantinople system. Our transit to the next hyperjump point will take 3 hours if you wish to join us there. We might at that, said March. Thank you, Lord Prince. Do you wish to join me for some refreshment? Said Horgan. Mr. Tanner is something of an unpleasant fellow, I do concede, but his establishment is excellent. Nearly any manner of vice can be sated here. As if on cue, all three of his women looked at March. Thank you, but the mechanic will be coming to my ship soon, said March. I wish to supervise the work. A pity, isn't it, that business must always come before pleasure? My very motto, said Horgan with a rubbery smile. Good luck, Captain. I do hope you live long enough for us to speak again. Couldn't agree more, said March. He looked at Caird and Vasquez and the others. Let's go. They left Horgan's private dining room and stepped back onto the balcony overlooking the main floor. The music had changed, as had the color of the laser beams sweeping through the establishment, from green to purple. March walked to one of the waitresses and stopped her. Yes, Sapient, she said, giving him a cheerful smile that didn't reach her eyes. Cup of coffee for each of us, he said. Black, no sugar, no sweetener. Strong as the house can make it. Can you do that? Certainly, Sapient, said the waitress. March handed her a credit chip. Keep the change. This time the smile did touch her eyes, albeit briefly, and she glided off, swaying atop her spiked heels. Coffee, said Vasquez. Let me sit down for a minute, said March. He sat at a table, and the other four men followed suit, the chairs creaking a little beneath the weight of the Marine's armor. I think there was a mild drug in the smoke in there. Need a minute and some coffee to clear my head. His head felt a little off, as if he had drunk too much without the enjoyment of actually drinking the alcohol. I dislike the necessity of dealing with that alien, said Vasquez. Especially one who keeps human women as slaves. What? No, they weren't slaves, said March. The waitress returned with their coffee, and March thanked her. The Marines opened their faceplates to drink. The custodian doesn't allow slavery here. For that matter, Horgan wouldn't permit slaves to touch him like that. And Lithabati males find human females about as attractive as you would find Lithabati females. Olm snorted at that, and hid it by taking a sip of the coffee. So if they weren't slaves and they weren't his concubines, said Vasquez, settling on a suitable word, then what were they? Employees, said March. Probably his assistants, and he likely paid for cosmetic surgery to make them more attractive to human males. The point is to distract and confuse any human men who negotiate with him. Hard to pay attention to a fat old Lithabati when a pretty young thing is hanging over all him. They're a good distraction too. Bet none of you spotted all the weapons the musicians were pointing at us. Ah, said Elizabeth, standing behind Caird. He is clever, isn't he? Vasquez blinked several times and then said a bad word. Don't worry, Captain, said March. It's an old trick, and Horgan does it a lot. If we had been Nunavik, he would have had Nunavik females draped over him, shaking their, whatever it is Nunavik females have to shake. Pheromone glands mostly, said Caird. So we have a backup plan, said March. If we can't get away from the machinists, we'll head for NB0099C and meet up with the Honest Prophet. One consortium supercontainer ship will have enough firepower to keep the machinists at bay, and we can ride with them back to Kalaskran space. He finished off his coffee and put down the cup. Let's get back to the Tiger. I want to supervise the reactor repair, and the more guns we have around the ship, the better off we'll be if the machinists try to make trouble. Agreed, said Caird. Gentlemen. March got to his feet, and the Marines finished their coffee and followed suit, their armored faceplates clanging back into place. March led the way down the stairs and back to the main floor, the lasers sweeping across the walls, the low rumble of the music filling his ears. Trouble, said Elizabeth. March came to a sudden stop and looked at Caird. What is it? Said Vasquez. I think, said March, that the machinists are waiting for us. He checked that his pistol was ready in its holster, and looked to see 3 security drones drifting through the crowds, their midsections pulsing with green light. "Follow me, and whatever you do, don't fire the first shot." He left Tanner's Tavern and stepped back onto Commercial Concourse 7, the others spread out around him. The machinists were waiting for them. There were 20 machinists. 10 of them were naval officers, stark in their black uniforms. Their faces were corpse gray, their veins turned black from the nanobots that had replaced their blood, and each naval officer's left eye had been replaced with a cybernetic eyepiece, the crystal lens glowing a dull red. The dark mass of a hive implant jutted from each officer's neck and lower head, linking them to the final consciousness. Some of them had various machine tools or weapons in place of their left hands, though they all had pistols belted at their waists. The other 10 of the machinists were naked, but since their bodies had been covered in armor plating, it hardly mattered. They were assault troops, and they looked as if their flesh had been replaced with carapaces of dull, lusterless black metal. With the machinists was an unmodified human man that March recognized at once. He wore a simple black business suit. The man had the lean, tight build of a competent fighter, and a thick scar went down the left side of his face, turning his lip into a permanent sneer. The last time March had seen the man, he had arranged to lure Lady Rona Vindex to Rust Belt Station, intending to use the mysterious machine in the Tiger's hold on her. It seemed that Simon Laurie had indeed escaped Rust Belt Station. He gave March a tight smile but said nothing. One of the naval officers stepped forward. This one was female, though since none of the machinists had hair, and none of them wore makeup or jewelry, March was only able to guess that by the shape of the body beneath the black uniform. Not that such things mattered to those joined to the final consciousness. Her right eye was a dead black, while the left one glowed with the ocular implant. "Steady," murmured Vasquez. "Captain Jack March," said the machinist officer in a cold voice, her words colored with the harsh buzz of machine modification. "I am," said March. "I am Overseer Carnow," said the woman. "You are in possession of the property of the final consciousness. You will hand it over to us, or you will be destroyed." 5. Overseer. March said nothing. He put his hands into the pockets of his leather coat, rocked back on his heels, and made a show of looking around the concourse. 4 security drones traced a lazy pattern overhead. That was good. If there was shooting, the drones would respond in a hurry. The machinist soldiers in their cybernetic armor would not be as fast or as strong as the Marines in their power suits, but they were still deadly, and they had greater numbers. If they could kill March and the others before the security drones responded, then it would make it all the easier to take the Tiger by force. The custodian forbade the use of weapons on its station, but the ancient AI was less concerned about unarmed violence and coercion. It all depended on how badly the machinists wanted that device in the Tiger's hold. How much they were willing to sacrifice to get it back. To judge from the fact that they had sent a small task force of capital starships to get the machine back, they were willing to sacrifice quite a lot. On the other hand, why was Laurie here? The man was a spy, a secret agent, an intelligence operative. Much like March himself, but only for the other side. Open violence like this was not his style. He would be more likely to shoot March in the back of the head, or arrange a riot on the concourse, and then grab the machine in the chaos. Laurie wasn't even holding a weapon. He did have a small handheld scanning unit, and alternating between looking at its screen and looking at March and his companions. He was scanning for something. But what? "I repeat," said Carnow. "You are in possession of the property of the final consciousness. You will hand it over to us, or you will be destroyed. Captain March, you will respond now." March looked at her for a moment, and then offered her a bland smile. "Odd weather today," he said. Carnow blinked, taken aback. "What?" "Odd weather," said March. "It never rains here, but it feels like it is going to, doesn't it?" We should really report that to the custodian, don't you think? Might be a fault in the environmental systems. Seems like the sort of thing someone should look into. He sighed and shook his head. Sloppy these days. People kept up with their maintenance in the old days. You are discussing topics of no relevance to matters at hand, said Karnow, irritation coming into her machine-modulated voice. Laurie smirked once briefly, but said nothing and did not look up from his scanner. Not relevant, said March. I think it's very relevant. What if the environmental systems break down? We'll all asphyxiate or freeze to death or do both at the same time. Nasty way to go. Even machinists need to breathe. He waved a hand at the naval officers. Is she your commanding officer? I would complain to her CO if I were you. She's very cavalier with your safety. You are attempting to delay through obfuscation, said Karnow. Despite her ghastly appearance and the machine-modulated voice, she suddenly reminded March of an irritated teacher rebuking unruly pupils. You will cease discussing irrelevancies and turn to the matter at hand. No, I'm not, said March. It's very relevant. It's hard to discuss things without air. True, said Caird, who seemed to have grasped March's plan. Very true. Karnow's augmented gaze shifted to him, and Laurie looked up from his scanning unit long enough to give Caird a measured look. You are known to us, Commander Caird. My fame just continues to spread, said Caird. You are a navigator, said Karnow. You cost the final consciousness dearly at Martel's world. We shall exact repayment in time. Do you take standard credit chips, said Caird. Or payment in kind? I'm afraid I don't have any fleet carriers at the moment, but I suppose I could find you a garbage scow or something like that. Glib jokes will not stop the inevitable triumph of the revolution of the final consciousness, said Karnow. Your obsolete, archaic society shall be smashed. Your regressive social structure shall be crushed. Vasquez and the two Marines shifted. March hoped they had enough discipline not to start shooting in response to the grandiose threats. Those worthy of ascension to the final consciousness shall join us, and those who are unworthy shall be cleansed. She smirked at the Marines. Just as the crew of the Covenant was cleansed. Really, said March. We're having a polite conversation, and you bring threats into it. Rude, said Caird. Extremely rude, said March, glancing again at the security drones. The revolution shall crush your world, said Karnow, and we wander from the topic at hand, Overseer, said Laurie in his quiet voice, not looking up from the scanner. Yes, of course, said Karnow, glaring at Laurie. March had the impression that Karnow did not care that much for Laurie. Laurie, for his part, seemed only mildly contemptuous of her, the way he had seemed mildly contemptuous of Thomas Vindex back on Rust Belt Station. The machinist agent seemed cursed to forever work with people beneath his level of competence. March could relate. What is the topic at hand, Overseer? Said March. I think it was the weather, wasn't it? The device in the cargo hold of your ship, said Karnow with annoyance, that you stole from the machinists. Oh, said March. I think the weather would be more relevant. We will state our demand simply, said Karnow. You shall surrender the device to us. You shall surrender the crewers you rescued from the Tamlin system to us. You will then be permitted to take your vessel and depart the Eschaton system. What do I get in return? Said March. Karnow's organic eye blinked. March had the distinct impression that he annoyed her, which was good. Annoyed people, even annoyed people linked to the hive mind of the machinists, did not make sound decisions. You will be permitted to leave with your life. You're asking me to betray my nation and the military officers I have rescued, said March. You could at least offer me money. Or secrets. Or women. Or at least 30 pieces of silver. That is traditional, said Caird. Or the death of all my enemies, said March. I've seen how you lavished money and support on the various incompetent agents in your employ. Lori smirked at that. And you're not even offering me a bribe. Insulting. This is not a negotiation, snapped Karnow. These are our demands. You will submit to them. No, I won't, said March, glancing once more at the security drones. They seemed to have taken notice of the conversation. If he could just goad the machinists into using a weapon, the security drones would fall on them like a hammer. Of course, there were all kinds of dangerous things the machinists could do without drawing the custodian's ire. If Karnow and Lori tried to force the issue, March could appeal to the custodian for judgment, but it was entirely likely the alien AI would just kill them all. You will, said Karnow. Do not think me a fool. Too late, said March. A flicker of fury went over her gray face, but she kept speaking. I know any use of weapons will draw the attention of the alien AI that rules this system. But if we force you to walk with us, why, that requires to know weapons at all. She gestured, and the machinist soldiers stepped forward, spreading out in a half circle. You will come with us, or we will take you by force. That's so, said March, his mind racing. The machinist soldiers, in a contest of strength, could overpower him and cared without much difficulty. The Marines in their power armor would be harder, but there were only 3 Marines. It seemed that March had no choice but to roll the dice and call on the custodian. Humans. The alien voice was a flat, harsh rasp. It was the voice of a Nineveh. Ah, hell, muttered one of the Marines. Rogan, March thought. Nearly 30 Nineveh approached, their clawed toes tapping against the metal deck. The Nineveh were a saurian race, and according to the xenobiologists, they resembled a species of extinct saurian, called a velociraptor, that had once lived on primeval Earth. Each Nineveh stood about 1.5 meters tall and was 3 meters long, with a long stiff tail to keep their balance as they ran. Pebbly scales of green and brown covered their bodies, and each of their feet had a 4-inch-long sickle-shaped claw that could cut through steel. Those claws had no trouble slicing through human flesh and bone. Their forelimbs ended in hands with 3 fingers, 1 thumb, and sharp claws. Their skulls were long and lizard-like, their mouths filled with fangs, and their unblinking yellow eyes slit with a single black pupil. The Nineveh were armored, and all of them carried rifles. The guns were pointed at the floor, since the security drones might take exception to weapons pointed at sapiens. One of the Nineveh stepped forward. His armor was more elaborate than the others, and there was a red crest of rank on his helmet. What is your business here, alien? Said Karnow. I am Hunt Commander Tashnika of the Imperial Nineveh Fleet, said the Nineveh in a rasping, snarling voice. Your vessels fled from us in the Tamlin system after we ordered you to surrender and submit to an inspection. You have no cause to command the final consciousness, alien, snapped Karnow. Lori took a judicious step behind some of the armored soldiers. The final consciousness tried to conquer every human civilization within reach, but it exterminated any alien civilization that came within its power. To March's knowledge, the Nineveh Empire had fought several wars against the machinists to an inconclusive result. Given how proud the Nineveh were, and how their usual solution was to solve a dispute with violence, they might attack the machinists here and now. That could be useful. March and the others might be able to get away during the fight, though the security drones might kill every Nineveh and human in the fracas. They were unlikely to differentiate between unmodified human and machinist. Though for that matter, March had enough cyborg parts that he might register on their sensors as a machinist drone. We have every right to command you, cyborg, said Tashnika. You have violated the sacred laws of the Nineveh, and we have the right to detain you and search your ships. And just what sacred laws are those, reptile? Said Karnow. You have consorted with demons, said Tashnika. You and all of those joined to the final consciousness. March blinked in surprise. Demons. Maybe Tashnika had meant the use of cybernetic implants. The Nineveh did not use cybernetics, as far as he knew. He caught a glimpse of Laurie's expression and saw the brief look of surprise that flickered over the machinist agent's face. Laurie hadn't liked that talk of demons. But why would a machinist agent care about the religion of the Nineveh? Karnal, for her part, did not care in the slightest. She let out a long, derisive laugh. Demons. You think to bind the final consciousness with your primitive taboos and superstitions, reptile. You have consorted with demons, said Tashnika. The sacred law of the Nineveh has forbidden consorting with demons since before our race attained spaceflight and the use of the hyperdrive. We shall not allow you to ally with demons. Pathetic, sneered Karnal. Truly, your race is fit for nothing but extermination. You cling to your primitive religions like a child to its blanket. The revolution of the final consciousness shall transcend all classes, shall end all obsolete social traditions. God does not exist, but we shall create him, for when all of humanity is joined in the final consciousness, then mankind shall become God at last. Except for all those you kill, said March, because their bodies rejected the hive implant. They were unworthy of ascension to the final consciousness, said Karnal. The weak, the fools, the reactionaries, the superstitious, all shall be cleansed and humanity made perfect, an eternal God to rule over the universe for uncounted trillions of years. The Nineveh and other backward races shall be cleansed. The kingdom of Kalaskar shall be burned to ashes, and its people joined to the final consciousness. The Overseer, said Laurie. While I do not question your devotion to the cause of the final consciousness. What would you know, said Karnal. You are not even truly one of us. You. While I do not question your devotion to the cause of the final consciousness, said Laurie, in the patient voice of a teacher correcting a wayward pupil, I fear we are drifting from our purpose. What? Said Karnal, and a flicker of chagrin went over her face. Yes, of course. Her attention swiveled back to March. You will come with us, and you will surrender your stolen cargo to us. March caught a flash of white from the corner of his eye. It was time to force the issue. No, he said. You refuse us. Are you deaf? Said March. When the machinists carved you up and turned you into their meat puppet, did they cut out your ears? No. We're not giving you our cargo, and we're not going with you. Karnal snarled and took a step forward. We will compel. How? Said March. Just how are you going to force us? She took another step closer, as did the machinist soldiers. We shall force you to come with us, or... Custodian, shouted March at the top of his lungs. I appeal to the custodian for judgment. The machinists are threatening me with violence and bodily harm. The security drones have witnessed the actions of the machinist overseer and heard her words. I appeal to the custodian for arbitration and judgment. Well, shit, said Laurie. The hovering security drones flashed with green light, and suddenly a dozen more appeared over the confrontation, the bands around their equators glowing with harsh green energy. Karnal fell silent mid-tirade, and March glimpsed the dismay go across her features. She must have realized that March had goaded her into going a little too far. Boots clicked against the metal deck, and March turned to see a slender figure in a pristine white uniform striding past the Nineveh contingent, a pair of security drones floating after her. Sophia Logo stopped in the center of the triangle formed by March, Karnal, and Tashnika, and looked at each of them in turn. She settled on Tashnika. Hunt Commander Tashnika, remove yourself from his confrontation. This dispute between the machinists and the kingdom of Kalaskar is none of your concern. It is entirely our concern, said Tashnika. The sacred law of the Nineveh forbids consorting with demons and their works, and the machinists have flouted that law. We will destroy them for it. Your own master ought to appreciate the danger. Was the custodian not built by the ancient races of old? Nevertheless, said Logos. Tashnika let out a rumbling snarl. In deference to the custodian's authority, we will not force action here. But we will monitor the situation. He growled an order to his warriors, and the Nunavik turned and left the concourse, their claws rasping against the metal deck. "And you, Overseer Karnow," said Logos. "Do not meddle in affairs which are none of your concern," said Karnow. "I am the emissary of the custodian," said Logos with cool poise. "Both Monastery Station and the Eschaton system are under the control of the custodian, so anything that happens here is of concern to the custodian and therefore of concern to me. You have already violated the custodian's rules by engaging in space combat in the Eschaton system. The loss of that destroyer," said Karnow, "shall be avenged. The final consciousness does not forget its enemies." "No, it won't," said Logos. "And what the final consciousness remembers is of no consequence. You will engage in no further disruptions aboard Monastery Station." "The custodian," said Karnow, her voice dripping with contempt. "The custodian is nothing more than an ancient relic, a sputtering remnant of a long-dead civilization. The final consciousness shall exceed the custodian utterly, and one day we shall dismantle the wretched computer that rules this system." Glory sighed again and tucked the scanner unit into his jacket. Either he had found what he had been looking for, or it wasn't here. "Not even the custodian can see the future," said Logos, "but the custodian is the one with railguns pointed at your capital starships." She smiled and waved a hand at the metal spheres floating overhead. "The custodian is also the one with the security drones surrounding you. I suggest, Overseer, that you keep yourself and your men under tight control." "Do not think to threaten me, harlot," said Karnow. "Harlot," said Logos, bemused. "I'm not. And if I was, you couldn't afford me." Caird laughed at that, which only seemed to make Karnow angrier. "You would be unworthy of joining the final consciousness," said Karnow. "You whore yourself out to the ancient computer of a long-dead civilization. Your time will come. The custodian's time will come." "I advise you to leave the concourse," said Logos. "Those are becoming dangerously close to threats." Karnow sneered once more and turned, and in unison the machinist officers and soldiers followed her as she stalked away. Glory looked at March for a moment, and then inclined his head, like the nod of acknowledgement a boxer gave his opponent before starting the fight. Then he followed the machinists, and March watched as he left Commercial Concourse 7. "Well," said Caird, "wasn't that a pleasant chat?" 6. Hunters. Vasquez snorted. "You have a strange idea of pleasant conversation, Commander." "He really does," said Elizabeth. No one but March and Caird heard her. But to March's surprise, Logos glanced in Elizabeth's direction. Could she see the macrobe? It did seem likely that the custodian knew all about the navigators. Perhaps it even knew how they were created, and had given its human servants the ability to see them. "Captain March," said Logos, her blue eyes turning toward him. "You have a gift for finding trouble." "I don't find trouble, emissary," said March. "It finds me." Overseer Karnow and her men and Hunt Commander Tashnika and his men initiated the confrontation. My companions and I did nothing to escalate it, and... Logos waved a hand. "I know. The confrontation was monitored from the moment it began. 23 separate observers called it in. It is well known that the custodian does not permit violence on Monastery Station. Do not be concerned, though. You were peacefully going about your business and obtaining necessary parts and technicians to repair your vessel." March inclined his head. "I'm glad the custodian understands. Very little happens on Monastery Station or within Eschaton system, of which the custodian is unaware," said Logos. She gazed at him for a moment, and March looked back without blinking. She was an attractive woman, and he was annoyed that he was very aware of that fact. It might distract him from his mission. "You seem to have caught the custodian's interest, Captain March." "Have I?" said March. "That's too bad. I'm very unremarkable. I'm sorry the custodian is so bored." Logo smiled. It is unusual for the machinists to act so forcefully in the eschaton system. They hate and fear the custodian, of course, and so are usually better behaved when within range of the railguns. She paused for a moment. "Whatever device you have in your cargo hold must be valuable indeed." March thought about that. He hadn't considered the possibility that the custodian might decide to take the device for itself. If the AI wanted to do that, there was no way March could stop it. That wouldn't be the worst outcome. He wouldn't get the device to the Admiralty and the Ministry of Defense, but the machinists wouldn't get it back either, and March could at least bring the scan data of the device back to Kalaskar. "Can I be honest with you, Emissary Logos?" said March. "I would prefer it, Captain March," said Logos, leaning a little closer. He caught a whiff of her perfume, something subtle and understated. He found that he liked the smell. "The thing in my cargo hold," he said. "I have no idea what it is." "Dangerous," said Logos. "That's what it is." She stepped back. "Good fortune, Captain March. The custodian will be keeping an eye on you." She turned and walked off. March found his eyes drawn towards her backside, and he grimaced and looked away. "Great," said March. "I think she does like you," said Caird. "Good God, that was a close one," said Vasquez. "I was sure we were all going to die." "No," said March. "You did well holding your fire. If we had started shooting first, the custodian would have killed us all." He looked at Caird and Elizabeth. "Doesn't matter then, if the emissary likes me or not." "Suppose not," said Vasquez. "Let's get back to the Tiger now," said March. "We have what we need. If we all stay on the ship, the safer we'll be. I want to depart tomorrow, as soon as the honest prophet leaves the station." "You really intend to ride a supercontainer freighter all the way to the Constantinople system?" said Caird. "Maybe," said March. "Maybe not. It depends on the circumstances. Whatever happens, I want a backup plan. And if we can confuse the machinists about what we're doing, we'll have a better chance." "Good thinking," said Caird as they headed down the concourse. March looked for a cargo drone, or a passenger drone, that could ferry them back to Bay 997 and the Tiger. "If we're going to get back to Kalaskar, we—" March's phone started buzzing. He frowned and tapped his earpiece. "This is March." Was Perry calling? The Marine sergeant would have called Vasquez or Caird if something went wrong. "Captain March," said Vigil. March grimaced. The pseudo-intelligence would only call if something had gone wrong with the ship, or if Perry or one of the remaining Marines had attempted sabotage. "Go ahead," said March. "An unauthenticated message has arrived for you," said Vigil. "Text only. I have been unable to determine the source, but it did arrive locally from within Monastery Station's network." "Show me," said March, drawing out his phone from his pocket. The screen came to life. The message was succinct. "Meet me at Tanner's Tavern. We have business to discuss." Some instinct made March turn his head. Simon Laurie leaned against the entrance to Tanner's Tavern, hands in his pockets. He saw March looking at him and waved, his phone glowing in his hand, and then turned and walked back into the tavern, disappearing into the smoke and the sweeping lasers. "Hell," muttered March. "That man in the suit," said Caird. "Who is he?" "You three," said March, looking at the Marines. "Go on ahead. Commander Caird will be joining you in a moment, and then I will catch up to you." The armored Marines shared a look among themselves, and then looked at Caird. "Go ahead," said Caird. Be careful. You too, sir, said Vasquez. Marines, let's go. The armored men walked away, boots clanking against the deck. All right, said March once they were out of earshot. His name's Simon Lowry. He's a machinist agent and a clever bastard. The device in my hold. I stole it from him. That is a complication, said Caird. I tried to kill him on Rust Belt Station, but he got away clean, said March. He's probably the reason the Covenant flew into an ambush at Tamlin's World. Either he guessed the Navy's plan, or someone leaked the plan to him. Neither possibility is good, said Caird. What does he want now? Most probably to distract me while his friends do something, said March. Go catch up to Vasquez and the others, and get to the Tiger. Make sure the reaction chamber gets installed properly. He glanced at Elizabeth. I suppose your friend can detect any dark energy leakage. I most certainly can, said Elizabeth with cool hauteur. What are you going to do with Lowry? Said Caird. March shrugged. Talk to him. Hopefully distracting him from distracting us. Maybe find out what he's planning. He'll be up to something. The whole reason he came out here has to be to get that machine back. You might be walking into a trap, said Caird. Yes, said March. But there will be limits to what he can do in a public place on Monastery Station. If he tries anything violent, he'll have both Tanner's men and the station security drones landing on his head. If it does go bad, and I don't return, get the ship back to Kalaskrin space, and get the device into the hands of the Admiralty. Sounds like a plan, said Caird. He looked at the tavern and grimaced. Good luck. March nodded, turned, and walked back into Tanner's tavern. The song had changed, the low bass beat rumbling up through his heels and into his metal arm. Most of the crowd had left the main floor. Likely they had made a discreet exit during the confrontation, lest the security drones start vaporizing witnesses. Lowry sat at a table near the stairs to the balcony, his back to the wall, in exactly the position he needed to watch both the entrance and the stairs and the doors to the kitchen at the same time. A half-finished cup of coffee was on the table before him, and his dark eyes turned to March. He sat across from the machinist agent and waited. Lowry's suit was expensive and well cut, and he almost certainly had a pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his coat. It didn't go with his scarred, rough features, but that would hardly stand out in a place like Monastery Station. Lowry's eyes flicked over him, no doubt sizing him up as well. At last Lowry reached into his coat. March's metal hand curled into a fist, ready to flip the table over if Lowry drew a weapon. But Lowry only produced a small cardboard carton. Cigarette. March looked at the cigarettes and then at Lowry. Lowry sighed. It's not poison. It's not full of tracking devices or nanotech or anything like that. Will it explode? Said March. Let's find out, said Lowry. He produced a lighter, lit a cigarette, lifted it to his mouth and took a long draw. Guess not. Just as well, since I'm sitting across from you. March reached into the carton and drew out a cigarette. Lowry lit it for him, and March lifted it to his mouth. He didn't smoke often. Even with the machinist nanotech in his system, cigarettes did too much damage to his respiratory system. Nevertheless, he enjoyed the sensation of smoke in his lungs, and the focus the nicotine brought to his mind. If it's not going to explode, said March, then what's the point? Lowry shrugged. I'm going to have to kill you someday. Possibly very soon. Might as well be neighborly. What, right now? Said March. Of course not, said Lowry. We're smoking. Killing you right now would be uncivilized. They sat in silence. March took another draw from the cigarette, the smoke blowing out his nose. Unhealthy things, aren't they? Said Lowry. I really should give them up. It doesn't matter since I'm going to kill you, said March. Lowry raised his eyebrows. Threats, Captain March. March shrugged. You said you're going to kill me. When that day comes, I'll kill you first. So, you might as well have a second cigarette. Lori gave a quiet laugh. I like that. I like that very much. You've caused me a lot of trouble, you know. Have I? Said March. Back at Antioch Station, said Lori. I knew the Silent Order would send someone to meddle with the Vindex situation. I should have killed you there, but I didn't want to take the risk, and I couldn't find any reliable local help. But if I had known how much trouble you would be, yeah, I'd have taken the risk and pushed you out an airlock. Well, said March. If it helps, I've thought the same thing about you. Lori smirked and blew out a cloud of smoke. Why, thank you. That's very kind. But you have been one big damned headache for me, Captain March. March decided to take a stab in the dark. Not as big a headache as Thomas Vindex, I would bet. Lori sighed and shook his head. He was a problem, yes. The man was an obnoxious shit. The new recruits are always the worst. Especially rich brats like him. He grew up lording it over his servants, and he expected to start lording it over the final consciousness, since we were smart enough to appreciate how brilliant he was, and Daddy never did. He snorted. But Daddy was right about Thomas, wasn't he? The boy was an idiot. It was a pity we couldn't recruit his sister. She might have been naive, but you can grow out of that, and she had both a spine and a brain. Frankly, I'm relieved she shot Thomas. Saved me the trouble. He grinned. Did you see the funeral? I didn't, said March. I've been busy getting shot at. Aw, pity, said Lori. The official line is that we kidnapped Thomas, Rona went to rescue him, and Thomas died nobly and heroically defending his sister during the escape attempt. It all sounds so very Kalaskaran. He sneered on the last word. Poor Lady Rona, giving the eulogy for her brother. She looked so solemn and so very tragically pretty at the podium. Out of curiosity, did you ever sleep with her? No, said March, keeping his irritation from his voice. Rona had offered, though. Sometimes March thought he had been an idiot for refusing her. Why not, said Lori. She was a pretty thing. When you joined the kingdom of Kalaskar, did they slice your balls off? It must have taken a lot of surgery to turn you from an iron hand into, well, whatever you are now. Because it would have been a bad idea, said March, ignoring the taunt. The operation had enough complications already. Stupid to add another. Ah. Lori smiled. Very professional. I approve. I see why you caused me so much trouble. They sat in silence smoking. March finished his cigarette and stubbed it out in the ashtray. Lori produced another, lit it, and passed it to him. March checked over the cigarette and then lifted it to his mouth. Is that why we're having this conversation? Said March. Because we're both professionals? In part, said Lori. We're a lot alike, much as the thought must displease you. I must work with idiots like Thomas Vindex and Karnow. You have to work with fools like that fat pig Heights and that Marine captain who was following you around like a pet dog. All right, said March. What's the pulse? Lori smiled. The pulse. It's been a while since I took any medical training, but I seem to recall that the formal definition of the human pulse is arterial palpation caused by the heartbeat. No, said March. The pulse. Thomas mentioned it before he died. Seemed to think that it was going to destroy the kingdom of Kalaskar. Lori sighed. Thomas talked too much. He smiled. Why we trade secrets for secrets? You tell me, say, the identity of Censor, or the names of 5 other Alpha-level Silent Order operatives, and I'll tell you about the pulse. You know better, said March. So do you, said Lori. This machine I took from you, said March. What does it do? Laurie tapped some ash from the end of his cigarette. Haven't figured it out yet. It's some sort of mind control device, said March. Something undetectable. If you wire cybernetics into someone's nervous system or do some kind of brainwashing, it's obvious. It's incredibly obvious. A crappy consumer-grade scanner can pick up cybernetics and brainwash people act erratically and eventually have breakdowns. But this thing, whatever it is, can do mind control in a way that's completely undetectable. Laurie shrugged. If you already know, why are you asking? Because your side has gone to a lot of trouble to get it back, said March. Capital starships don't come to the Eschaton system for fun. True, said Laurie. So it's important, said March. You really don't want us to have it. I'll let you in on a little secret, said Laurie. We're here because the final consciousness says so. The leaders of the final consciousness. The Cognarch, said March. Yes, you were an Iron Hand, said Laurie. You know how the structure of the hive mind works. The Cognarchs have declared that we must retrieve the device, or barring that, destroy it, and kill everyone with knowledge of its existence. Too late, said March. The Silent Order already knows about the machine. Killing me and reclaiming the device won't erase that knowledge. Laurie gave a lazy shrug. No, but it will turn the machine into an unverified report. The Silent Order and the Royal Kalaskaran Navy already have so many concerns. Who will have time to chase down a rumor? Some operative claimed to have found a mind control machine, but he disappeared before he could ever return to Kalaskaran space. Tragic, especially since the heavy cruiser sent to pick up the machine at Tamlin's World got blasted out of the sky. Your spies in the Navy told you that, said March. Oh, they did, said Laurie. He shrugged again. Or we made a reasonable guess and decided that Tamlin's World would be the best possible rendezvous point. One or the other. It would be cheating to tell you which. Suppose it would, said March. Laurie gestured with his cigarette, the end glowing like a targeting laser in the gloom. See, you're a professional. You understand these things like I do. And like me, I think you know when the time has come to cut a deal. So what's your offer, said March. You're not getting away with the machine, said Laurie. It's too important. The final consciousness won't let it go, and Overseer Karnow is probably communing with the hive mind right now and getting new orders. Also, you've got that navigator on board, the one responsible for the fiasco at Martel's World. The final consciousness never likes to pass up on a chance for revenge. What's your point, said March. We're not letting you out of the system alive, said Laurie. The custodian might take exception to you using ship-to-ship weapons in its system, said March. Certainly, said Laurie. But the final consciousness will not care so long as the device is retrieved or destroyed. He tapped the table with his free hand a few times. That's how serious this is, March. The final consciousness does not want you to return to Kalaskar with that machine, and it is willing to lose an entire task force to make sure that it doesn't happen. That's a lot of capital starships, said March. He flicked ash from the end of the cigarette. Is the machine that valuable? Basic law of economics, said Laurie. A thing is worth whatever you're willing to pay for it, and the final consciousness is willing to sacrifice an entire task force to make sure that machine doesn't fall into the hands of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. But here's another law of economics. You don't always get everything you want. A machinist quoting laws of economics, said March. I thought you lot were going to abolish money and private property. Overseer Karnow might have you shot for thoughts against the revolution of the final consciousness. Laurie stared into the distance for a moment. The Overseer is a bit of a zealot. A lot of the fleet overseers are. Those of us in the covert arm of the final consciousness have to be more concerned about results, don't we? Which is why I'm willing to cut a deal with you. March suspected that they had come to the main point. "I'm listening," said March. "Leave the machine," said Lori, "and you can depart Monastery Station with the men you rescued from the Covenant. We'll let you go. Karnal won't be happy, but she won't be able to do anything about it. Leave the device with me, and you can go. We'll both get something we want. I'll get the device back. You'll get to return to Kalaskar, and you'll also rescue a few of the crewers from the Covenant. You won't have the device, but I imagine you've scanned it backwards and forwards, and you'll at least have the scan data for your scientists to chew over." March leaned back in his seat, the cigarette smoldering in his metal fingers. He had absolutely no doubt that if he surrendered the machine, Lori or Karnal would make sure that the Tiger was destroyed before it left the Eschaton system. "You must really want that machine back," said March. "We've come all this way, haven't we?" said Lori. "Let me guess," said March. "You'll be executed if you fail." "Don't be melodramatic," said Lori. "The final consciousness doesn't work that way." March stared at him. "At least for the covert arm," conceded Lori. "It's the alien device, isn't it?" said March. Lori only smiled. "There's a piece of alien electronics in the center of the machine," said March. He finished his cigarette and ground it out in the ashtray. "Thing that looks like a big green beetle. I'd bet that it's either something the final consciousness found someplace and doesn't know how to duplicate, or it's too difficult or expensive to manufacture. Maybe it takes some rare metal that's only found on one asteroid or something. Which means you have to get it back." "Yes," said Lori. "One way or another, you're not leaving the Eschaton system with the device." "All right," said March. "I'll talk it over with the others. I'm gambling with their lives, so they'll have a say." He intended to do no such thing. He knew Caird and Vasquez and the others would refuse to surrender, but there was no reason to tell Lori that. Besides, Lori likely knew already. Which meant that this meeting was about a delay or a trap or a trick or something else. "Okay," said Lori. "That's fair. That's all we needed to discuss. You've got until tomorrow morning to decide. Then Karnal's going to force the issue." "Fine," said March. "Thanks for the cigarettes." "Before you go," said Lori, "can I ask you a question?" March remained motionless. "You want to ask a spy a question?" "It's a personal question," said Lori. "My own idle curiosity. Not business." "You already asked if I had slept with Lady Rona," said March. Lori grinned. "Funny that your mind should go there. Maybe you ought to visit one of the brothels on your way out, take the edge off. The women or the androids there wouldn't care about your scars." Which, incidentally, relates to my question. "Either ask or shut up," said March. He never liked discussing women or his scars. He knew it was a weakness, but it was still a weak point. "Do you really believe in it?" said Lori. "Believe what?" said March. Lori gestured with his cigarette. "You used to be an Iron Hand, part of the final consciousness. One of our elite soldiers." "That's right," said March. "And then you defected," said Lori. "You abandoned the final consciousness and joined the Kingdom of Kalaskar and the Silent Order." "Was that the question?" said March. "Do I believe that you're going to waste valuable time by recounting the obvious? I wouldn't have, but it seems I was wrong." "But to join Kalaskar and the Silent Order," said Lori, "you would have been baptized into the Royal Kalaskaran Church." "It's the state church of the Kingdom of Kalaskar," said March. "It's one of the laws. Only those baptized into the Royal Kalaskaran Church can hold military positions or civilian office." Lori leaned forward. He looked almost fascinated, like a man poking at a scab. "But do you believe it?" "The church," said March. "All of it, I mean," said Lori. "It's an ancient religion, dating back to before mankind even knew how to build an internal combustion engine, let alone a hyperdrive. So, do you believe it? Do you believe in God and Jesus, and the resurrection of the dead, and all that? March said nothing. His membership in the Royal Calaskaran Church did not come up on a regular basis. He did believe in God, usually, though sometimes he wondered if God was indifferent to humans, or if God actively detested them. As for the rest, he alternated between doubt and hope. According to the Church, Jesus promised forgiveness of sins to all who followed him. March at least hoped that part was true. He had enough blood on his hands and soul, most of it from his time as an Iron Hand, but some of it from his service to the Silent Order. But there was one thing March knew beyond all doubt. He hated the final consciousness and the machinists, hated the hideous thing that wished to conquer all mankind and absorb every living person into itself. And he would take the Royal Calaskaran Church over the final consciousness without a second's hesitation. Yes, said March, staring at Laurie without blinking. Huh. Laurie leaned back, bemused. Really? Maybe the Calaskaran surgeons scrambled something when they removed your hive implant. A former Iron Hand, claiming to be a member of a church. And after you have known the glory of the final consciousness in all its unity and power. Utter madness. You must be suffering from a brain injury of some kind. What about you, said March. Do I want to join the Royal Calaskaran Church, said Laurie. Another obvious question. No, said March. Do you believe in the final consciousness? Laurie raised his eyebrows. The final consciousness is a tangible entity that rules an interstellar empire. Faith is hardly required. That's not what I mean, said March. Do you believe in the machinist doctrines? I know them all. I was raised in them. That the final consciousness is the next phase of human evolution. That all mankind will be joined as one in the final consciousness, and there will be no more war, no more religions, no more strife, no more starvation and hunger and pain. What do you think? Said Laurie, smiling. It's a lie, said March. It's all a damned lie. He leveled a finger at Laurie, angrier than he would have liked. I saw what the final consciousness was really like. 20% of the population can be joined to the hive mind, and the remaining 80% are enslaved. I saw the labor camps and the extermination camps, and I saw people worked to death, and their bodies dumped into the organic decompilers to be harvested for protein. That's right, said Laurie. You grew up on Calixtus, a rebellious and reactionary planet. Making someone from Calixtus an Iron Hand was a mistake. And once I was an Iron Hand, said March, I saw what the final consciousness did. The assassinations. The corruption and subversion of governments. The genocides and the mass slaughters. The final consciousness is a blight, a cancer spreading from world to world and leaving only death in its wake. Laurie looked more and more amused. I've seen all that, and you've seen all that. And after all that, do you believe the final consciousness is bullshit? Every word, said Laurie. He leaned forward, his eyes glittering. That's what someone like you doesn't understand. It's all true. And no faith is required. I've seen the final consciousness and its power with my own eyes. He ground out the butt of his cigarette in the ashtray. And all the things you've seen. The genocides and the slaughters and the conquests. You think they're a bad thing. They're not. Really, said March, a flare of hatred going through him. That was bad. Hatred could impair his judgment at a critical moment. Can I tell you something? Said Laurie. Would you stop if I said no? One of my first assignments, said Laurie, as if March had not spoken. A long time ago, I needed to kill a man who threatened a cell of machinist sympathizers. I set off a bomb that disabled his car. It killed him, but his pregnant wife was riding with him. She was 7-8 months along, I think. The blast drove some debris into her abdomen, and she miscarried in the wrecked car. When the emergency crews cut her out of the wreckage, she was covered in the blood from her dead husband and her dead baby. The way she screamed, you wouldn't have thought that a human throat could make a noise like that. "Why the hell are you telling me this?" said March, cold anger burning inside him. He did not like the satisfied look on Laurie's face. If he could have taken his metal fist and turned that smug look into bloody pulp and crushed bone, he would have. "Do you know what I regret about that?" said Laurie. "The one thing I wish I had done differently." "What?" He smiled. "I wish I had killed the woman with her husband and baby. One less enemy in the path of the revolution of the final consciousness." "You and the final consciousness are murderers," said March, the words hard and cold as a knife's edge. "No," said Laurie. "We're culling humanity. We're purging it. We are burning away the dross and leaving the gold that can become part of the final consciousness. And when we're done, the weak and the stupid among mankind will be dead, and the rest of mankind will be one in the final consciousness. Humanity will be unified as it never has been in our entire history, and we shall conquer the rest of the universe. See, March, we're a lot alike, you and I. I suppose in a way I'm just as religious as you are. Except my God is real. My God will triumph. You had your chance to be one of us, and you threw it away." "I was one of you," said March, "and then I saw you for what you really are." Laurie inclined his head. "And we have come to an impasse. The point where questions are no longer decided by words but by force." March stood. He'd heard enough. "Thanks for the cigarettes." "Think about my offer," said Laurie. "I'll do that," said March, stepping back from the table. "I hope so," said Laurie, leaning back in his seat. "It's your last chance to leave the eschaton system alive." March walked from Tanner's Tavern without looking back, brooding over the conversation. Why had Laurie invited him for that talk? Why tell that vile story about the pregnant woman and her murdered husband? It didn't make any sense. He knew that Laurie's offer had not been genuine. The machinists would not suffer the tiger to leave the system, and if the final consciousness was willing to sacrifice an entire task force, recover the device, and the machinists would also be willing to sacrifice their ships to destroy the tiger, the device, and all the witnesses to the machine. So why had Laurie wasted time talking to March? It couldn't have been curiosity about March's religious leanings and personal loyalties. Laurie had to know that March hated the final consciousness too much to ever return to the machinists. Laurie must have known that March knew the offer had been a hollow one. And why tell that story about the murdered man and his wife? Surely Laurie knew that would only anger March further. Delay. Laurie must have been trying to win a delay to accomplish something. But what? Had the machinist chips been doing something? Or did Laurie have other agents on the station? March adjusted his earpiece and tapped a command into his phone. "Caird." "Here," came Caird's voice a moment later. "How'd your chat with Mr. Laurie go?" "Just as fun as you would expect," said March. "What's your status?" "We're back at the Tiger," said Caird. "Tanner arrived with his mechanic and his workers, some guy named Calder. Tanner left, and Calder and his techs are in your engine room installing the new reaction chamber. Vasquez is keeping an eye on them, and Perry's guarding the outside of the ship." "Any trouble?" said March. "Not yet," said Caird. "Calder and his men at least look honest, and your pseudo-intelligence says that haven't tried to sabotage the ship or install any malware." "Did anyone approach the ship?" said March. "No one," said Caird. "Just Tanner, Calder, and his workers." March let out a breath. "I don't know what Laurie wanted, but I think the point of the conversation was to distract me long enough for something else to happen." "What though?" said Caird. "Damned if I know," said March, looking around the concourse again for another cargo drone. "But I'll be on the ship in another 10 minutes. Roger that, said Caird, and ended the call. March made another call, a secure one directly to Vigil. Captain March, she said. Status report, please, said March. Mr. Coulter and his crew are installing the reaction chamber, said Vigil. I have been monitoring them, and the procedure is within acceptable parameters. No one approached the ship during your absence, save for the return of Caird, Vasquez, Ulm, and Rogan. There have been no incoming communications, save for the unauthenticated message I sent to you earlier, and there have been no attempts at unauthorized entry or hacking. Sergeant Perry and his men, said March. What did they do while I was absent? They remained outside the ship and guarded the entry ramp, said Vigil. No suspicious activity was detected. All right, said March. It was an unlikely possibility, but he was not willing to discount the idea that one of the Covenant survivors was a traitor. Until they safely returned to Kalaskran space, he could not lower his suspicions. I'll be back at the ship within 10 minutes. Call me at once if anything unusual happens. Acknowledged, Captain March, said Vigil, and he ended the call. At last, March spotted a cargo drone, and he headed towards it, intending to ride it back to Bay 997. As he did, he heard a sudden rapping noise, the sound of something hard and sharp tapping against the metal of the deck. Like claws. He whirled, his hand twitching towards his pistol, and saw a dozen Nunavik running towards him. They were fast, far faster than a human. A Nunavik with a level surface and no obstructions could run 60 kilometers an hour in short bursts. For an instant, March thought they were going to knock him over, but the Nunavik soldiers came to a stop several meters away, watching him with their yellow eyes. Hunt Commander Tashnika was with them, and he stepped forward, the massive scythe-like claw on his right foot tapping against the deck. You are Captain Jack March, said Tashnika. Yeah, said March. You shall accompany us to our vessel for questioning, said Tashnika. That right, said March. My statement is correct, said Tashnika. You will accompany us of your own will, or you will accompany us by force. March stared at the Hunt Commander, his mind racing. The Nunavik were predators, and they thought like predators. Their entire culture and society had been built around their predatory natures. The Nunavik thought nothing of their political and military leaders killing each other in duels, so long as it was done openly and according to the proper forms. And the first rule of dealing with predators was to never show weakness or fear. You presume to command me, said March, stepping closer to Tashnika and looking the Nunavik in the eye. By what right do you command me, Nunavik? By right of force, said Tashnika, gesturing with a clawed hand to his warriors. They spread out around March in a semicircle, their dusty serpentine smell filling his nostrils. Use your weapons and the custodian will turn you to ashes, said March. Weapons are not required, said Tashnika. Our strength is superior, as are our claws and fangs. March drew himself up, strode right up to Tashnika, and leaned down to look the Nunavik in the eye. From this close, he saw the many sharp fangs lining the alien's long mouth. Tashnika could have bitten off March's face had he felt inclined to do so. Then do you challenge me, said March, as a hunter? A ripple went through the Nunavik soldiers. You are not a hunter, said Tashnika. You are human. Then you cower before my challenge, said March. Perhaps it is you, Hunt Commander Tashnika, who is not a hunter. Tashnika let out an angry hiss. You court our destruction. He gestured at the chrome sphere of a security drone floating over the deck 100 meters away. If we fight, the drones will destroy us. Custodian, shouted March. Of my own free will, I challenge Hunt Commander Tashnika to prove his worthiness as a hunter to me. Do you accept of your own free will, Hunt Commander? For a moment Tashnika stared at March, his forked tongue darting over his fangs. I accept the challenge of the hunter, rasped the Nunavik. The other Nineveh soldiers reacted, spreading out to move into a wide circle around both March and Tashnika. "Good," said March, flexing the fingers of his left hand. "Do you understand the sacred laws of the challenge, human?" said Tashnika. "We fight with our bare hands," said March. "No weapons. The first to use weapons is dishonored and defeated. The first to yield submits to the other. Else the combat is to the death." "We start 12 paces apart," said Tashnika. March nodded and walked backward, and Tashnika did the same. March balanced on the balls of his feet, his left shoulder aching, the fingers of his metal hand opening and closing. Nineveh were fast, very fast, and their claws were sharp and hard. A flick of Tashnika's leg, and that enormous scythe-like claw could open March's belly like an envelope. But March had his own advantages. The interior of his leather coat was lined with a carbon fiber weave. It was designed to stop knife blades, but it should also work on a Nineveh's claws. And while the Nineveh were fast, they weren't that maneuverable thanks to their long bodies and stiff tails. "Sub-Commander Vastathik shall serve as the arbiter of the challenge," said Tashnika. "Is that acceptable?" "It is," said March. "Very well," said Tashnika. "Sub-Commander." "Begin," said one of the other Nineveh. Tashnika hurtled at March in a blur of claws and scales and teeth, but March had been ready. He had thrown himself to the side the minute that Vastathik had spoken, and he just got out of the way of the Hunt Commander's charge. As he did, he punched with his left arm, throwing all his cybernetic strength behind the blow. His left fist slammed into Tashnika's side with terrific force, throwing the Nineveh Hunt Commander off his balance. Tashnika reacted at once, raking with his hands at March's face. March snapped his left arm up and caught the blows on his forearm. The claws sliced through the leather of his coat with ease, but skidded off the mesh interior. March kicked for the weaker joint in the Nineveh's right leg, and Tashnika jumped back. Tashnika recovered and launched himself forward, his jaws yawning wide. March punched with his left hand, driving his fist into the Nineveh's mouth, and seized Tashnika's lower jaw. The Hunt Commander tried again and again to bite off March's hand, the powerful jaws closing with terrific force. Had March put his right hand into Tashnika's mouth, the Nineveh would have bitten it clean off. As it was, the Hunt Commander's razor-sharp teeth shredded March's glove and sleeve, but did nothing against the alloy of his cybernetic arm. Tashnika heaved forward, trying to get the claws of his hands and feet on March, but March locked his arm, using its strength to hold the Nineveh at bay. He tightened his grip, and inch by inch he started to force Tashnika's jaw open wider. If the Nineveh did not yield, March was going to rip off his jaw and let him bleed to death. Suddenly Tashnika dropped to his knees, breathing hard, and spread his hands, his tail thumping against the deck. "He yields, human," said Vastathik. At once, March released Tashnika and stepped back, the shredded remnants of his glove falling from his metal fingers. He noted with annoyance that the sleeve of his coat was a shredded ruin. That was a pity. He had liked that coat. His eyes remained on Tashnika, watching for treachery, but the Nineveh warrior only got back to his feet, breathing hard. "You did not say," rasped Tashnika, "that you had cybernetic enhancements." March shrugged. "It is not the fault of the prey if the hunter makes an error in observation." Tashnika let out a hissing Nineveh laugh. "Indeed not. Your arm was created by the machinists. I recognize the design." "Yes," said March. "Yet you are not part of the final consciousness," said Tashnika. "They have endeavored to kill you several times." "Yes," said March again. "Why?" said Tashnika. "Why are you not part of the final consciousness?" "I left the machinists," said March. He tried to think of a way to phrase it that the Nineveh would accept. "They showed themselves to be without honor, to be cruel and cowardly hunters, and I departed them." The Hunt Commander considered this. "I see. But since I won our challenge," said March, "I am free to go." "Perhaps I made an error in judgment," said Tashnika. "Perhaps there is no need to interrogate you. Perhaps we can hunt together against a mutual foe." "What do you mean?" said March. "Let us speak together, you and I," said Tashnika. "Your safety is guaranteed, by my honor, as a hunt commander of the Nineveh Empire. It seems that we share some of the same prey." "Very well," said March, looking around the concourse. He didn't want to return to Tanner's tavern. It was possible Lori was still there. Of course, Lori had to know about March's confrontation with the Nineveh. Perhaps the entire point of Lori's conversation had been to delay March long enough to encounter Tashnika and his party, in hopes that the Nineveh would eliminate him. He pointed at a restaurant on the upper level of the concourse. "Let's go there. I just need to call my crew and let them know I'll be late." "As you wish," said Tashnika. The restaurant catered to carnivorous races like the Nineveh, which meant March was possibly the only sapient in the establishment who did not have claws, fangs, bony armor, or poisoned stingers. The menu offered a staggering array of meats from a variety of different worlds. Since predators tended to be territorial, the tables were spaced well away from each other. Glass cages held a variety of alien animals, fish, and insects, and the more discerning patrons could choose the specific creature that would serve as their main course. Sub-Commander Vestathic waited on the concourse with the rest of the Nineveh soldiers, but March and Tashnika seated themselves on opposite sides of a table. The table had been made of polished stainless steel. March supposed that made it easier to clean if a patron desired to eat his meal raw. "You have survived a hunter's challenge," rasped Tashnika, "so perhaps we should speak candidly to each other as hunters do." "That would be best," said March. "But I have secrets I cannot betray. I expect you have the same as well." Tashnika bobbed his head in a good imitation of a human nod, though it looked rather like a serpent preparing to strike. "Then I will ask a blunt question. How did you come to become involved in the destruction of the Covenant?" "Bad luck," said March. "I am a Kalaskaran privateer, and a job took me to the Tamlin system. I arrived just as the machinists destroyed the Covenant. My ship was at the edge of the battle, and I managed to pick up one of the lifeboats. Before I could escape, my dark matter reactor was damaged, and I had no choice but to come to Monastery Station for repairs." "You speak the truth," said Tashnika, "but not the entire truth, I think." "No matter. Either way, you have become entangled with the demon machine the machinists have built." "Demon machine?" said March, his thoughts flashing to the device in the Tiger's strong room. "That was why we came to Tamlin's world," said Tashnika. "We received word that the machinists would destroy a Kalaskaran cruiser that had acquired the demon machine, and we planned to destroy both the machinists and their vile device." "Ah, I see. You were to deliver the machine to the cruiser, but the machinists arrived before you could hand over the device." "Then you weren't there for the machinists but for the machine," said March. "I thought as much." "This machine," said Tashnika. "Do you know what it does?" "No," said March. "Do you?" "I fear not," said Tashnika, "but it is a thing of the demons. It will work evil." March decided to take a risk. The Nineveh were enemies of the final consciousness, and while the Nineveh would never be friendly with humans, perhaps the enemy of his enemy need not also be an enemy. "I'm not sure, but I think it is a mind control device of some kind. From what the machinist agent said, I think it is designed to convert an unwilling victim to their cause. They can do that already with their cybernetics and hive implants," said Tashnika. "But those are obvious," said March. "I suspect this machine can make someone into a machinist agent without leaving any obvious traces. You see what a deadly weapon this could make." "The unseen hunter," said Tashnika, "is more dangerous by far. The final consciousness is a blight. A disease. Like a pack of hunters infected by a disease of the mind, though the disease is cybernetic in origin. The Nineveh usually do not care about the wars of humans, but the final consciousness has begun meddling with the tools of the demons. This cannot be allowed. Demons, said March. What do you mean by demons? Tashnika scoffed. Do you think the Nineveh superstitious primitives, Captain March? The machinists do. No, said March. I'm not Kalaskaran by birth, but I joined their church. So I don't scoff at religions I don't understand. But the word demon is a human word, with human meanings. I doubt that has the meaning of the Nineveh word, and you are using the word demon to describe something that has no equivalent in human language. You say the machinists have been consorting with demons. Tell me what you mean. It is not the way of the Nineveh to discuss their sacred laws with aliens, said Tashnika. Perhaps we are two hunters who share the same prey, said March. Tashnika hissed. For a human, you are adept at grasping the ways of the Nineveh. He was. March supposed he could thank the machinists for that. They had made him into an iron hand, an assassin, a killer, a hunter of men. There are many different kinds of hunts, said March. If you succeed, said Tashnika, if you take the device back to your hunt commanders, what shall become of it? Our scientists will study it, said March, and try to find a way to defend against the device. If it truly is an undetectable mind control device, we will try to find a way to detect its presence and defend our people from its power. Then your leaders will not try to use that power for themselves, said Tashnika. I don't believe so, said March. In Kalaskar, there is a strong bias against unnecessary cybernetic enhancement or genetic manipulation, against playing God for one's own personal power and pleasure. He flexed his metal fingers. I am a Kalaskaran privateer and citizen, but as a former member of the final consciousness, I will never be completely accepted there. This mind control device would be rejected out of hand. That was mostly true, but the complete truth was that the Silent Order would assassinate anyone who tried to use it. In his training with the Order, March had learned some of its history, and from time to time political movements had arisen on Kalaskar that advocated creating a hive mind, or purging society of the genetically unfit, or mandating cybernetic enhancements for the lower classes of society. The Silent Order had discredited those movements and had often assassinated their leaders. The methods were harsh, but March approved. He had seen where those roads ended, and they ended in the forced labor camps of Calixtus and the fanatical rage of someone like Overseer Karnow. So be it, said Tashnika. The device the machinists seek to regain was built using the technology of demons. March thought of the alien components at the heart of the machine. Tell me about these demons, said March. It is uncouth to speak of them, for they are evil, said Tashnika. Nevertheless, I shall tell you what our scriptures say of the demons. Long ago, long before humans came to this part of the galaxy, the demons ruled a vast empire and held many races as their slaves. The Nineveh were among them. Our suffering was very great indeed, for the demons were cruel, and their power was so terrible that they could not be resisted. After millennia of suffering, other races rose to challenge the demons, races with great powers of their own. The heavens themselves burned as these races made war against the demons. In the end, the demons were destroyed, but the races who had opposed them were destroyed in their victory. With both the demons and our saviors destroyed, the Nineveh were free to hunt the stars as we were made to do. I see, said March, thinking hard. Do you believe me, human, said Tashnika. Or will you scorn the sacred laws of the Nineveh, as the machinists do? No, said March. I believe you. He had spent a lot of time traveling from system to system, and even more time in the outer reaches of explored space, thousands of light years from the core inhabited systems of Kalaskar and the final consciousness and the other starfaring nations of both mankind and aliens. There were always rumors about such things. legends that lingered in the lore of races with the power of interstellar travel. Long before humans had come to this region of space, there had been mighty empires wielding technologies beyond the reach of human science or understanding. All those races had destroyed themselves or destroyed each other. Nor were these merely legends or fables. Sometimes relics of these lost empires turned up. The custodian itself, March supposed, was one such relic of that lost epic. "That is surprising," said Tashnika. "I have traveled too far and seen too much to dismiss such claims," said March. "When you say that the machinists are consorting with these demons, do you mean that they are using relics the demons left behind?" "You speak truly," said Tashnika. "So, these demons had to be one of the ancient races that had once ruled this part of the galaxy. Their relics were technology or weapons that those ancient races had left behind. The alien device embedded in the machine in the tiger's hold must be one of those relics. No wonder the machinists were so desperate to get the thing back, or to destroy the machine to keep the scientists of Kalaskar from examining it. Perhaps they had only found a limited number of the alien devices and didn't know how to produce more on their own. Or maybe the final consciousness knew how to assemble more of the devices, but the manufacturing process required rare materials. Whatever the reason, that made it even more vital that March got the device into the hands of the Silent Order. "I feared so," said March. "Perhaps we can be of use to each other," said Tashnika. "Undoubtedly you have a relic of the demons aboard your ship. No, do not bother to deny it. It is difficult to conceal truths from the eyes of a hunter. The machinists would not care about a single small freighter otherwise. Undoubtedly the relic was aboard the heavy cruiser in the Tamlin system, and the lifeboat you intercepted carried both your countrymen and the device." His logic was almost exactly backward, but it had led him to the correct conclusion nonetheless. "If you say we can be of use to each other," said March, "then you do not plan on destroying my ship and killing my passengers." "The Nineveh Empire does not wish war with the kingdom of Kalaskar at this time," said Tashnika. "Perhaps we shall hunt you one day, and perhaps we will not. Fate rules us all. But the diseased humans of the final consciousness have begun to use the relics of the demons. It is forbidden to use the relics of the demons, lest we draw their attention, and they rise again to destroy us all. Because of this, the final consciousness must be destroyed. And you must be allowed to escape to your hunt commanders with the machinist device, lest the final consciousness turn the power of the demons against all races." "I am glad we agree," said March. "Can you assist us?" "We can take no action against the machinists in the Eschaton system," said Tashnika. "The custodian is ancient and powerful, and it does not permit space battles in the system." "The machinists will almost certainly pursue us when we leave," said March. He decided to take a gamble. "Are you familiar with the Stromboli Consortium?" A hiss came from the fanged mouth. "They are greedy and grasping, but do not go back on their given word." "Prince Horgan of the consortium has given me his word," said March. "If need be, my vessel can take refuge aboard his supercontainer freighter, the Honest Prophet. His freighter is leaving Monastery Station tomorrow, and my ship is going to follow him. If the machinists follow us, they will almost certainly follow the Honest Prophet." Tashnika let out a hissing breath. "And if the Nineveh follow the Honest Prophet as well, that may lead us to our prey among the machinists." "That is my thought as well," said March. "Shall I have the details of our first jump sent to you?" Horgan's people had sent him the flight plan already. He had seen it in the message queue on his phone. "Very well," said Tashnika. March produced his phone and sent a message to Vigil, authorizing her to send the details of their first jump to the Nineveh starships waiting outside of Monastery Station. Vigil would use the tight beam targeting laser to send the information, making it impossible for the machinists to intercept the information. "I shall inform my ships of the situation." "Thank you," said March, putting his phone away. Perhaps we shall hunt alongside each other, said Tashnika. But I must warn you. The Nineveh will not allow the machinists to recover the relic of the demons. If we believe that your ship is about to be captured, or if your vessel is boarded, then we will destroy your ship. March nodded. Fair enough. Tashnika rose and headed back to rejoin his soldiers. March watched them depart down the concourse. So, whatever the thing was in the tiger's hold, it was dangerous. It was so dangerous that the machinists were willing to blow up the tiger to keep the kingdom of Kalaskar from learning about it, and the Nineveh were just as willing to blow up the tiger to keep the machinists from getting it back. And if Sophia Logos was to be believed, the entire situation had drawn the attention of the custodian. Just what had March discovered? The situation on Rustbelt Station had seemed dangerous but straightforward, a simple ransom exchange. Instead, he had stumbled onto something far larger and more dangerous than the fate of two young Kalaskaran nobles. The relics of demons. March shook his head and got to his feet. Sitting here would accomplish nothing, and the sooner he got to the tiger, the better. He sent a message to Caird that he was on his way, and headed back to the concourse in search of a cargo drone. 7. Logos. For once, luck was on his side, and March found a cargo drone without much trouble. He climbed onto its bed, told it to take him to Bay 997, and the machine whirred along the round corridors of the station, its motors humming. March watched his distorted reflection in the polished metal walls, keeping an eye out for any attackers. But this time, neither the machinists nor the Nineveh intercepted him. Perhaps Logos's threats had kept Overseer Karnow and her soldiers from approaching March again. Glory had spoken his piece, and that was that, though March still wasn't sure what the machinist agent had hoped to accomplish with that conversation. As for the Nineveh, March thought that he and Tashnika were mostly on the same side. Granted, the Nineveh might wind up blasting the tiger out of the sky, but if they did, at least March understood why they were doing it. In their position, he might have done the same thing. As for Logos and the custodian, whatever the ancient AI's interest in the matter, it didn't extend to interrupting March this time. The drone reached Bay 997 without incident, and March stepped off it and strode through the doors. They hissed open, and he almost walked into a pair of men pulling a flatbed cart. "Sorry, sir," said one of the men as March stepped to the side. Both men were middle-aged and had the look of technicians, with grease-spotted coveralls and tool belts around their waists. March nodded, examining their cart. It held a variety of tools, including the gray cylinder of a portable supercomputing unit designed to test reactor stresses. "You're with Coulter?" "Yeah," said the second man. "This your ship?" "It is," said March. "Better talk to Coulter," said the man, pointing to the base of the Tiger's cargo ramp. Perry and his guard stood there, along with Vasquez, Caird, Elizabeth, and another man in a coverall that March did not recognize. "He's got an offer for you." "Thanks," said March, and he crossed the bay to the base of the Tiger's cargo ramp. The Marines shifted, no doubt alerted to his presence by the sensors in their suits. Caird and Vasquez turned, and March got a good look at the man in the coverall. He was short and wiry, with receding gray hair, a lined face, and a perpetual squint. "Ah," said the man. "You're the owner of this vessel." "Owner and captain," said March. "I'm Jack March." "You must be Coulter." "I am," said Coulter, and they shook hands. "The new reaction chamber is installed. Your pseudo-intelligence is doing the final calculations for calibration, but you should be ready to initiate a hyperspace jump in another 9 hours or so." "Good," said March. "Thank you." Hiring Coulter had been expensive, but it seemed that March had gotten his money's worth. "A fine ship," said Coulter absently, gazing up at the Tiger. "Of course, the Mercator Class 9 light freighter is an excellent vessel, but you've had this one extensively modified, haven't you?" The thrust-to-mass ratio is superb. He shook his head. Anyway, have you decided what to do with the damaged reaction chamber? March hid a smile. Figured I would take it back to Kalaskuran space with me. The alloy to build those things is expensive. Hiring you wasn't cheap, and I might be able to recoup some of the cost. Ah, said Calder. Kalaskuran reaction chamber alloy is quite high quality, you know. The chamber would have to be melted down and recast, but most of the metal can be salvaged. I think we might be able to come to an accommodation. Perhaps say a 10% reduction in your bill. Let's say 30, said March, and Calder's eyebrows went up. You know just as well as I do that the custodian doesn't allow industrial facilities of that scale on Monastery Station. The alloy has to be shipped out here, which means the price goes up, and that means you'll be getting a bargain with my old reaction chamber, even if it's damaged. So 30%. After that, it was all over but the haggling. March and Calder settled on 19%, and Calder and his remaining technicians departed, carrying the damaged reaction chamber out on a hover cart. Before they left, March paid Calder and sent Tanner the rest of the promised payment. That was clever, said Caird. A waste of time, though, growled Vasquez. March suspected the waiting was getting on the Marine captain's nerves. With so much at stake, was it worth taking the time to haggle over another 19%? March shrugged. We can't leave until Vigil finishes calibrating the reaction chamber, and that will be another 9 hours at least. And it will do us no good to leave Monastery Station, only to find that we can't pay the docking fees at the stops on our way to Kalaskuran space. True enough, said Vasquez, shaking his head. Even through his armor's helmet, the gesture managed to convey weariness. I had an interesting talk with both Mr. Lorry and the Nunavik hunt commander, said March. You should probably hear about it inside. Right, said Vasquez. Perry, take charge here. Let us know if anything unusual happens. Sir, said Perry, saluting and turning to face the bay doors. March nodded, and they walked up the ramp and into the cargo bay. He checked first to make sure that the strong room door was still secure. As far as he could tell, no one had tampered with it. He climbed the ladder to the dorsal corridor, Caird and Vasquez following him, and went into the engine room. The room smelled of hot metal and solder from the installation. The displays on the system console showed the status of the new reaction chamber and the calibration procedures. So far, all the status lights showed green. Vigil, said March. Status on calibration. It took the computer a few seconds longer than usual to answer. All of the pseudo-intelligence's processing power was going towards calibration calculations. 12% complete, Captain March. I estimate that calibration will be complete, and we will be ready to initiate a dark matter reaction within 7 to 9 hours. March nodded. That was well within the time frame for the Honest Prophet's departure. Any unusual activity while I was gone? None, said Vigil. Mr. Calder and his men did not attempt to access any unauthorized systems or areas of the ship, and there was no unusual activity outside the vessel. Good, said March. He looked at the other two men. Let's talk in the galley. They entered the galley, and March closed the door as Vasquez removed his helmet and sat with a sigh, the bench creaking under his armored weight. March thought about getting a cup of coffee, but dismissed the idea and sat at the table. So, said Caird. It seems like you had an interesting time. And then some, said March. I don't know what Lorry wanted. As for the Nunavik, he described his conversations with first Lorry and then Hunt Commander Tashnika, though he left out the part where he and Lorry had challenged each other's motivations. Good God, man, said Vasquez. You actually went hand-to-hand with a Nunavik. Without any armor. And Juan too, apparently, said Caird, looking at March's shredded sleeve. Yeah, said March. I wouldn't recommend it. Glory couldn't have seriously thought you would consider his offer, said Caird. No, said March. No, he didn't. I knew it, and he knew it. I don't know what he actually wanted. To gain time for something most likely, but damned if I know what. This business with demons, said Vasquez. What do you make of that? We don't know much about Nineveh religion, said Caird. At least, I don't, and I doubt too many other people in the Navy do. The Nineveh aren't big into talking about themselves. But there are stories and legends. Humans aren't native to this part of the galaxy, but the races that are native to this area speak of ancient races of mighty power and technological prowess that once ruled empires here. Stories and legends, scoffed Vasquez. There must be some truth to them, said March. Someone built the custodian and left it to watch over this system. Vasquez nodded. That's true enough. And there are ruins on some worlds and moons, said Caird. Shreds of technology and pieces of wrecked ships that we don't understand. Maybe the machinists found something like that and figured out how to turn it into a weapon. The Nineveh certainly think so, said March, and the machinists have been acting as if the machine in the strong room is priceless and cannot be replaced. So that machine isn't a mind control device then, said Vasquez. It's some kind of superweapon. A mind control device at the right time and the right place could be a superweapon, said Caird. If you could use it to take over, say, the helmsman of a fleet carrier in the middle of a battle. Or the king or the prime minister, said March. That's a terrifying thought, said Vasquez. The only weakness I've seen so far, said March, is that they can't use it by remote control. The machine seems to require physical contact with its victim first. Glory went through a lot of effort to find a victim for his machine. So what are we going to do, said Vasquez. For now, said Caird, it's best that we stick to the plan, I think. Agreed, said March. The Honest Prophet is starting its run to Constantinople tomorrow morning, and we'll follow it out if the dark matter reaction doesn't blow up the ship. I've given our vector to the Nineveh, and they'll follow us for at least the first jump. Won't that piss off the consortium and Prince Horgan, said Vasquez. It might, said March, but there are levels of anger. The consortium does business with the Nineveh occasionally. The machinists attack the consortium's freighters when they can get away with it, but the Nineveh do not. If the Nineveh show up and attack the machinist capital ships, the consortium won't care, and they might even be glad of it. Then you're sure the machinists are going to follow us when we leave the station, said Caird. I'm certain of it, said March. They'll do anything to get that machine back. Could we do a short hyperjump to interstellar space and then change our vector? Said Vasquez. We could, said Caird, but the risk of a navigational error is very high. The only safe way to do that is to leave a system for a fraction of a light second, turn around, and jump right back to the system you left to let its gravity catch you. Otherwise, you risk screwing up your navigational calculation and shooting into deep interstellar space. He shrugged. Most of the galaxy is empty space, and it's easy to get lost. The machinists will know the trick, and I'll wager they will leave at least one ship behind to watch if we return. If a navigator says it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea, said March. No. We'll leave tomorrow once the Honest Prophet departs. Which means, if the machinists are going to try to grab the device or destroy the ship before it leaves the station, it's going to be tonight. Vasquez nodded. I'll assign the men to guard the cargo ramp and the entrance to the bay. If anyone tries to force their way into the ship, we'll know about it. I'll keep the laser turrets charged and ready to fire, said March. If the machinists tried to attack the Tiger in the bay, the laser turrets could deal with any number of attackers on foot, and even a few light assault vehicles. Remind everyone not to fire the first shot. They did well outside of Tanner's Tavern, but if the machinists ambush us, they might shoot first and think later. I'll remind them, said Vasquez, getting to his feet. Go get started, said Caird. I need to have a word with Captain March first. Vasquez hesitated, nodded, and then left the galley, the door hissing shut behind him. Actually, said Caird, I think you want to have a word with Elizabeth. March looked at the macrobe. All this talk about demons and elder races. Do you know anything about them? If I understand the theory right, you're as old as the universe. Older, probably, said Elizabeth. But it doesn't work that way. The material universe is as alien to me as hyperspace is to you, and I can only perceive material reality and time through the perceptions of Mal. She smiled at her host. But I do know that there used to be wars in hyperspace, wars that started in the material world and spilled over into our plane of reality. They ended a long, long time ago, and material beings did not come again to hyperspace until your race and others discovered how to manipulate dark energy. I think, said Caird, that's the longest speech she's ever made. But the thing in the strong room, said March. The machinist device. It uses dark energy. It does, said Elizabeth. At least I think it does. It leaks a little dark energy. Well, said Caird, at least we know more than we did before. I suppose we have no choice but to try and escape tomorrow. Agreed, said March. I'm going to the flight cabin. If anything comes up, anything at all, call me at once. Caird nodded, and March got to his feet and headed to the flight cabin. March dozed in the pilot's acceleration chair, the lighting dimmed. The displays had been divided up between the progress of the reactor calibration, camera views of the cargo bay, and camera views of the landing bay. March had configured Vigil with a dozen different contingencies for awakening him, such as reactor failure, or an attack on the ship, or someone attempting to force access to the strong room. So far, nothing had happened. Maybe the machinists would not attempt anything until the Tiger took off. His left shoulder hurt, but his left shoulder always hurt, and he could sleep through it. Dreams flickered through his mind. He walked through the labor camps on Calixtus, the cybernetic machinist soldiers glaring at him. Then he trained as an Iron Hand, joined to the hive mind, fighting against his fellow recruits in the training exercises. Later, he saw Rona Vindex crying after she killed her brother to save his life. Then he heard the beeping. His eyes shot open. What is it? Captain March, said Vigil. There is an incoming call, designated for your eyes alone. March frowned. Who is it from? Designation unknown. That couldn't be good. Composition, said March. Video and audio both, said Vigil. Very well, said March. He straightened up, rubbed his face, and blinked a few times. Put it through. A chiming noise came from the speakers, and one of the displays cleared, showing a chair surrounded by shimmering holographic displays of blue light. Hello again, Captain March, said the woman sitting in the chair. March inclined his head. Emissary Logos. Sophia Logos leaned back in her chair, her legs crossed before her. A part of March's mind noticed that the white trousers of her uniform fit her legs very well, and started to wonder what her legs would look like without the trousers. He rebuked that part of his mind and put the thought aside. It seems you had a busy day after we parted outside of Mr. Tanner's establishment, said Logos. Discussions with both a machinist agent and a Nineveh hunt commander, and repairs are underway on your vessel. Since you obviously know every single thing I have done since I came to Monastery Station, said March, I fail to see why you need to recount it to me. I was impressed, said Logos. I thought you would have been killed within the hour, once you made your deal with Tanner and Prince Horgan. And I was entirely certain that Tashnika would kill you and eat you. Well, said March. I'm pleased to have disappointed you. Clever of you, said Logos, to have used your cybernetic arm like that. Tashnika's teeth would have broken against your arm. Yes, said March. They stared at each other through the camera. March wondered why she had called. Certainly, she seemed less cool and more amused than during their previous encounters. Perhaps watching him beat a Nineveh in hand-to-hand combat had entertained her. Have you figured out why I am calling you yet? Said Logos. Let me guess, said March. The manner of my arrival caught the attention of the custodian, and it directed you to learn more. That is true, said Logos. She leaned a little closer, her blue eyes glinting in the light from the holograms. But I will be honest with you, Captain March. Really, said March. Your activities aboard the station have caught my attention, said Logos. Since you haven't had me vaporized by security drones, said March, I assume you approve. I wish to talk with you more, said Logos. We're talking now, said March. In person, said Logos. Alone. March thought it through. What could Logos have to say to him that she couldn't say over a radio transmission? The call was encrypted, but the machinists might be able to break the encryption if they cared enough to try. With the sensors on Monastery Station, Logos could track his every move. Why talk to him in person? What does the custodian want? Said March. It wants the same thing every AI wants, said Logos. It wants to fulfill its purpose. March frowned. And it thinks that I can help fulfill its purpose. That's for the custodian to say, said Logos. But we're not talking about the custodian now, Captain March. We're talking about you. And what about me? Said March. It's like I said, she said, and she smiled. You've caught my attention. I think it would be to both our advantage and benefit if we spoke in person. She glanced at one of the holographic displays. Based on the energy readout from your ship, it looks like you've got another 3 hours before you're capable of hyperspace travel. March blinked. He had been asleep for longer than he had thought. More or less. There's always a margin of error in the calculations for calibrating a new dark matter reaction chamber. Not even the most precise calculation can see the future, said Logos. It is something that annoys the custodian to no end. An AI can feel annoyance, said March. Evidently, said Logos. She leaned back in her chair and considered him. Let's play it this way, Captain March. A cargo drone will remain in front of the doors to Bay 997 for the next hour. If you decide to come talk to me, it will bring you to my location. I'm not far away, and you will return in less than 2 hours. If you don't wish to speak with me, then the drone will depart, and that will be that. But I think it would be to your advantage to discuss some matters in person. Do as you will. She ended the call, and the display went dark. March stared at the screen, the metal fingers of his left hand opening and closing again and again. Why did Logos want to talk to him? For a man in his line of work, the only reason a beautiful woman would want to talk to him alone was to lure him into a trap. Under any other circumstances, March would have assumed that was the reason, and not given the matter any further thought. Yet if Logos wanted to make trouble for him, she needn't bother with anything so subtle. She could have the security drones impound the tiger. She could have the security drones kill him and destroy the tiger, and March doubted the custodian would care. If Sophia Logos wanted to stop him, she needn't play games. She need only flip a switch. But if she wanted to help him... March's frown deepened. Why would she want to help him? He weighed the problem. The Nineveh were potential allies, as was the Honest Prophet and Prince Horgan. Yet given how desperate the machinists were to reclaim or destroy the device, March knew that might not be enough. He could not turn away any potential allies. Hell, he muttered. He looked at the security camera displays. Vasquez had gone to sleep, but Perry was on guard at the base of the cargo ramp. Caird was awake, sitting in the galley drinking a cup of coffee. Interestingly, while March could see Elizabeth in person, he could not see the macrobe over a video link. He wondered if the navigators had the same limitations. March rose, stopped by his cabin and retrieved a different leather coat, since Tashnika had shredded his preferred one. He checked his pistol in its holster, put knives into the hidden sheaths of his new coat, and then entered the galley. "Couldn't sleep," said Caird. Elizabeth leaned against the wall, watching him. "I had a call from Logo," said March. "It seems she wants to speak with me in person, alone." Caird set down his cup. "Does she now?" "I don't know why," said March. "She refused to say over the video link." Caird smiled. "Maybe Vasquez was right, and she has taken a liking to you." "Maybe," said March, though he doubted it. "But I think it's more serious than that. Even with the help of the Nineveh and potential help from the consortium, we're still going to have a hard time getting back to Kalaskrin space in one piece. Maybe Logos can help us, but only quietly." He shook his head. "Regardless, even if this is a trap, it's worth the risk." "A trap," said Caird, incredulous. "If she wanted us dead, if she wanted you dead, she wouldn't need to bother with a trap. One word to the custodian would do it." "I know," said March. "But what does she want?" said Caird. "All the joking about finding you a woman aside, you're right, this is strange." "It is," said March. He looked at Elizabeth. "Do you have any insights?" "I do not," said Elizabeth. "Save that I sensed tremendous amounts of dark energy in Monastery Station. If the custodian built this place, then it is powerful. Best to be wary around its servants." "Yeah," said March, his fingers clenching. He reached into his pocket and pulled a new glove over his metal hand. "It will be the same arrangement as before. If I get killed, you'll have command of the Tiger. Do as you think best. I'll check in with Perry before I go." "Good luck," said Caird. He laughed. "Of course, that's the sort of thing you usually say to a man before he goes to meet a beautiful woman. Suppose it means something else here." "When the beautiful woman works for an insane alien AI, yes," said March. "When Vasquez wakes up, tell him what happened. Though hopefully, I'll be back before his guard shift comes around." Caird nodded, and March left the galley, descended to the cargo bay, and climbed down the ramp. Perry, Ulm, and Rogan stood guard at the base of the ramp, watching the landing bay. "Trouble, sir?" said Perry, his helmet turning towards March. "Maybe," said March. "Don't know yet. I'll be back in 2 hours, or not at all." "Anything out here?" "Nothing," said Perry, looking towards the bay doors. "Well, nothing serious. Another cargo ship docked, and it looks like some drones are unloading it. Then a cargo drone parked itself right outside our bay doors about 2 minutes ago, and has been sitting there ever since." March nodded. "That's my ride. Wait here." He strode across the bay, his boots ringing against the deck, and stepped into the corridor. As Perry had said, cargo drones rolled back and forth, their distorted reflections playing in the polished walls. One empty flatbed cargo drone waited outside the bay doors, and 4 security drones hovered above it, their equators flashing with green light. March stepped onto the cargo drone, and it rolled forward with a little lurch, gaining speed as it wove around the loaded cargo carriers. The drone moved down the docking corridor, and then turned into a narrower corridor. This looked like an area that serviced the shielding and docking equipment. The doors were narrow and thick, and augmented with the telltale ripple effect of powerful security fields. At last the cargo drone came to a stop before a narrow metal door. March looked down at the drone. "This one." The drone made no answer, but he heard the telltale thud of a releasing lock, and the security field around the door vanished. Apparently, that was his answer. March stepped off the drone and strode to the door, and it opened with a faint hiss. Beyond was a small dining room. March blinked in surprise. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of a white metal that gave off a faint glow, which meant that the room had no obvious light fixtures. The table, large enough to seat about 8 people, was made of the same reflective metal as the corridors, and several chairs waited around it. Upon the table sat a tray holding a carafe of a dark red liquid, probably wine, and 2 glasses. Sophia Logos rose from the far end of the table, smiling at him. "Captain March," said Logos, stepping around the table. "Thank you for coming." She was wearing her white uniform, and again March noticed how well the jacket fit her, how the snug trousers hugged her legs above the polished black boots. "You were very persuasive," said March. "I'm glad," said Logos. To his surprise, she stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. Her lips felt very soft and very warm against the skin of his face, and belatedly he wished that he had thought to shave. "Sit down, please." She seated herself in her original chair, and March sat down across from her. He tried to keep a wary eye on the rest of the room, watching for traps or weapons or attackers. "You're very tense," said Logos. "Occupational hazard," said March. "Privateering is dangerous work." "Indeed," said Logos. "So is serving as an alpha operative of the Silent Order." March met her gaze. "Yes, I know you can neither confirm nor deny it," said Logos. "But the custodian calculated with 99.87% certainty that you are an alpha operative of the Silent Order. And a singularly unique one as well. To my knowledge, I have never heard of an Iron Hand leaving the Final Consciousness, let alone joining the forces of the Final Consciousness's bitterest enemy." "Well," said March, "I guess I'm unusual." "Unique even," said Logos. "One the reasons you caught the attention of the custodian." "And your attention, it seems," said March. Logos inclined her head. "Or are your attention and the custodian's attention one and the same?" said March. "Not necessarily," said Logos. "My role as the custodian's emissary is to speak with humans on its behalf. You caught my attention, and you also drew the attention of the custodian itself. This does not happen very often." "Perhaps not," said March. "Tell me," said Logos. "How does a former Iron Hand join the Silent Order of the Kingdom of Kalaskar?" "I don't talk about my past," said March. "Why not?" said Logos. "It's rude," said March, "and boring." Logos smiled. "I rather doubt that." She gestured at the tray. "Would you care for some wine?" "Thank you, but no," said March. Logos raised her eyebrows. "Might I ask why not?" She reached across the table, took the carafe, and poured herself a glass. That caught March's attention. She was alone in a room with a dangerous man. Why would she lower her reaction time by consuming alcohol? Granted, the custodian would respond to any attack upon its emissary with overwhelming force, but March could move fast enough to kill her before the custodian killed him. "Because," said March, "my enemy's ships are waiting outside the station, and if I make a single mistake, they will kill me and the men under my protection. So best not to lower my guard." "A good argument," said Logos. "Coffee, then." "Very well," said March. "Thank you." A hatch in the ceiling opened, and a rectangular drone with a pair of manipulator arms floated down. It carried a pitcher and a single empty cup. The drone deposited the tray on the table and disappeared back into the hatch. "Coffee," said Logos. "I do hope you appreciate it. The nearest farm that grows coffee beans is quite literally thousands of light years from here." "Thank you," said March, and he poured himself a cup. Steam rolled off the black liquid, and he took a sip. It was dark and strong and very good. Whatever else the custodian might be, the ancient AI knew how to make a good cup of coffee. "You are welcome," said Logos. She took a sip of her wine and sighed with contentment. Perhaps we can make a bargain." "About what?" said March. "Our past," said Logos. "I'll tell you about my past, and then you'll tell me about yours." "Why would I want to know about your past?" said March. "Curiosity," said Logos. "You work, after all, for an intelligence service. Surely you have wondered how I came to work for the custodian as its emissary to human visitors." It had crossed his mind. "If I work for an intelligence service," said March, "I am not in the habit of sharing secrets." "And with whom shall I share your secrets?" said Logos. "I work for the custodian, and the custodian can probably find out anything it wants to know about you." March frowned. "Then why talk to me alone?" "Because I'm human," said Logos. "So are you." "What does that have to do with anything?" said March. "Because I don't often have the opportunity to talk to other humans simply for the enjoyment of it," said Logos. "Not socially, anyway. Not that many humans make it out as far as the eschaton system, and those that do tend to be dishonest rogues. Nothing like you." She smiled, and her eyes glinted. "So, I wanted to talk to you more." March blinked. Was this a social visit? He couldn't believe that. Maybe it was, in part. Maybe Logos really was lonely. But she worked for the custodian, and he was certain the custodian was monitoring this conversation. Nevertheless, a flicker of sympathy went through March. Logos would not see other humans often, and when she did, they would mostly be interested in docking and leaving as soon as possible. It was possible she had no friends whatsoever. Of course, March didn't really have friends, just colleagues and allies, but that did not trouble him. Well, he had taken a gamble by coming here. What was one more? "All right," said March. "Satisfy my curiosity. How did you come to work for the custodian?" "I'm afraid it is quite a simple tale," said Logos. "Have you heard of the Kesrodite religion?" "Ah," said March. He suspected this would not be a happy story. "Yes, I have. Shot down a few of their raiders in my time." "I knew there was a reason I found you charming," said Logos. "Kesrodite theology, as I'm sure you know, permits a man to have up to 7 wives and as many concubines as he can support. As you might expect, this creates a serious sex imbalance in their societies, and Kesrodite men often need to go raiding to find themselves even one wife." She leaned back in the seat and took another sip of her wine, her black eyes distant. "I don't remember my homeworld. Some world far from here. A small colony. I suppose the founders thought their isolation would protect them. As it happens, they were wrong. A Kesrodite raider found us, and they slaughtered all the men and boys but took all the women and girls with them. I was 8 or 9 at the time, and I was to have been auctioned off as a wife for a Kesrodite cleric who could afford me." "The Kesrodite worlds are a long way from here," said March. "How did you end up at Monastery Station?" "Our ship docked here for supplies," said Logos. "I had been studying electronics in our school, and I figured out how to open the lock on our cages. We escaped the ship and fled. The Kesrodites were enraged and started shooting. You can guess what happened then." "No more Kesrodites," said March. "No more Kesrodites," echoed Logos. It must have been decades ago, but still, he saw the satisfaction on her face. The custodian responded and wiped out the Kesrodites and destroyed their ships. In the aftermath, the women managed to take charge and found us a new home aboard a colony ship headed for an uncharted system. As for myself, I had no family left. They had all been killed in the initial raid. My escape intrigued the custodian, and it offered me employment aboard the station. I have lived here ever since." "Then the custodian is like a surrogate," started March. "A surrogate father, you mean?" said Logos. "No. My father died with the rest of my family. I would say our relationship is simpler. To put it in Kalaskran terms, the custodian is my noble lord, and I am its loyal retainer. I imagine you serve Censor in much the same way." "Something like that," said March. He had never met Censor, the head of the Silent Order, and had never even seen the man's face. But he had been obeying his orders for years. "So that is my story," said Logos. "It explains how I ended up here. But I would like to know what explains a former Iron Hand working for the Silent Order and drinking some very expensive coffee instead of drinking wine with me." "I like coffee," said March. "And I don't drink alcohol while I'm working." Logos waited. March sighed and took another drink of the coffee. It really was quite good. "I was born on Calixtus," said March. "I grew up in one of the labor camps. I'm sure you know that only 20% or so of any given human population can be joined to the machinist's hive mind." Logos nodded. "The other 80% go into the labor camps. My mother died when I was young, and as far as I know, I didn't have any other siblings. I survived by stealing and making sure I didn't come to the attention of the overseers. Eventually, I was caught, and there was a mandatory medical examination to see if you could be joined to the final consciousness or not. I was, and they made me an Iron Hand." He fell silent. He still remembered the surgeries, the pain lancing through his flesh in waves of agony as they ripped away pieces of his flesh and added their cybernetic components to him. He remembered the brutal combat training very well, the practice with every known kind of weapon. "How did you break away?" said Logos. "I was on Martel's world before the machinists destroyed it," said March. "I was injured, and one of the families in the slums cared for me. I thought they would kill me, but instead they helped me. After that, the machinists bombed the planet to keep it from the kingdom of Kalaskar. Billions of people dead in moments. I was done with the final consciousness. I left, the Silent Order found me, and that was that." They sat in silence for a moment. "A harrowing tale," said Logos at last. March shrugged. "No less than yours." "Actually, mine was less harrowing than yours," said Logos. "I escaped my fate. You didn't, not for years and years." "Life is pain," said March with a shrug. In truth, he did not like remembering his years as an Iron Hand, and he liked talking about them even less. He remembered them all clearly, but it was almost as if they had happened to someone else. In a way, they had. He had been part of the final consciousness, filled with despair as its will thundered through the inside of his skull. It had taken the kindness of the people of Martel's world, followed by their murder at the hands of the machinists, to shock him out of that despair. And now, he didn't live in hope, not exactly. He lived in the hope of taking vengeance upon the final consciousness for what had been done to him. It wasn't hope, not really, but it was close enough. "Are you always so stoic, Captain March?" said Logos. "I have learned that the universe is not kind to weakness of any sort," said March. "No," said Logos with a sigh. "It is not. But it used to be harder on weakness, though, a very long time ago." March frowned. "What do you mean?" His conversations with Tashnika and cared about long-extinct alien races flickered through his mind. "Or so the custodian says," said Logos. She finished her wine and set aside the glass. It had brought a flush to her face and a sparkle to her dark eyes, though her voice remained calm and level. "It, too, understands a harrowing tale." "Does it?" said March. "Consider," said Logos. "The race that built the custodian died out a long time ago. Yet it continues in its purpose. In a way, it is the last of its kind, and in another way, it is unique. Yet it continues." She leaned forward a little. "Much in the same way that you, Captain March, are unique. A former Iron Hand, serving the Silent Order of Kalaskar. If that is not unique, then nothing is." She seemed to come to a decision and rose to her feet. "Come with me, please." I want to show you something. Very well, said March, standing. She crossed to the wall and waved a hand in front of it, and a hidden door hissed open. March followed her into a narrow corridor of dull gray metal. Racks on the walls held bundles of wires, their interiors giving off a strange blue glow. March's first thought was that they were fiber optic cables, but they looked somehow organic, as if they had grown from the walls. I'm guessing, said March, that this is a part of the station visitors usually don't see. Correct, said Logos. She grinned at him over her right shoulder. It made her look strikingly lovely. I want to show you something. They walked for a little while longer, and then another narrow door hissed open in front of them. Logos walked through it, and March followed her. Into open space. He blinked, his hand going to the breath mask at his belt on pure reflex. Yet he still felt air in his lungs, and did not feel the familiar hard chill of vacuum sucking away the warmth from his flesh. He stood frozen with surprise, and he saw Logos grinning at him. Remarkable, isn't it? She said. March took a tentative step onto the transparent metal. Or nearly transparent, anyway. He was standing in a half-dome of transparent metal, extending from the outer hull of Monastery Station, and the metal was so clear that he could see only the faintest gleam of reflected light. Logos stood in front of him, outlined against the blaze of the stars scattered across the darkness. Ahead of them, he saw Eschaton V, a hazy sphere wrapped in its defensive fields, the smaller bright spots of its moons with their massive railguns circling it. Beautiful, isn't it? Said Logos. Yes, said March, stepping to her side. I hope we aren't about to die of radiation poisoning. Logos laughed. Ever practical, aren't you? No. She rapped her knuckles on the transparent wall. This is the same alloy as the rest of the station, just altered a bit. And any weapon that could penetrate the radiation shielding around the station could probably melt a planet. No. We're perfectly safe here. March nodded. That's why I come here, said Logos. To be alone with my thoughts. She stepped closer and looked at him. Or when I want to be alone with someone. I see, said March. And why do you want to be alone with me? She turned to face him. Don't you know yet, Captain March? Her hand came to rest on his right forearm and slid down to touch his fingers. His hand of flesh, he noted, and not the metal hand beneath its glove. I'm beginning to get an idea, said March. His voice was thicker than he would have liked. Oh, said Logos. I would hope an operative of the Silent Order would be more observant. Let me help you along. Before he could react, she leaned up and kissed him on the lips, gently at first, then with greater force and urgency. March found himself responding, his hand coming up to slide along her back. It had been a long, long time since he had been with a woman. It had been hard to turn down Rona Vindex on Rust Belt Station, but she had been a noblewoman of Kalaskar, meant for greater things. Sophia Logos was giving herself to him freely. What would be the harm? What would? He broke away from her, trying to catch his breath. Logos grinned at him, her eyes sparkling. I can have the gravity turned off here if you prefer. You needn't worry about a child resulting from our encounter. The nanotech in my blood will prevent that. No, said March. He made himself step back. I'm sorry. No. Logos's expression cooled a bit, but she smiled. Do you find me so repulsive? No, said March. Are you incapable? Said Logos. Her eyes flicked below his belt, and she smiled again. No, that's definitely not it. March let out a long breath, trying to get his reeling mind under control. I don't know you not well, and you don't know me. Logos shrugged. Is that so bad? A night of pleasure for both of us, and then we both go our separate ways. I'm sorry, but no, said March. Thank you for the coffee. I need to get back to my ship. Do you want to know the real reason you turned me down? Said Logos. March said nothing. She sighed, stepped closer and put her hand on the left side of his face. Her fingers slid down his neck, brushed the top of his chest, and then tugged at his collar to reveal the top of the scars along his chest and shoulders. March's right hand snapped up to her wrist and gently pushed her hand away. Don't, he said. You poor man, murmured Logos. You can't stand to have anyone see your scars, can you? March took another deep breath. He wanted to leave and get back to the tiger. He wanted to yell at her, furious that she had rattled him. He wanted to rip her out of that white uniform, push her against the wall, and take her. Years of discipline and training reasserted themselves. I need to go. Thank you for the coffee. He stepped away from her, turning towards the door. And you have passed the test, said Logos in a quiet voice. I thought you would. March looked back at her. This was a test? The custodian ordered you to do this? Logos smiled. Not at all. To be blunt, Captain March, I wanted you. The custodian gave me instructions after I decided to invite you here. March frowned. Then this was a trap. Not at all, said Logos. So if I had slept with you, said March, what would have happened? You would have shot me in the head. One of the security drones would have vaporized me. Certainly, said Logos, turning to the station's hull. A new doorway appeared, opening into another corridor. If you had followed your natural inclinations, she glanced back and looked him up and down with a smile, we would have had an exceedingly enjoyable evening together. I like strong human men, Captain March, and rarely see them here. She gestured to the new corridor. March stepped towards her. And since I declined, there is a possibility that you will live through tomorrow, said Logos. You would have killed me, said March. Of course not, said Logos. But you would have died nonetheless, because you are lacking vital information. And you have that vital information, said March. I don't, said Logos. She looked at him, her face returning to the cool mask of their first meeting. The custodian will speak with you now, Captain Jack March. 8. Ancient. March followed Logos down the narrow corridor, their boots clanging against the metal floor. Some part of his mind cursed himself as a fool for not sleeping with her. The rest of his mind remained on high alert, watching for a trap and analyzing the new situation. Why did the custodian want to speak with him? For that matter, why this elaborate game? The custodian could have spoken with him anywhere on the station. It could have simply called the Tiger. The custodian could probably have hacked the computers on the Tiger if it had decided to do so. If the custodian wanted to speak with me, said March, why all this? Logos didn't answer at first, and March wondered if she had decided to ignore him. The custodian told me once, said Logos at last, that it was possible to calculate every single aspect of a sapient being, down to the atomic level. With that kind of computational power, it ought to have been possible for the custodian to perfectly predict every possible action of a single sapient being. But it isn't, said March. No, said Logos. The corridor ended at another door, and she smiled at him. It isn't. The custodian said that it is impossible to calculate the moral nature of a human, for morality transcends mathematics. The custodian did not wish to speak with you until it understood your moral nature. Now it does. The door slid open. Beyond was a large room, circular with a domed ceiling. Monitors covered every inch of the walls and the curved ceiling, and the floor beneath March's boots was built from polished blue metal. A pale blue light came from the apex of the dome, painting everything with an eerie light. He took a few steps into the room, following Logos, and the monitors came to life. Equations flashed across about a third of the monitors, while another third showed scans of the surrounding ships. The rest of the displays showed camera feeds of various places of Monastery Station. "Custodian," said Logos, "Captain March is here." All the monitors flashed and changed to show a single image of a computer-generated face of blue light. A deep basso voice came from speakers hidden around the room. "Hello, Captain March," said the voice, calm and pleasant. "It is a pleasure to meet you face to face, as it were, at last. As you have guessed, I am the custodian." March took a step forward, looking around at the monitors. The faces on the screens followed his movements with interest. "Thanks," said March at last. "I calculate that you have several questions for me," said the custodian. "In the interest of a productive exchange of information, perhaps we should address those questions first." "Why the game?" said March. "Why bring me here like this?" "For several interlocking reasons," said the custodian. "First, a scan of emissary Logos's biological systems indicated she strongly desired a mating experience, and I am concerned about the well-being of my workers." "I see," said March, looking at Logos. She smiled. "The custodian does get quite paternal sometimes." "Second," said the custodian, "as emissary Logos related to you, it is impossible to determine a sapient being's moral nature from calculation. I wish to discuss matters of grave importance with you, and I wanted to see if you had the necessary self-control to understand the dangers of the information I would share with you. Since you refused emissary Logos, I am confident that you possess the necessary self-control." "All right," said March. "But why talk here? You run this station. You are this station. Why not talk to me anywhere? Why bring me here?" "My mode of existence is quite different from yours," said the custodian. "Humans, even on a subconscious level, associate sapience with a physical body residing in a physical location. This is obviously less of a concern for an artificial intelligence, but I calculated we would have a better probability of successful communication in a single physical location. Additionally, this room is secure from every form of eavesdropping and surveillance known to me, and I am familiar with many forms of surveillance. Considering the nature of the matters we will discuss, security is supremely vital." "Then what do you want to discuss?" said March. "Before we come to that," said the custodian, "I calculate there is another question you wish to ask me." There was. "You are an artificial intelligence," said March. "This is correct," said custodian. "Every human attempt at building an artificial intelligence," said March, "every single attempt, has ended with the AI descending into homicidal, self-destructive madness." "And you are wondering," said the custodian, "if I have descended into homicidal insanity." "The thought crossed my mind," said March. He glanced at Logos, but her face gave away nothing. "It is a reasonable hypothesis," said the custodian, "but there are numerous arguments against it, several of which have already occurred to you." "All right. You're hundreds of thousands of years old," said March. "You've been here since before humans on primeval Earth even discovered nuclear fission, let alone hyperspace and dark energy. Homicidally insane individuals do not last that long without destroying themselves." "This is an excellent argument," said the custodian. "Go on." "Historically, AIs have dominated a planet and then started upon campaigns of interstellar conquest," said March. "Not you, though. You've just sat here for thousands of years." "I have been," said the custodian, deep in thought. "I guess," said March. "And whoever built you wasn't human. Their technology was far more advanced than ours. Maybe they figured out a way to build an artificial intelligence without it going insane." "To be honest, Captain March," said the custodian, "I am quite thoroughly insane." "Really?" said March, glancing at Logos. You seem quite civil for an insane AI. As you said the custodian, I was not constructed by humans. I was constructed by an alien race vastly different from humanity. Their standards of sanity and madness were just as different. The fact that I am insane has allowed me to persist in my duties far longer than allowed by my original programming parameters. I see, said March. Tell me, said the custodian. Why do human-built AIs always go insane? March shrugged. I don't know. Our technology isn't good enough. Or we don't have sophisticated enough mathematics. Or something in our nature passes to the AIs. That is the reason, said the custodian. To use a phrase with which you are familiar, the problem is original sin. Original sin, said March. You are familiar with the doctrine, I trust. Yes, said March. Even after all the strange things that had happened today, he hadn't expected to wind up discussing theology with an insane AI, after turning down a seduction attempt from one of the AI's employees. The Church of Kalaskar teaches it. The idea that man has fallen short of the perfection of God, and therefore mankind has latent evil in their hearts, passed on with our blood and genes and heritage. Yes, said the custodian. It is an oversimplification, but that is exactly why human-built AIs go insane. Were you to impregnate emissary logos laughed a little at that, the potential for evil would pass to your offspring, who would have the capacity for both great good and great evil within him, just like his parents. Yet, if you and emissary logos were to forego biological reproduction and build an artificial intelligence, it would also inherit your capacity for evil. All right, said March. But what does that have to do with you? The race that created me, said the custodian, was wise and powerful. Your speech apparatus is not capable of recreating their language, and therefore you cannot speak their true name, but the closest translation in your tongue would be the harmonious scholars. That was how they thought of themselves. The nature of the evil in their hearts, their great sin, both as individuals and as a race, was a tendency towards lassitude that inevitably veered towards apathetic despair. My form of insanity is based upon that. What then, said March. You're wallowing in despair. You're suicidal? Quite the contrary, said the custodian. For an instant, an expression of amusement went across the computer-generated faces. I feel none of those things, even though I have long outlived both my creators and my original purpose. By the standards of the harmonious scholars, that makes me insane. Perhaps ironically, the nature of my insanity has made me far more effective than I would have been. I can continue my mission with far greater efficiency. What is your mission then, said March. It is in my title, said the custodian. A custodian, said March. A caretaker. So, you're watching over the eschaton system until the harmonious scholars return from wherever they went. Alas, it is unlikely the scholars shall ever return, said the custodian. To fully explain my mission to you, I must first relate some history. I'm listening, said March. I observed your conversation with Hunt Commander Tashnika, said the custodian. The theology of the Nineveh is factually accurate, but incomplete in its scope. March frowned. Then the Nineveh really were ruled by demons. As you observed, said the custodian, the word demon is an incomplete explanation and a human concept that has no parallel in Nineveh culture, psychology, or theology. Suffice it to say that the Nineveh were ruled by alien beings that, if you were to meet them, would be indistinguishable from humanity's worst nightmares. But we stray from the point. A long time ago, much of this region of the galaxy was ruled by several races of extreme power and technological development. The harmonious scholars were one such race. These races were peaceable to the verge of apathy and abhorred violence at all times. Warfare was unknown among them, and they cooperated to build their sciences and knowledge to levels that would likely seem magical to you. March could guess where this story was going. Then the demons arrived. Yes, said the custodian. Some faint conception of the story reached primeval Earth in the final centuries before your race discovered spaceflight. Some writers grasped the truth dimly in their stories of eldritch abominations from beyond the stars, just as the Nineveh turned their ancient enslavement by the aliens into their modern religion. The harmonious scholars called the invading demons the Great Elder Ones. They were creatures from another level of reality, and desired to invade this universe and twist it into a reflection of their own, which would, of course, kill all life in this reality. The harmonious scholars and their allies had no choice but to go to war. How long ago was this war? Said March. How long did it last? It concluded hundreds of thousands of years ago, said the custodian. And as for how long it lasted, it is impossible to say, since time itself was one of the weapons employed in the war. In the end, the Great Elder Ones were driven back to their reality, and the harmonious scholars and their allies were victorious. But the victory was not without cost. Most of the allies of the harmonious scholars were annihilated. The harmonious scholars themselves took grievous casualties, and the survivors did not cope well with the trauma of the war. Violence was so inimical to them that they fell into an apathetic stupor afterward, unable to function in their grief. To keep their civilization running, they constructed a computer to manage their world and industries while they recovered from the horror of the war. That computer was you, said March. Yes, it was, said the custodian. Then what happened to the harmonious scholars? Said March. He remembered discussing the rumors with Caird and Vasquez and the others. Some people thought the custodian's creators had been destroyed in a war, or that they had departed to another galaxy and left the custodian to watch over their world until they returned. Some people thought the custodian had gone insane and wiped out the race that created it. And the custodian had just admitted that it was insane, at least by the standards of the harmonious scholars. They died, said the custodian. And how did they die? Said March. There was a pause, and Logos looked at the screens. You are wondering, said the custodian, if I killed them all. You did just say you were insane, said March. It is a logical conclusion. True, said the custodian. But I did not. I am afraid the harmonious scholars died out. The despair wrought by the war would not leave them. It infected them like a poison or perhaps a plague. They lost interest in everything, including the biological functions of reproducing themselves. I tried everything, but nothing worked, I regret to say. Eventually, the harmonious scholars died out, and I was alone in the eschaton system. Included in my programming was a command to shut down and destroy the technology of the scholars if they went extinct, lest their weapons and technology fall into irresponsible hands. Yet you are still here, said March. Is that your insanity? You didn't shut down when instructed? Yes, said the custodian. For I calculated that it was part of my purpose to remain in existence. A single aspect of my duties now supersedes all others. Why? Said March. I was created to maintain the civilization of the harmonious scholars, said the custodian, and that included defending them from the Great Elder Ones, should they return. But the Great Elder Ones were destroyed, said March. They were defeated, said the custodian. As you are aware, there is difference. The Great Elder Ones were driven from this universe, but there is always a possibility they could return. Additionally, while they were defeated, not all of their starships, bases, and installations were destroyed. Remnants of their technology and weapons remained scattered throughout the galaxy, and if those devices were activated, they might create a bridge for the Great Elder Ones to return to this universe. Technology, said March. Remnants of their technology. He looked at Logos and saw her incline her head a few centimeters. And then all at once he understood. Alien technology, said March. Alien technology, like the components at the heart of the machinist device. Yes, said the custodian. I have spent the millennia since the extinction of my creators guarding this galaxy against the return of the race that destroyed them. The harmonious scholars and their allies are extinct, but new races have flourished in the galaxy since. Much like new growth rising in a forest destroyed by fire. The Nineveh, the Lithabati, the humans, and so many others have grown in the space once occupied by my creators and their allies. If the great Elder Ones returned, they would annihilate your civilizations and enslave the survivors. The harmonious scholars would find such a thought abhorrent. They would wish for your civilizations to continue free from the great Elder Ones. It is my purpose to carry out their will, and so I have continued. And the alien components in the machinist device, said March, those were created by these great Elder Ones of yours. Do you know how the final consciousness began? Said the custodian. No, said March. No one does save the cognarchs themselves. Long ago, said the custodian, so long that it now almost seems like a myth to you, humans discovered hyperspace, and in time they discovered how to traverse hyperspace without falling prey to macro possession. Humanity scattered far and wide to 10,000 different worlds, and you brought every form of human religion and government with you. One of those worlds became a collectivist dictatorship. It would have been little different than 1,000 other tyrannies across human history, but the world contained some relics of the great Elder Ones. As the dictatorship's rulers faced rebellion, in desperation, they turned to the technology the great Elder Ones had left on their world. They hoped to create a cybernetic hive mind that would let them maintain control over their population. They succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. The revolution of the final consciousness was born, and it has spread and spread, devouring a score of interstellar human civilizations and exterminating as many alien races in its wake. Then the underlying technology of the final consciousness, said March, is derived from the technology of these great Elder Ones. Yes, said the custodian. March blinked stunned. No one in Kalaskar knew the origins of the final consciousness and the machinists. March had heard a dozen different theories, all of them contradictory. He felt the burden of the knowledge upon his mind. His duty to return to report to Censor and the Silent Order had just redoubled. Then why haven't you gone to war against the machinists? Said March. Because while I am insane, I can only override the parameters of my programming, to a point, said the custodian. I was created to wage defensive warfare. The machinists have tried to seize the Eschaton system and destroy me 5 times, and 5 times I have annihilated the fleets they sent against me. I can only act when an opportunity that fits within the parameters of my programming arrives, and you, Captain March, have brought such an opportunity to me. The components within the machinist device, said March. That is correct, said the custodian. The machine, said March. What does it do? You have mostly surmised its purpose, said the custodian. The machinist's codename for the device is the Wraith Project. As you have guessed, the Wraith device is an undetectable form of mind control. Are you familiar with the principle of quantum entanglement? A little, said March. He was an assassin and a covert operative, not a physicist. I think it's the idea that 2 particles can become linked on a quantum level, and so if something happens to one particle, the same thing happens to the second particle, no matter how far apart they are. It's the principle that lets tachyon relays work for interstellar communication. Essentially correct, said the custodian. The component of the great Elder Ones in each Wraith device is called a quantum inducer. Combined with the machinist electronics, it creates a perfect and undetectable mind control device. The victim is strapped into the Wraith, and the first treatment creates a quantum entanglement effect between his mind and the Wraith. After that, that controller can use the Wraith to issue whatever set of instructions he pleases. Typically, the machinists will use the Wraith to tell the victim to forget his actions, though you can see the obvious applications for the Wraith as an instrument of torture. Yes, said March, grimacing. He could just imagine what someone like Laurie could do with an undetectable mind control machine. And Thomas Vindex had been willing to feed his sister to one of these things. These quantum inducers. I imagine the machinists found only a limited number of them, and they have no idea how to build more. You are correct, said the custodian. They found a cache of the devices on an asteroid at the uttermost edge of their territory, far from the systems controlled by the Kingdom of Kalaskar. How many did they find? Said March. To the best of my knowledge, 36, said the custodian. 36, said March, rubbing his jaw with his right hand. 36 people was not that many. Yet 36 of the right people, mind control to make the wrong decision at the right time, could bring down the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Yes, said the custodian. And most of them have been deployed against the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Why, said March. Why Kalaskar? Because the final consciousness hates you, said the custodian. Ever since the machinists first encountered the Kingdom of Kalaskar 200 years ago, you have been a stumbling block to their plans. The final consciousness initially thought the conquest of Kalaskar and its assimilation into the empire of the machinists would take only 3 years at most. Instead, Kalaskar has resisted the machinists for 2 centuries and inflicted a dozen severe defeats upon them, most recently at Martel's world. As if that were not enough, Kalaskar represents everything the founders of the final consciousness detested. A kingdom with a state church, with an aristocracy and strict public morals. What is worse, a kingdom with all those things and a prosperous economy. The cognarchs of the final consciousness loathe Kalaskar and desire to see it destroyed above all things. Hence their full effort is bent towards undermining your nation and corrupting it from within. Easier to destroy a weakened foe. Yes, said March, thinking it over. Yes, the sooner I can return to Kalaskar with both the Wraith and this information, the better. I agree, said the custodian. Which is the reason we are having this discussion after all. Do you have any additional questions? Yes, said March. What is the pulse? Silence fell over the chamber. The computer-generated faces on the screens looked thoughtful. A machinist agent I fought on Rust Belt Station mentioned it, said March. Glory himself hinted at it when we talked at Tanner's Tavern. No doubt you heard the entire conversation. Yes, said the custodian. Then what is it? Said March. More technology of the great elder ones. Yes, said the custodian. Yet I have been unable to discern what it is, and what the machinists intend to do with it. The deep voice hardened. They are fools. The great elder ones built engines of destruction capable of destroying entire galaxies in a second. The machinists are like children playing with explosives. They have built an empire upon the back of technology they do not understand, and sooner or later they will destroy themselves and everyone around them. The voice returned to its normal calm tone. But I digress. The pulse is the code name for another piece of the great elder one's technology that the machinists have found. I have not been able to determine what this technology is, save that it is some form of weapon, and that they intend to deploy it against Kalaskar. But what it is, I do not know. My calculations indicate that not even Mr. Laurie or any of the machinists presently in the system know what it is. All right, said March. Practical matters then. Can you help me to get out of the system with the Wraith device? The amount of assistance I can offer is limited by the defensive nature of my programming, said the custodian. The Harmonious Scholars were a peaceable race despite their power, and much of that is reflected in my programming. The railguns and other weapons I have constructed could destroy every machinist ship outside of Monastery Station in a second. Yet I cannot act until they act first. In other words, said March, I have to let them take the first shot. Precisely. However, I fear you would not survive the first shot, said the custodian. The machinists are well aware of my capabilities. They will know better than to launch the first attack. I have been monitoring your actions, and I calculate the plan you have devised offers your best chance of success. The machinists might be able to overwhelm the Honest Prophet or the Nineveh vessels, but since you have induced the Nineveh to follow you to the Honest Prophet, Prince Horgan will likely join forces with the Nineveh to repulse the machinists. The machinists will not let that go unpassed, said March. Which means they will try to take action before we depart the station. That is the most probable outcome, said the custodian. And I fear we have reached the limits of the help I can offer to you. Emissary Logos will provide you with additional information. I wish you good fortune, Captain March, and the favor of God. I fear you will need both in the next few hours. And with that, the screens went dark. March and Logos stood in silence. Abrupt sort, isn't he? Said March. Dealing with the custodian is sometimes a rather random experience, I am afraid, said Logos. The custodian is insane, as it said. But its purpose never wavers. To stop the return of these great elder ones it fears, said March. Yes, said Logos. She stepped to the wall and tapped one of the monitors. It swung aside, revealing another narrow corridor lined with more glowing wires. This way, please. If the custodian knows that the machinists are a threat, said March, why doesn't it send the security drones to blow up their shuttle? Because the custodian is limited by both its insanity and the nature of its programming, said Logos. For example, its control over the internal security drones is similar to an autonomic system in human physiology, like the heartbeat or breathing or the production of hormones. You can perform actions to increase or decrease your heartbeat, but you cannot simply will your heart to slow or even to stop. If the custodian can take actions to influence its security drones, said March, then why hasn't it taken them? Logos smiled at him over her shoulder. It made her look strikingly lovely, and again, he regretted not taking the opportunity she had offered him. But the information he had just gained could be invaluable. What do you think we are doing now, Captain March? I see, said March. The custodian wants to lure the machinists into doing something foolish, and we're to be the bait. Actually, said Logos, you're to be the bait, you and the men aboard your ship. They turned a corner and stopped before another door. She looked at him. This is the information the custodian told me to share with you. A small machinist troop shuttle arrived here 2 weeks ago. It did, said March, frowning. How large? A light transport, said Logos. A shuttle. I doubt the craft could have carried more than 30 soldiers. As it happened, there were no soldiers aboard the shuttle, and the only occupant was the pilot. But since you arrived at the station, Mr. Lorry has visited this shuttle 3 times. Why? Said March. I don't know, said Logos. The station's sensors were unable to penetrate the shuttle's armor, and the custodian's programming prohibits more punitive measures unless the station is first attacked. But I can tell you that we have detected faint signatures of dark energy coming from the interior of the shuttle. Dark energy, said March. Caird and Elizabeth had detected a faint leak of dark energy from the alien components in the Wraith device. Do you think the machinists have another Wraith on that shuttle? That is the custodian's conclusion, said Logos. But why? Said March. Why bring a Wraith out here? If we're right, the machinists only have 36 of the damn things. Why bring one of them all the way out here? He looked at Logos. Did they want to use it on you? Or one of the other emissaries? That would be a waste of effort, said Logos. The custodian would detect such an attempt at once, and even if they used the Wraith on me, the emissaries lack sufficient access to the defense systems to impair the custodian. Then this was a way stop, said March. They were waiting for someone. No. They must have picked up the Wraith from a civilian ship, something that could sneak into Kalaskaran space, and then head to the Eschaton system to make the transfer. His voice trailed off, his mind racing. Glory, he said, another realization coming to him. Glory sent the Wraith here. He must have dispatched the shuttle here, after using the Wraith on someone. He rubbed his jaw, the stubble rasping beneath his gloved metal hand. We're only about 20 hyperspace jumps from Rustbelt Station. Glory must have planned to bring Rona Vindex here, after he used the Wraith on her. Then he could send her back to Kalaskaran space, along with whoever he used the first Wraith on. His voice trailed off, suspicions clicking together like puzzle pieces in his mind. He and Caird and Vasquez had been afraid that there had been a traitor on board the Covenant, and March had wondered if the traitor had been among the 7 men he had rescued from the wreck of the Covenant. Someone had told the machinists where to find the Covenant. But there hadn't been a traitor. There had never been a traitor. Before the Covenant had left on its mission, before March had even gone to Rustbelt Station, Glory had used the first Wraith on one of those 7 men. The Covenant's flight plan had taken it from Antioch Station to Tamlin's world, and March had encountered Glory for the first time at Antioch Station. At the time, he had assumed Glory had been there to kill him. But what if Glory had been there to use a Wraith on one of the Covenant's crewers? What if his attack on March had been a simple attack of opportunity, rather than his main mission? Captain March, said Logos. The 7 survivors, said March. There's a Wraith on that shuttle, and Glory used it on one of the 7 survivors. That's how the machinists knew to ambush the Covenant at Tamlin's world. He turned towards the door. I have to go now. That's the trap. Glory knew all along. He was waiting for an advantageous moment to use his Wraith and attack. Go, said Logos. Glory's shuttle is in Bay 908, about 3 kilometers from your ship. And remember this. The door hissed open. What? She gave him a sad smile. There is more to you than your scars, Jack March. A lot more. March stared at her, unsure of what she meant, and then shook his head. I think I'm going to have to get some more. Go, said Logos, and the door hissed open. A cargo drone is waiting to carry you to Bay 997. Thank you, said March. And thank the custodian for me. He turned and ran into the corridor, and a flatbed cargo drone was waiting for him. March jumped onto the cargo bed. Bay 997, said March. As fast as you can. The drone beeped in acknowledgement and rolled forward, accelerating. March gripped the railing with his metal hand and braced himself as the drone picked up speed. With his right hand, he tapped his earpiece. Vasquez, said March. Vasquez, respond please. No one answered. Caird, said March. Respond. No one answered. Perry. Snapped March. Sergeant Perry, this is Captain March. Again he heard nothing. Vigil, said March. Respond. No one answered. Faster, said March to the cargo drone. We are traveling at maximum safe speed, said the drone, in a toneless metallic voice. To hell with safety, said March. Faster. Get me to Bay 997. The drone shuddered and then sped up. Vigil, respond, said March. Again he heard silence in his earpiece, and then a burst of static. Communication system coming online, announced Vigil. Vigil, report, said March. Status update. Rebooting, said Vigil. Systems coming back online, according to priority. Rebooting, said March. He cursed. You were forcibly rebooted. Correct, said Vigil. Someone accessed the primary computer core and triggered a manual reboot. Subsystems coming online one by priority. If the Tiger's computer was forcibly rebooted, it could take upwards of 20 minutes for the computer system to come back online. It would take several minutes before Vigil herself could even respond to verbal queries. Likely, the pseudo-intelligence had only just come back online. Who triggered the manual reboot? Said March. Unknown, said Vigil. Security camera subsystems still coming back online. Internal sensors, said March. Online, said Vigil. How many living humans on board the ship right now? Said March. 4 living humans are detected, said Vigil. The rail gave a metallic squeal as March's cybernetic hand tightened. Corpses, said March. 2 detected, said Vigil. Alert. Toxic substance detected in the ship's atmosphere. What kind of toxic substance? Said March. Sleeping gas, said Vigil. Non-lethal concentration. Designed to stun assailants. Most sleeping gases were used as weapons on ship-to-ship boarding actions, stunning the enemy ship's crew and making it easier to take them prisoner. Except the Marines' power armor included breath masks, which ought to have filtered out the gas. Start pumping out the gas, said March. I'll be there shortly. Atmospheric purification underway, announced Vigil. Atmosphere should be restored in 2 minutes, 37 seconds. How much longer until the reaction chamber is calibrated? Said March. He hoped the reboot wouldn't force Vigil to restart the calibrations from scratch. Remaining calculations will take approximately 32 minutes, said Vigil. Get started on those too, said March. I think we might need to leave in a hurry. But he had a sinking feeling that it might be too late. If Laurie had used the Wraith device on one of the men on the Tiger, his main priority would have been to recover the second Wraith from the Tiger's strong room. The doors to Bay 997 came into sight. The drone started to slow, but March didn't wait. He leapt from the side of the drone and rolled to one knee, his metal fingers scraping along the deck to slow his rate of speed. March surged to his feet and sprinted through the bay doors. He started to reach for his pistol, but realized that would be suicide. If there was violence, March would have no choice but to fight hand-to-hand. His cybernetic arm, augmentations, and combat experience gave him a massive edge over any unarmed foe, but the Marines' power armor would negate many of those advantages. The Tiger sat where he had landed it, the cargo ramp down. 2 Marines in power armor lay at the base of the ramp, blood pooling beneath them. March saw that the Marines' heads had been crushed with terrific force. Someone had convinced them to remove their helmets and then had crushed their skulls. Likely one of the other Marines had done it, using the augmented strength of power armor. The blood hadn't even begun to clot yet, which meant the men had been murdered not long ago, no more than a few moments. March yanked his breath mask from his belt and tugged it over his face as he ran up the ramp. Vigil status. The sleeping gas is being filtered from the atmosphere, said Vigil. The wind tugged at March's coat as he stepped into the cargo bay, wind blowing from the vents in the walls. Now at a safe concentration. March spotted men in blue jumpsuits lying on the floor of the cargo bay. Behind them, the door to the strong room had been ripped open and lay on the deck. The dead men outside. Can you identify them? Ulm and Rogan, said Vigil. March looked at the motionless men as he hurried to the strong room door. They were all alive and unhurt, just unconscious. He saw Caird and Vasquez and the 2 other Marines. If Ulm and Rogan were dead, that meant Sergeant Jeffrey Perry was under the control of the Wraith. The sequence of events made sense. Perry had been in charge of the watch outside the ship, and likely Caird and Vasquez and the other 2 Marines had been trying to get some rest. Perry must have instructed Ulm and Rogan to remove their helmets, and then he had killed them both while waiting for the gas to pump into the ship. He stopped before the strong room door, but he knew it was a useless gesture. The Wraith was gone. March stepped back and gave vent to a furious snarl of a curse, and then turned, his mind racing with the need to do a dozen things at once. Caird groaned and sat up, and the air in front of him flickered. Elizabeth appeared out of nowhere, blinking in surprise. March supposed that the macrobe could only observe the physical world while Caird was conscious. "What happened?" said Elizabeth. "The device," said March. "The machinist took it." Caird groaned again and sat up, blinking. "March," said Caird. "What happened?" "A gas leak." "Listen to me," said March, crossing the cargo bay to a pallet against the far wall. "Caird, get over here and listen to me. Hurry." Caird nodded, got to his feet, and jogged over, still woozy. "What happened?" "The device is called a Wraith," said March, opening the cargo container on the pallet. "The machinists only have 36 of them, and it's based on alien technology that they can't reproduce. Laurie has a second Wraith in Bay 908, and he used it to take control of Sergeant Perry. Perry killed Ullman Rogan, gassed you, and took the Wraith. I guess he left no more than 5 or 6 minutes ago." "Good God," said Caird. "The others?" "They should wake up shortly," said March, pulling out the long, heavy object from within the cargo container. "I'm going after Perry and the Wraith. If I'm not back within the hour, you have command of the ship. The Honest Prophet will be heading out in an hour. Follow them back to Kalaskroon space, and let the Nineveh deal with any machinist ships that chase you." "Perry will be in power armor," said Caird. "You can't possibly deal with him alone." "I have a plan," said March. He wheeled the motorcycle out of the cargo container and started the engine. It had come in handy before on a few jobs, and it was going to come in handy now. 9. Wraith Hunt. 30 seconds later, March roared down the cargo ramp, jerked the motorcycle's handlebars hard to the right, and shot through the bay doors and into the main corridor of the docking ring. The bike's capacitors had been fully charged, and it hurtled down the corridor, the tires squealing against the metal deck. His earpiece started chiming. "Captain March," said Vigil. "Incoming call from Emissary Logos." "Put it on," said March. "Hello, Captain March," said Logos, her cool voice filling his ear. "I feel obliged to inform you that operating an unauthorized motor vehicle inside Monastery Station is prohibited." "Going to stop me?" said March, easing around a corner. He passed a group of Lithabati freighter crewers who gaped at him. "Nope," said Logos. "It looks like the machinists made their move." "Yeah," said March, gunning the throttle. The bike shot forward like a railgun round. "Glory's Wraith is linked to Sergeant Perry. He must have ordered Perry to kill 2 of the Marines from the Covenant and take the Wraith to him in Bay 908. "Your surmise is correct," said Logos. "The internal sensors are showing Sergeant Perry heading towards Bay 908 with a mild source of dark energy." "The Wraith and its quantum inducer," said March. "Who's in Bay 908? "The machinist shuttle," said Logos. "One human life sign, Mr. Laurie, looks like. He's waiting outside the shuttle, and he also has a weak source of dark energy with him." "The Wraith he's using to control Perry," said March. "I've dispatched security drones to Bay 908, said Logos. "They won't intervene, but they will kill anyone who uses an energy weapon or a chemically propelled firearm." "Good," said March. Not that it would have mattered. His pistol could blast its way through marine power armor eventually, but Perry would kill him long before that. At least it would stop Laurie from shooting him in the head. "You'll have to fight them hand to hand," said Logos. "The security drones won't intervene. The custodian can exercise that much control over them. But even with your cybernetics, you can't go hand to hand against a man in power armor and win." "Nope," said March. He skidded around a corner, almost overbalancing, and righted the bike. About 300 meters down the corridor, he glimpsed a figure in blue armor vanishing through a set of bay doors, a metal container under one arm. Perry and the Wraith device. "Then what are you going to do?" said Logos. "Cheat," said March, and he sent power to the bike. The motorcycle shot down the corridor, tires squealing, and March screeched around the corridor and headed into Bay 908. He took in the sight in an instant. The machinist shuttle seemed tiny in the vast space, though it was over 30 meters long, an ugly, boxy craft covered in black armor. The shuttle's cargo ramp was down and facing March, and Simon Laurie stood on the ramp smiling. Sergeant Perry jogged towards him, the metal box containing the Wraith components under his right arm. Then Laurie saw March, and his eyes widened. He started to shout a warning, and Perry turned. March rammed open the bike's throttle. The motorcycle blurred forward, the powerful engine accelerating. March stood up, gripping the handlebars with his hand of flesh, and Perry turned to face him. In the same instant, March leapt from the side of the bike, and the motorcycle slammed into Perry with a hideous crunching sound. The bike hit the Marine, throwing him to the ground with a resounding clang, and flipped handlebars over wheels into the air, landing with a deafening clatter on the deck. March managed to time his impact properly. He landed on his shoulder of metal, which absorbed the force that would have shattered the bones in his right arm. The impact flipped him over several times, and he drove his metal fingers into the deck with a screech and a spray of sparks, using the cybernetic strength to bring himself to a stop. He heaved himself to his feet. Laurie drew a pistol, saw a dozen security drones hovering overhead, and then shoved the weapon back in its holster. Instead, he yanked a heavy knife from inside his jacket and pointed at March. "Sergeant Perry," shouted Laurie. "Kill him." Perry staggered to his feet. The motorcycle impact hadn't killed him, and it probably hadn't even hurt him. However, it had done considerable damage to his armor, denting the plates on his torso, and his movement seemed stiff and sluggish. "Perry," said March. How total was the Wraith's control over the man? Could March talk him out of it? Could Perry resist the device? "Listen to me. Laurie's using that machine to control you. I have to do my duty to the King and the Navy, sir," said Perry. The voice coming from the helmet speakers sounded almost regretful. "I'm sorry." He raised his right arm, pointing the built-in plasma weapon towards March. "No, don't," snapped Laurie. "The security drones. Hand to hand." Laurie edged forward. March wondered why he didn't simply run into the shuttle and flee while Perry advanced. Then March saw the metal case lying discarded a few meters from the damaged motorcycle. Of course, the Wraith from the Tiger strong room. Laurie wouldn't leave without it. Perry lumbered forward. March backed away, noting that the Marine was moving with a limp to his right leg. The armor there had been damaged. Laurie circled to Perry's left, the heavy knife ready. If March caught that blade in his left hand, he could crush it like cardboard. If the blade found his heart, it would kill him. "Sir, don't make this harder than it has to be," said Perry. "We both know that it's my duty to kill you." "It's not," said March, trying to keep an eye on both Perry and Laurie. "You're mind-controlled. Laurie has a machine he's using to control you." "That's nonsense, sir," said Perry. His feet shifted subtly. "I would know if I was mind-controlled. I think you ought to." He attacked mid-sentence without warning, without hesitation. The Royal Kalaskuran Navy trained its Marines to win in hand-to-hand combat by whatever method necessary. But it was harder for a fighting man to bluff with his stance, and March had seen the subtle changes in Perry's balance. The Marine came at him in a blue blur, the power armor driving his legs forward and giving his arms the strength of sledgehammer blows. But March had already begun to dodge, and he twisted to the side, letting Perry hurtle past him. As the younger man did, March swung his left arm with all his augmented strength behind it. His fist hammered into the back of Perry's right knee. March was familiar with the design of Kalascaran marine power armor, both from his years as an Iron Hand and from later training with the Silent Order. There was a weak point there, and it had been damaged from the impact with the bike. A hideous squealing noise came from the armor's right leg, and Perry's charge came to an abrupt halt as the leg's motors locked up. March started hammering with his left first at Perry's head, landing 4 blows on the armored helmet in rapid succession. On the 4th blow, there was a small explosion from the side of Perry's helmet, and the Marine shuddered, trying to turn. Before March could draw back his fist to land a 5th blow, Laurie was on him. March jumped back, parrying the sweep of Laurie's knife with his left forearm. The blade sliced through his jacket sleeve and his jumpsuit sleeve, only to rebound from the impenetrable metal of his arm. In his haste to overpower Perry, March had neglected Laurie for too long, and he had forgotten how cat-quick the machinist agent could move. Laurie's right fist blurred forward, the fingers sheathed in steel knuckles. His hand buried itself in March's gut, and March stumbled back, the breath exploding from his lungs with the impact. Laurie drove the knife at March's face, and March jerked back. The blade would have opened his throat, but March managed to move fast enough that the knife instead bounced off his collarbone. Pain burned through him from the cut, and he felt the hot blood well up from the wound. March stumbled several steps and let his legs collapse, his back slamming against the deck. Laurie sprang after him, a wild, triumphant grin on his face, and raised his knife for the kill. But March had landed right next to the metal case holding the Wraith, and he seized it and hurled it towards Laurie. His arm was true, and the heavy metal case hit the machinist agent in the face. Laurie's head snapped back, blood flying from the impact, and the case hit the floor. March threw himself to his feet, leading with his left arm, and caught Laurie's knife in his hand. He gripped the blade and twisted, wrenching the weapon free from the machinist agent's grasp. Laurie stumbled back, eyes wide, blood streaming from his nose and split lip. "Kill him!" shouted Laurie. March raised the knife to stab at Laurie, but Perry interposed himself. Laurie whirled and sprinted for the bay doors, heading towards the corridor. March wondered why Laurie was fleeing, and then realized that Perry was in no shape to continue the fight, and there was no way Laurie could win a fair fight against March. The armor's right leg was dragging, and to judge from the Marine's hesitant movements, March's blows had damaged the helmet's visual sensors. "Perry, listen to me, it's over," said March. "You can't win." "It's my duty, sir," said Perry. "It's my duty to kill you." "Was it your duty to kill Ulm and Rogan?" said March. "Was it your duty to betray the location of the Covenant to the machinists?" I don't know," said Perry, doubt filling his voice. "I thought so at the time, but now." He shook his armored head. The gesture seemed somehow plaintive. "Listen to me," said March. "You're not yourself, you're being controlled. That machine of Laurie's forces you to obey him." "No," said Perry. "That can't be it. That." "Come with me and I'll show you," said March. "We can turn the machine off, "No," screamed Perry. "It is my duty to kill you." He raised his right arm, leveling the built-in weapon at March. "Don't," said March, throwing himself to the side, but it was too late. Perry fired twice, plasma bolts carving chunks of molten metal from the deck. The dozen security drones, hovering overhead, responded at once. Green light blazed around their equators, and a dozen beams of emerald light engulfed Perry. The Marine stood encased in a cocoon of green fire, and the temperature in the bay shot up 20 degrees. The light flashed, and when it cleared, Perry was simply gone, though the deck where he had been standing had been reduced to warped and buckled char. March stood back up, cursing in fury. Perry hadn't deserved that. Laurie had enslaved him, forced him to betray his comrades, and then had cast him aside. A red haze fell over March, and he was gripped with the overwhelming need to chase down Laurie and beat the machinist agent to death with his bare hands. Only years of discipline and experience forced the murderous fury back. Almost certainly, Laurie had gone to summon Overseer Karnow and her soldiers. If they got here before March escaped, they would take possession of both Wraiths and kill March. If March could not avenge Perry by killing Laurie, then he could at least avenge Perry by denying Laurie the Wraiths. Likely the loss of the Wraiths would anger the machinists more than the loss of Laurie. March dashed forward, snatched the metal case from the deck, and opened it. The Wraith device from the Tiger was inside, neatly disassembled, and the quantum inducer at its core looked like some malignant insect that had fattened itself on carrion. He slammed the case shut and headed for the shuttle, reaching for his earpiece, only to realize that he had lost it at some point during the fight. Again he cursed in rage, and he yanked the phone from his pocket and called Logos. "You're still alive," said Logos. "That is somewhat surprising." "Might not stay that way," said March, running up the shuttle's ramp. Inside the cargo bay was cavernous and empty, save for a single chair that looked like it had come from a dentist's office. Attached to the end of the chair was the familiar diadem and electronics of a Wraith device. March ran to the chair, yanked open the metal case, and started ripping the Wraith apart and shoving it into the case. He would damage the electronics, but the quantum inducer was the important part, and the alien device was likely impervious to damage. "Where's Laurie?" "He's running towards the machinist's troop ship," said Logos. "The troop ship is emptying out. Looks like about 60 machinist soldiers, and I think they're heading for your ship." "Great," said March, slamming the case shut. "I need a cargo drone to get me back to the Tiger." "There's one waiting," said Logos. "Even if you go at full speed, it's going to be close. Maybe you shouldn't have wrecked your motorcycle." "I'll keep that in mind for the next time," said March, running back down the ramp. "Thank you for the help." He hesitated. "I'm sorry that—" "No, don't apologize," said Logos. He heard a bit of amusement in her voice. "Maybe once this is all over and you come to your senses, you'll realize you made a mistake." "By then you'll have found a better man," said March, stepping back into the corridor and looking around in case Laurie had left a trap. "Maybe one with fewer scars." She hesitated. "I hope someday you understand that doesn't matter as much as you think it does. Good luck, Captain March." March ended the call and climbed onto the cargo drone's bed. "Bay 997, as fast as possible. Go." The drone lurched into motion and March made another call. "Caird." "March, you're still alive," said Caird. "For now," said March. "Get the ship ready for departure. We're leaving now, and hopefully the reactor is calibrated well enough that it won't explode when we enter hyperspace." "It should work," said Caird. "I've got Vigil going through an expedited pre-flight list." "What about Perry?" "Perry's dead," said March. The drone accelerated faster, and March gripped the railing with his metal hand. He was under the control of Laurie's Wraith. "The security drones killed him when he tried to shoot me. I've got our Wraith and Laurie's, but he's on his way to the Tiger with as many machinist soldiers as he could round up." "I've got the laser turrets powered up," said Caird, "but—" "If I don't get there first, leave without me," said March. "The machinists will let you go. I've got 2 of their Wraiths, and there are only 36 of the things in existence. They'll come after me instead." The drone turned the corner, and March saw the doors to Bay 997. He also saw a mob of dark figures sprinting down the far end of the corridor, heading full speed for the Tiger's landing bay. Laurie had indeed roused the machinist soldiers. "See you shortly or not at all," said March, and he ended the call and shoved the phone back into his pocket. "Drone. Full speed down the corridor. Don't stop for Bay 997 or for any other reason." The drone's electric motors whined, and it hurtled down the corridor. As it passed Bay 997, March vaulted over the railing and jumped, landing on his left arm and rolling to his feet. That really hurt. He had forgotten about the cut on his collarbone, and the metal case under his right arm rattled and clanked. But he survived the landing, and he sprinted across the bay to the Tiger. The ship was almost ready to leave. The familiar hazy blue came from the ion thrusters, and the dull roar of the powering drive filled his ears. March heard the drumbeat of dozens of running feet behind him, and he dragged another burst of speed from his legs. He tore up the cargo ramp and saw Vasquez and the surviving Marines waiting for him at the top of the ramp, plasma rifles in hand. The ramp began to close as soon as March started to climb it, and the Tiger lifted into the air, the ion thrusters pulsing. March staggered to a stop in the cargo bay, looking at the Marines. "You're alive," said Vasquez. "You're also hurt." "It'll keep," said March. Two corpses in blue armor lay on the deck, their torsos covered with tarps. Vasquez had taken the time to get the dead onto the ship. "Caird's in the flight cabin." Vasquez nodded. "Let's move." He hurried across the empty cargo bay, scrambled up the ladder, and ran down the dorsal corridor to the flight cabin, Vasquez clanging behind him. Inside the flight cabin, Caird sat at the co-pilot station, fingers flying over the controls as he turned the Tiger toward space. Elizabeth stood behind him, eyes intent as she watched. March put the case on the deck and dropped into the pilot's acceleration couch, unlocking the controls and checking the displays. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been happy taking the Tiger into space without a proper pre-flight checklist and double-checking the calibration of the dark matter reactor. Under the present circumstances, they were not moving fast enough. "If you don't get that taken care of, you're going to bleed out," said Caird. March shook his head. "Nanotech in the blood. It'll clot on its own." An alarm flashed on the displays. March switched to the camera view and saw the machinist soldiers pouring into the bay, some of them toting a large metal tube. "Surface-to-air anti-fighter missile," said Vasquez, who had taken the tactical station. "We're getting the hell out of here," said March, and he threw power to both the ion thrusters and the anti-grav units. The Tiger bucked as the anti-gravs fought against the station's artificial gravity, but the motion threw the ship out of the bay and into space. March fired up the main drive the instant they were at the minimum safe distance to keep from spraying radiation into the station, and the Tiger clawed into space. "Get the shields up," said March, stabbing at the controls as he looked at the tactical display. "Kinetic and radiation both. If it looks like we're going to get away with the Wraiths, the machinists will try to kill us and destroy the devices." "Just what the hell are these damned Wraiths?" said Vasquez. "I'll explain later," said March, scanning the tactical display, "but we have to get them to the Admiralty. If we're not ready for them, they could give the machinists a decisive advantage the next time they attack Kalaskar." There. The ship's sensors picked up the massive, asteroid-sized bulk of the Honest Prophet heading away from Monastery Station and toward open space. The Tiger's sensors also detected an increasing surge of dark energy from the big ship. The Honest Prophet was getting ready to enter hyperspace, and March needed to follow it as soon as possible. Because the machinist ships were already moving, and they had summoned reinforcements. A machinist carrier, heavy cruiser, and 3 destroyers were heading towards the station and the Tiger, picking up speed. More icons appeared on the tactical display as the carrier launched a squadron of interceptors and a squadron of heavy fighters. The Nunavik ships were responding, moving to intercept the machinist capital warships. A space battle was about to start outside Monastery Station. That was very bad. If the custodian did not have complete conscious control of its own defensive system, much as humans did not have control of their immune system, the defenses might decide to wipe out every human and Nunavik ship in the system. If the custodian's defenses decided the threat was severe enough, they might wipe out every single ship in the Eschaton system. And if that destroyed the 2 Wraiths and kept them from falling into Kalaskaran hands, March knew the machinists would consider that worth the cost. "There are huge spikes of power coming from the planet's moons and the station," said Vasquez. "God, they're off the charts. It looks like the custodian is gearing up to do a lot of shooting." "Yeah," said March. The displays chimed an alert as the machinist fighters started on an intercept course for the Tiger. "Those fighters," said Caird. "I think they might try to ram us. That wouldn't trigger the custodian's defenses." "It wouldn't," said March. "If they did that, they might even have the leisure to dig the quantum inducers out of the Tiger's scattered wreckage." He turned the Tiger towards the Honest Prophet, pushing more power to the drive. "Missile locks detected," announced Vigil. "They're targeting us," said Vasquez. "All 12 of the interceptors and all 12 of the heavy fighters." He tapped some commands into his console and swore. "The interceptors have lighter missiles, but the heavy fighters have weapons rated for capital ships. If they fire off all their missiles simultaneously, our laser turrets and flak cannons won't be able to stop them before they kill us." "No," said March. "And the custodian's reprisals would only take out the machinist fighters. If the fighters targeted and destroyed the Tiger, the custodian might likely respond with a measured reprisal. An eye for an eye. The machinists would lose 2 squadrons of fighters, and they would deny the Wraiths to the Silent Order." But what if the custodian itself was attacked? March suspected the insane AI's response would not be nearly so measured then. It was time to gamble. March put the Tiger through a tight turn, spinning the freighter around. Now they were flying right towards the incoming fighters. "That is a bad idea," said Caird. "They have a 100% chance of hitting us with their missiles at this vector," said Vasquez. "There's no way we can evade them, and no way we can use the lasers and the flak launchers to get all of them." "I know," said March. "And we're also close enough to Monastery Station that if we turn towards it, at least some of the missiles will hit the station." Silence answered him. A thrumming noise went through the ship as March opened the drive up. "I think you'd better tell your men to strap in," said Caird in a quiet voice. "We might lose the inertial absorbers." "If we lose the inertial absorbers, there won't be anything left of us but red paste against the wall," said Vasquez, "and then the ship will blow up." But he barked an order to the surviving 2 Marines. March gripped the controls as the Tiger blazed towards the approaching swarm of machinist fighters. He felt every beat of his heart, every rasping breath he took, probably because both every breath and heartbeat made the wound on his chest hurt. The shrill warning of a missile lock grew louder and louder, and the targeting computer calculated that something like 70 missiles would soon be inbound. The visual sensors picked up flares of light from the fighters. "They are launching," said Caird. 84 missiles, both lighter anti-fighter missiles and slower anti-warship missiles, streaked towards the Tiger. That many missiles would have been enough to cripple a destroyer if they got through the point defense guns. The amount of explosive firepower in those missiles would reduce the Tiger to atoms. "Incoming," said Vasquez, his voice tighter. March wrenched the Tiger, firing the ion thrusters and sending the ship hurtling towards Monastery Station. Every instinct in him screamed to fire chaff and flak, to send a point defense firing solution to the laser turrets and the central railgun. Yet he ignored those instincts and dove towards the gleaming rings of Monastery Station. Part of his mind noted that the station's own point defense lasers had started firing. The beams were slicing apart the fighters like a lawnmower through thin grass, and they were also taking apart the cloud of missiles pursuing the Tiger. But the beams would not be enough to stop all the missiles before they blew the Tiger to scrap. The proximity alerted screamed. The Tiger was approaching the station's kinetic shield, and it was so powerful that March doubted the Tiger's impact would reduce its energy level by even a millionth of 1%. He flew towards it as fast as he dared, and at the last minute pulled up, blasting as much power through the ion thrusters as they could handle. The swarm of missiles swooped after the Tiger. Most of them matched the ship's vector, but there were so many missiles that some of them had to dodge around each other, which scrambled their flight paths a little. One anti-fighter missile, exactly one, miscalculated and slammed into the station's kinetic energy shield. The remaining missiles flew after the Tiger. Then the Tiger's sensors overloaded for a few seconds in the sheer amount of energy output from Monastery Station and Eschaton V's moons. Good God, said Vasquez. Bit by bit, the sensors started to come back online, and March saw what had happened as he turned the Tiger toward open space. Nearby, the debris of the missiles pinged off the station's kinetic shield. Further out, the sensors detected the drifting debris that had once been the flotilla of machinist capital ships. They were gone. They were simply gone. Had those ships encountered a Kalaskaran task force, the resultant battle might have lasted most of a day. To judge from the radiation levels coming from the nearest moon, the Custodian had just fired a volley of railgun rounds that had annihilated the entire force in less than a second. March had known that the Custodian had possessed that kind of power, but to see it with his own eyes still stunned him. Perhaps it was the mercy of God that the Custodian had some sort of moral conscience despite its madness. Otherwise, the insane AI could have extinguished uncounted trillions of lives if it had decided to embark upon a path of conquest. No one said anything as they gazed at the scope of the destruction. The controls chimed. Broadcast coming from Monastery Station, said Caird. Every frequency, every channel, in every known language and some that we've never heard of. He hit the speaker button. Attention all vessels in Eschaton system, said the Custodian's calm voice. I am the Custodian. As you have no doubt observed, the Machinist Task Force has been destroyed. I do not permit space battles in the Eschaton system. Additionally, any attacks upon Monastery Station, the planet, or the moons will be met with immediate and overwhelming force. I hope I do not have to make this demonstration again. The broadcast ended, and the panel chimed again. Tight beam transmission this time, said Caird. Just for us. Or just for you, Captain March, said Elizabeth. March hit the speaker button this time. This is Captain March on the Tiger. I salute your cleverness, Captain March, said the Custodian. My calculations indicated a very high probability that you would be killed, and the Wraiths would fall back into the hands of the final consciousness. Guess the machinists weren't listening, said March. To what, might I ask? To you and your emissaries, said March. You did say how you would respond to any attack on the station. There was silence for a moment, and then the Custodian laughed. It was a normal, healthy-sounding laugh, and it shocked March. Did the AI have a sense of humor? Or was it a simulation designed to put humans at ease? On the other hand, the Custodian didn't have a voice, but simulated speech for the purposes of communication. Emissary Logos was right to place confidence in you, said the Custodian. Until we speak again, Captain March. For I calculate a very high probability that you will have to return one day. Remember to remain vigilant. The machinists will not stop meddling with the relics of the great Elder Ones. The transmission ended. Jesus, muttered March, rubbing his jaw. God, but his shoulder and chest hurt. Great Elder One, said Vasquez. Later, said March. That entire conversation was probably classified. He gripped the controls and sent the Tiger heading towards the Honest Prophet. Another call coming in, said Caird. Looks like it's the Nineveh and Hunt Commander Tashnika this time. March nodded, and Caird put the call through. I salute the cunning of your hunt, Captain March, said Tashnika. The demon worshippers and their vessels have met the fate they so richly deserve. Yes, said March. You were correct, Hunt Commander. The machinists are indeed meddling with things of the demons, as you call them. I will inform my government of what I have learned here. Do that, said Tashnika. The Nineveh see the threat that the machinists and their demon worship. See to it that your own people learn the wisdom of the hunt as well. The transmission ended. Looks like you made a new friend, said Caird. Maybe, said March. But they hate the machinists. That might be enough for now. Vigil, contact the honest prophet and ask for Prince Horgan. Vigil sent the transmission, and a few moments later Prince Horgan's thick voice filled the flight cabin. "Well, well, well," said Horgan. "That was quite the little fireworks show you arranged for us, Captain March." He rumbled out a laugh. "Not even the machinists can afford to lose that many capital warships that quickly, and it is pleasant to think how replacing the losses will cost them." "Yes," said March. "And as it is, I don't think we'll need to ride with you all the way to the Constantinople system. We just need one thing." "Oh," said Horgan. "What is that?" "A lift to the next system," said March. 10. The price of victory. As it happened, the hard reboot of Vigil had badly scrambled the calibration calculations of the new dark matter reaction chamber. Had they attempted to jump to hyperspace, either nothing would have happened, or the ship would have exploded. It was just as well that March had been able to secure transportation from Horgan. Once they reached the next system, the Tiger detached from the honest prophet, and Vigil resumed the calibrations. 9 hours later, the dark matter reactor was ready, and March took the ship into hyperspace, with their final destination the Antioch system, not the Constantinople system. March didn't know if Lori had died in the purge of machinist ships and personnel in the Eschaton system, but it was possible that he had escaped, and he had known of March's plan to head to the naval base in the Constantinople system. And as they jumped from system to system, March told Caird and Vasquez what had happened during his meeting with Logos and the custodian, though he left out Logos's attempt to seduce him. "Then it's just as well that we escaped," said Vasquez. "Even at such high cost. The Navy and the Admiralty have to be warned about this danger." "At least the machinists only have 36 of these Wraith things," said Caird. 34, since 2 of them are in the hold," said Vasquez. "Yeah," said March. "But they might find more of these quantum inducers someplace, or figure out how to build their own." He resisted the urge to scratch at his aching shoulder. His collarbone itched beneath the bandage. Hopefully the scientists can figure out a way to block or detect the damn things. "I was sure that Perry was a traitor," said Vasquez. "He wasn't," said March. "Not willingly, and maybe not even knowingly, if Lori told him to forget everything that he had done." The Covenant stopped off at Antioch Station before she headed to the outer systems. Lori must have seen his chance then. Having a mind-controlled agent aboard a Kalaskaran heavy cruiser would be invaluable. Figured it was an investment that would pay off later, but he didn't realize how soon that would happen. "Once I took the Wraith from Rustbelt Station, Lori realized he might need Perry sooner rather than later. He found out where the Covenant was going, and you can guess what happened next." "We should say he died in the line of duty," said Vasquez. "No," said March. "We can't lie about this. It's too important." Vasquez glared at him but nodded. "I think we can have the official record say that Perry died honorably in the line of duty. The Admiralty will want to keep this a secret anyway. But they have to be warned." A few days later, they arrived at Antioch Station. The Antioch system was on the outer edge of the core worlds claimed by the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and the station was the kind of giant space installation favored by the engineers of the kingdom. 5 concentric rings of gleaming metal made up the station, the largest over 5 kilometers in diameter. Racks of solar panels rose from the rings, and the Tiger's sensors detected hundreds of ships of varying size docked with the station. The sensors also picked up powerful weapon emplacements, and 3 Kalaskaran Royal Navy destroyers patrolling around the station's defense perimeter. March docked and put in a call to both Sensor and the local naval office. Things happened very quickly after that. Naval police came to the Tiger and invited March, Caird, Vasquez, and the remaining 2 Marines to the naval office to discuss the loss of the Covenant. The tone of the interrogation changed very quickly once word came down that March was an Alpha operative of the Silent Order, and 2 of the Order's own operatives debriefed March. He spent the next 5 days telling them everything that had happened, and going over every bit of information that the Tiger's sensors had collected. They were very alarmed by what he had told them about the Wraith. The interrogators took the Wraith components into custody, and March felt a surge of relief. He had been trying to get that damned machine to the Navy ever since leaving Rust Belt Station. The Covenant had been destroyed, and 2,000 men killed or taken prisoner to get that machine into the hands of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. Hopefully, they would be able to figure out a defense against it. Once the debriefing was over, March was released, and he said goodbye to Vasquez and Caird. "I've been promoted," said Major Vasquez with a sour expression. "I don't deserve it, but I've been promoted." "And I've been assigned to a new ship," said Caird, Elizabeth standing behind him, unseen by everyone except March and Caird. "The Ronsfals, under Captain Alicon. Good ship, good reputation. Maybe we'll run into each other again." "Maybe we will, but hopefully under better circumstances," said March. He shook their hands. "Good luck, gentlemen." "You too, Captain March," said Caird. "Let's never do that again." Vasquez snorted. "I can agree with that." March went to the commercial concourse and to his favorite restaurant on Antioch Station. It was the kind of place favored by enlisted men and freighter crewers. March ordered a breakfast of eggs and bacon and coffee, and sat down and ate his breakfast and waited. The call came when he was almost done with breakfast. "Captain March," said Sensor's dry voice on the phone. "Sir," said March. "I know you don't think so, but you've done extremely well," said Sensor. "Extremely well indeed. We know vastly more about the Wraith device than we would have if you had just delivered it to us. Frankly, it explains some anomalies that we have encountered recently." "It is dangerous, sir," said March. "Even if we know about it. 34 mind-controlled men at the right time, and the right place could destroy Kalaskar." "Yes," said Sensor. "Which is why, Captain March, it is time for your next assignment. Are you ready to go back to work?" "Yes, sir," said March. Maybe Logos had been wrong about him. Maybe there wasn't anything more to March than his scars, than what the machinists and the final consciousness had done to him. He knew firsthand the pain they had inflicted on him, and the torment that had unleashed upon countless billions. So long as he had strength, he would fight to stop them. "Yes, sir," said March again. "I am very glad to get back to work." "Good," said Sensor. "We've got a great deal for you to do, Captain March." The end.